by C.S.E. Cooney. Part 1. Anti-Secrecy. Chapter 1. Fire. At the apex of the slow, sparkling curve she drew through the sky, Glimmer exploded. The flash and spray of lights at first resembled a traditional fireworks display, but as the points of luminescence scattered, they each took on new colors and expanded into pinwheels, which themselves detonated into showers of sparks. One spark, close to the center of the explosion, sprouted purple butterfly wings as it expanded. The light grew into human form, visible even from a distance, and even at its tiny size. The pixie did an aerial pirouette and spiraled upward and out of sight. The park lawn erupted into applause. From his folding chair, Harrison Cody took in the faces of his awestruck children. Mitchell clapped furiously, an enormous grin covering his face. Dorothy was more demure, her smile relaxed and her applause enthusiastic. Picnic blankets and chairs filled about half the park. Most of the attendees appeared human, but from a distance it was often impossible to know that for sure. A small party of centaurs sat on the grass nearby. Some hapless worker would no doubt have to shovel up after them the next morning. Harrison glanced behind him at 3 sets of bleachers, the center one cordoned off with ropes and Secret Service. At the top sat President Louise Hatfield with her entourage. Some of the people sitting near her were security detail, but Harrison recognized Claudia de Quiroz, the Brazilian-American teenager who, like him, served as a special agent with the new Chicago security agency. On the president's right sat her fiancée, a woman Harrison had not yet met. The first president of the Republic of New Chicago, Hatfield had shattered the glass ceiling right out of the gate as the nation's first woman president and first openly lesbian president. When there had still been a United States, Louise served in the Senate, and her marriage to a man had been for show. In the wake of the world ending, politics were now, in some ways, of a decidedly different character. Mitchell smacked Harrison's arm and pointed to the sky. Glimmer had returned to the fireworks and shot lights out of her hands to form letters. Harrison split his attention between the show and his adopted daughter in order to track the exact moment when her jaw dropped. That happened on the 5th letter. By the time Glimmer had finished etching Dorothy into the night sky, Dorothy was staring at Harrison with a look of shock. "I think that's supposed to say surrender," he said casually. "This was for me?" said Dorothy. "Happy birthday, big 15-year-old. Harrison pointed to the sky, where Glimmer had wrapped the word around a 3-dimensional image of a cake with 15 candles burning. "Make a wish." Dorothy laughed and made a show of blowing at the display, then gasped as the flames on the 15 candles flared and went out. The crowd applauded again, then halted as the cake expanded and exploded in a shower of colors that rapidly fanned out to the horizon. Dorothy stood. "Get up, you." She held her hand out. Harrison took it, and she pulled him out of his seat and into a hug. "Thank you." "I thought for sure you were going to figure it out," he said. "For a super genius, you're pretty slow sometimes." She pulled away. "Yes, well, very well played." A purple sparkly streak fell out of the sky onto the armrest of Harrison's chair. Glimmer landed there and took off her white visored helmet, shaking out her iridescent silver hair. She wore an olive jumpsuit with Air Force insignia above the left breast pocket zipper. On her right hand, she wore a mitten she had refused to talk about for months. Her feet were bare. "How did I do?" "It was beautiful," said Dorothy. "Thank you so much." "Didn't see it coming?" Dorothy shook her head. "Nope." Glimmer giggled. Dorothy looked over Harrison's shoulder and nodded in that direction. Claudia had come down from the bleachers and held back at a short distance. By the light of the park's street lamps, the shock of white in her otherwise black hair stood out more than usual. Harrison offered a cordial smile. "What's up?" Claudia looked at her feet, then at a point somewhere not quite in the direction of Harrison's eyes. "I'm supposed to tell you you've got another supply run tomorrow morning, and something about consequences if you leave your communicator at home again. Because, you know, it's like your job." She looked past him and waved. "Hey, Dottie, happy birthday." "Thanks," said Dorothy. Neither girl made further attempts to engage. Claudia had been Dorothy's first true friend when they arrived in New Chicago the previous November, and had also been partly responsible for Harrison being arrested. The three of them did not find balance an easy thing to achieve in social settings. "Yeah, anyway," said Claudia, "Alec needs you to report at 5 o'clock. "Oh, for God's sake," said Harrison. "I was about to take the kids for ice cream." Claudia shrugged. "How much sleep you get is between you and Alec."
"Hey," said Glimmer, "I've got this. If you want to get some shut-eye, I'll get the kids home, okay?"
"I need you to get them up tomorrow, too,"
he said to the pixie. No one voiced questions about a 9-year-old boy and a 15-year-old girl being parented by a 12-inch tall woman with butterfly wings, one of the least odd things about the new rhythm they had all found in their lives.
"Make sure Mitchell eats breakfast."
Glimmer saluted.
"Aye, aye, Captain."
Dorothy hugged him again. He kissed her on the forehead.
"Happy birthday, kiddo."
"Travel safely," she said. Harrison crouched to get a hug from Mitchell as well, then headed back to their apartment, alone. Chapter 2. Vault. Through the small window of the transport, random scenery scrolled by. Harrison rode in silence, surrounded by a dozen agents, most of whose names he did not know. A few of them engaged in occasional quiet discussion, but Harrison kept to himself, and they all seemed content to let him do so. The ride from HQ took nearly 2 hours. They traveled over uneven terrain, but inside the cabin of the transport, only the most severe bumps translated into discomfort, and even then only barely.
"That's it, up ahead,"
said the driver. The agent sitting next to Harrison stood and made his way through the narrow compartment to the front. He leaned over the driver's seat and looked out the windshield, effectively blocking Harrison's view of their target.
"Nice. Pull us up alongside on the left there. Leave us about a 20-foot berth."
"No problem." The driver pulled the wheel to the left. Less than a minute later, the vehicle came to a halt. Its engine noise went from quiet to silent.
"Carr, Milton, you're with me,"
said the standing agent.
"I want the rest of you scouting the grounds."
All the remaining agents unbuckled seatbelts, adjusted field gear, and filed out the rear hatch. Carr and Milton, a man and a woman, though Harrison could not recall which was which, exited through the front door. Harrison undid his seat restraint.
"Sit tight, Cody."
The lead agent put his hand on Harrison's shoulder. Slender, blonde, and probably younger than Harrison. His name badge read Coggins. Harrison had met him at least once before this mission, but had exchanged fewer than 24 words with him. The transport emptied out, apart from the driver. Coggins followed his 2 agents out the front exit. Harrison got up and moved forward to look out the windshield. Somewhere in the wilderness that had once been the state of Illinois, they had arrived at an opulent mansion surrounded by palm trees. Its outward appearance offered familiar 20th century architecture. That meant nothing. The interior was as likely to include future technology as anything recognizable. Or it could easily contain items of a magical nature, objects whose properties would have been literally impossible prior to May 30th, 2004, when everything changed. For that reason, either Carr or Milton would have to be an agent who specialized in the esoteric. If there were artifacts with supernatural qualities to be found within, The agency had methods to detect them, and the means to contain and retrieve them. Through the front window, most of the team visibly patrolled the environs of the house. One would occasionally crouch down to inspect something, but none indicated remarkable discoveries. Harrison watched this activity quietly. The driver, still in his seat, divided his attention among the monitors in front of him, the view from the window, and a manual on his lap. Neither of them attempted to converse. Harrison's one reason for being here did not require socializing. None of these agents were his peers, and they knew it. They all had better training, more experience, and a broader range of skills. The fact Harrison outranked them all, including Coggins, who gave him his orders, did not make working with them easier. From a tiny clip on Harrison's collar, Coggins spoke.
"Cody, you're up."
Harrison cracked his knuckles and headed out to the mansion. Inside the front door stood Carr and Milton. Harrison's entire apartment would have easily fit inside this foyer several times over. He looked up at a dome with numerous skylights. From here, a double-curved staircase led to a second and third floor, both of which looked down on the entrance. With their name badges now visible, Harrison could identify which name went with which gender, as well as which one was the magic specialist. Carr, the woman, wore the purple heptagonal insignia of the Bureau of Esoteric Affairs on her shoulder. She stood no taller than 5 feet, with straight brown hair cropped close enough to expose the points of her ears. Her tanned skin had a faintly bark-like quality, noticeable only up close. Probably Dryad. Her true name was almost certainly not Carr, but something that approximately anglicized to it. On her hip, she wore a small satchel, likely containing tools for detecting magic, buttoned closed. "The site is clean of magic," said Milton, the other agent, clearly human. Carr gave him a look of consternation.
"Clean?"
He shook his head. "Sorry, devoid. No offense intended." She said. Milton gestured with his arm. "Special Agent Cody, please come with me." He led Harrison past the stairs, down a narrow corridor, and through a door at the top of a much simpler straight staircase going down. They descended to an extravagantly finished basement. It contained a set of offices and storage rooms, and Milton directed Harrison into one of these. Coggins stood there next to an open wall panel. Behind the panel sat an exposed vault door of rectangular steel, adorned with both a keypad and a large wheel. On a desk near the Discovery, Coggins had unrolled a collection of heavy-duty cutting tools. None of them had been removed from their pockets.
"No sign of booby traps. I assume these won't be necessary."
Coggins indicated the roll of tools. Wordlessly, Harrison walked over to the vault and placed his right palm on it. It rumbled beneath his hand as whatever series of tumblers and locks held it in place all surrendered to his simple touch. After 5 seconds or so, the door popped outward with a slight hiss.
"Anything else?"
Coggins laughed.
"There's a locked room on the 3rd floor and a padlock on the pool gate behind the house if you're feeling bored. Otherwise, no, this was the objective."
Harrison stepped aside and allowed Milton to move in and open the door wide. A light came on inside, which promptly reflected off the stack of gold bars resting on a steel table in the center of the chamber. Shelves covered the walls of the vault, nearly all of them empty. The 3 men stared at the treasure in silence for a few seconds.
"Well, fuck,"
said Coggins.
"May I?"
asked Harrison.
"Be my guest," said Coggins.
Harrison walked into the vault and carefully picked up one of the bars, easily 20 pounds, and he relished its heft. A year earlier, this would have been a different experience. Coggins spoke into his collar.
"Rover 2 to base. House is secure. No evidence of magic or advanced technology."
"Roger, Rover 2, came the tinny reply. "The vault?"
"Contents of the vault are
He paused, scanning the pile of gold bricks, moving his lips slightly.
22 bars of gold bullion.
The voice on the other end paused.
Rover 2, confirm gold bullion.
Coggins sighed.
Roger that. Completely worthless.
Harrison opened the second-floor room, which turned out to be a closet full of filing cabinets loaded with long, irrelevant documents. He also popped the lock on the pool gate, but by that point he was wandering on his own. The rest of the team spent the next 2 hours cataloging items of value and loading them into the transport's cargo hold. By the time he regrouped with them out front, they appeared to be nearly finished. They milled about, chatting and showing each other various interesting finds. One agent lit a cigarette, which Carr promptly plucked out of his mouth and crushed in her bare hand. A heated argument ensued, too far away to hear properly. Coggins looked up briefly from a clipboard to observe it, but did not intervene. Harrison made his way to the lead agent.
Agent Coggins, if I may?
Coggins stared at his clipboard.
Yes, Cody? Would it be possible for me to take one of the gold bricks? My son will think it's the coolest thing he's ever seen.
Coggins frowned.
Don't you have 2 kids?
That this person, whose name Harrison had not even remembered, knew him so well did not surprise him. Odd fame, part of the package of his uniqueness.
Yeah, but Dorothy... Actually, yeah, can I take 2? There's room in the cargo hold for them, so I don't see why not.
He looked at his watch.
You have 12 minutes to bring them up here and stow them.
Thank you, said Harrison. Coggins nodded. Rover 2, said the clip on his collar. Are you still surveying? He held his hand up, halting Harrison.
Roger, base. Finishing inventory right now. Departing in 11 minutes.
Negative, Rover 2. Load the gold. Coggins hesitated.
Base. Confirm load the gold.
Roger that. The Arts Council wants to make flutes out of it.
Roger that.
Coggins looked at Harrison.
Well, Cody, it looks like we're both shit out of luck.
It took nearly half an hour to load the gold onto the transport, including deciding which items already stowed would have to be left behind to make room for the weight allowance. Harrison spent this half hour on the sidelines. Nothing about that process involved anyone needing anything to be unlocked, and no one asked for his help with any other part of it. As Coggins finalized the inventory and called roll, a gust of warm air rippled through the palm trees and brushed the transport with enough force to rock it. Harrison looked up at a cloudless sky.
Let's go, people.
Coggins made a whirling gesture of haste. Harrison boarded the transport and found his seat. Outside the window, palm trees swayed visibly. Coggins entered the front hatch and sealed it behind him.
Are we expecting weather?
He asked the driver. The agent behind the wheel scanned readouts on the dash.
No, but that means nothing.
Climate patterns over the previous year had generally been close to what they had been before everything changed, punctuated by occasional, random events neither predictable nor explicable. The probability a calm, late April day in Illinois could produce a violent hailstorm or a tornado was low, but not out of the question. As if to emphasize this, another gust hit the transport, this time hard enough to tip it at least 15 degrees.
Strap in, said Coggins. Let's not dawdle.
The transport backed away from the mansion. Halfway through the 3-point turn that would orient the survey team back toward New Chicago, the house collapsed in full view from the windshield. With a thunderous crash, and in a fraction of a second, a vertical gust drove the entire structure straight to the ground and flattened it, along with several surrounding trees.
What the fuck?
Shouted Coggins.
Go, go, go!
The driver abandoned the slow turn, and the transport lurched forward into the woods. It handily rolled over thick brush without slowing. Harrison's seatbelt bit into his shoulder several times while the driver made a wide, rapid turn that brought them back to the trail they had originally cleared on their way in. At that point, the ride became smoother and swifter. After about half a minute, Coggins asked, "What's happening?" "Not sure." The driver checked some readouts. "I think it might be over. It looks like nothing but still air for at least a 10-mile radius. If that changes, I'll let you know." "Just get us home." Coggins slouched in his seat. The small talk that defined the ride out did not resume on the way back. While the other agents likely contemplated their mortality in the face of natural events they no longer understood, Harrison's thoughts were more focused and dire. Either that destructive wind had been a freak weather event, or the third attempt on his life. Chapter 3. May 30th Stories. I was shopping. One minute I'm in the mall looking at a shirt. The next I'm standing outside in a bed of gravel that must have been 2 miles wide. Sarah paused, trying to collect her thoughts. It didn't happen all at once, either. I mean, it was fast, but not, instant. At first I got dizzy, and it looked like all the color had gone out of everything, and then the roof dissolved. People were popping like soap bubbles left and right, not even leaving a mark. I remember thinking I should scream, but by the time I got my mouth open, everything was gone. She paused again and shrugged. My watch stopped, so I have no idea how long I was on that gravel. Long enough to turn my feet into 2 huge blisters, I do know that. Eventually, I found a house. I stayed there until I heard Claudia the first time. She sniffed. God, I haven't thought about that day in so long. What about you guys? Sarah sat on one of the benches that had been built and earmarked for the city park. The land had all been cleared, and the lawn was coming along nicely, though it had taken more of a beating than expected from the impromptu public fireworks show earlier that week. But most of the benches and playground equipment had yet to be installed. About 30 of these benches awaited their final placements, all lined up on the lot in tidy rows like pews. They were technically not for public use yet, but Harrison and Sarah had more latitude than most city dwellers and frequently spent their off time there. Like Harrison, Sarah enjoyed some benefits as one of New Chicago's 4 resident telekinetics. While his gift granted him only the ability to open locks, hers stopped clocks. These autonomic and as yet unexplained talents had earned them jobs with the NCSA, though in Sarah's case, that position was largely ceremonial. Like the other 2 known telekinetics, Harrison and Sarah had historically significant birth dates. He had been born on July 4th, 1976, the 200th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Sarah's birth date was July 20th, 1969, the date of the first lunar landing. A third telekinetic, Bob Rutherford, preferred to be called Dallas in recognition of his being born on the day of the Kennedy assassination. The fourth, born on the day of the Tiananmen Square massacre, was Claudia de Quiroz. Sarah, her boyfriend Warren, and their friend Hope had joined Harrison and his children, enjoying the mild spring weather and the view. Ever since Alec transferred him to salvage detail, he had seen less of Sarah, and when he did see her, he relished the fact it could be purely social. Sarah looked around invitingly. May 30 Stories had become a cultural phenomenon as the New Chicago community grew, as the residents' one common frame of reference. For some, telling their stories repeatedly to everyone they met offered some measure of catharsis. Others saved their stories and only offered them to their closest companions. "Hope?" said Sarah. "Where were you?" Hope laughed. "I didn't quite sleep through the end of the world, but it wasn't for lack of trying. I was post-call, exhausted, and trying to catch a 10-minute nap between morning rounds and office hours." She paused, looking off into space with a serene expression on her face. "I managed a brief but wonderful dream that I'd actually decided to be an English professor instead of a family practice resident before the damn beeper went off again." She sighed. I grabbed the phone, pried my eyes open to look at the number on the beeper, and started dialing. There was a roaring sound, like my dream was mad about letting go of me, and then the phone was gone from my hand. So was the bed, the call room, the whole hospital.
and I was in a patch of woods lying on a very uncomfortable route, wearing hospital scrubs and no shoes. The damn beeper was still in my left hand, still beeping.
Still beepin'? Said Harrison.
She nodded. No lie, I let it go until the battery ran out. It was my only connection to the old world. I couldn't bring myself to kill it. Harrison laughed. Wow. I think I would have killed it. Anybody else? Said Hope.
I'll go. Dorothy told the story of her mother and 2 sisters. She paused occasionally, struggling not to go on, as if by delaying the story she could keep her little sisters that much longer. Harrison had heard this story before. The words and the timing were rehearsed, but the longing, that was always real. Sarah bit her lip as Dorothy ended with the disappearance of her family. No discussion followed of what happened next, no tale of her journey to the Hallmark store or the home she had built for herself there on her own. For her, the story ended with the disappearance of the 3 people she loved most in the world. "Oh, honey, come here." Sarah took the girl in her arms and held her. Harrison had been there many, many times. Though a survivor, this girl would never, for the rest of her life, get enough hugs to smooth over that bump. "Do you have a story?" Sarah asked Mitchell. Harrison stayed back to see how the boy would play this, ready to jump in if he needed saving. Mitchell usually got quiet when people talked about May 30 around him. He shrugged.
"I was playing outside."
"He was alone," Harrison said. "He didn't really see anything happen. Right, sport?"
Harrison still did not know the full details of Mitchell's experience. Watching these kids play, he sometimes found it easy to forget what they all had been through. Hundreds of children in New Chicago all had stories to tell about how they had lost their parents. It was a miracle they could function at all, and yet they had all come through, adjusting in their own ways. An assertive and emotionally stable boy most of the time, Mitchell would sometimes slip out of character, and Harrison would see him as the poster child for post-traumatic stress disorder. He wished he could be a better parent when those moments came, but he managed as well as he could. Apropos of nothing, Dorothy slapped Mitchell's arm, hard enough to make a sound. It snapped him out of whatever catatonia he was sliding into, and he gave her a shocked look. "You're it?" Deadpan, she bolted. "Ah!" He leapt off the bench, fell down on the wet grass, and pulled himself up to run after her. Dorothy had a sizable head start, and she made it into a grove of trees well before he could catch her.
"She'll be dodging him in there for a good 15 minutes before she lets him catch her," Harrison said to the other adults. "He would have had a fighting chance on open ground, but she's a real squirrel when she gets into the trees."
"She's amazing," said Sarah. Harrison shook his head.
"They both are. Mitchell came here with me on foot the whole way from Milwaukee after we survived a train crash together. Dorothy joined us not much farther south than that. Both of them had been living on their own for months when I found them. It's incredible to me they can go back to being kids."
"They're lucky you found them," she said. He shrugged.
"We were all lucky, I think."
At that moment, a pronounced chirping sound emanated from Hope's belt. She plucked a small black object from it and killed the sound.
"Oh, wow," said Harrison. "Is that the beeper?" "It is the beeper." Hope stood. "Couldn't throw it away, could I? Have to run, folks."
To Sarah, she said,
"I will see you Tuesday morning."
"Yes, doctor," said Sarah, smiling.
"Take care," said Hope, departing.
"Hey." Sarah looked around.
"Where's Glimmer? I thought she was your sidekick." Harrison laughed. "I'm hers, more like. She had a—" He twirled his hand in a gesture of vagueness. "A thing, down at Esoteric. They needed her input on something I can't even pronounce."
"How's her hand?" asked Warren.
"Beats me," said Harrison. "I've given up asking her about it. She still wears a mitten, that much I can tell you."
Sarah gave Warren a look, and Harrison took it to mean he should get a move on. He started to get up, about to make a polite excuse, when Warren nodded. Sarah said, "Harrison, we have something we want to tell you."
Yes?
He sat down again with a smile, drawn way out and inviting. She blushed. "We're going to have a baby." His smile widened. "Oh my God! This is huge! When?" She exhaled heavily. "September? You're not upset?"
Why would I be upset?
"You're the first person we've told. She trailed off.
"We're afraid of how people are going to react," said Warren. "We're bringing a new person into this world. There are still a lot of people who think it's too soon to do that." "Was this planned?" asked Harrison.
"Absolutely," Sarah said over Warren's attempt to say yes.
"Then screw everyone else," said Harrison. "This is the best news I've ever heard."
Warren took Sarah's hand.
"Please don't screw everyone else."
"Cody, you're needed back at the office," said Claudia. All three of them jumped, then looked around.
"There she is."
Harrison pointed to a building about 200 yards away. He waved a huge, sweeping motion over his head. "Yes," she said. "Obviously, I see you."
"Can she hear us?"
Warren asked quietly.
"No,"
Harrison and Sarah said simultaneously. Harrison knew that Sarah didn't like to talk shop at home, and he expected Warren knew little about the limits of their abilities.
"Well then," said Warren. "God damn it, I hate it when she does that."
"It's not that much different from what I do," said Sarah, or Harrison.
"Yes, it is," said Warren. "She does it on purpose."
Harrison raised both arms over his head in what he hoped would be readable at Claudia's distance as a shrug. "What are you doing?" Sarah asked him.
"I'm spending a lovely spring day at the park with my children and my friends. And if she wants me to drop that and go do something all boring and work-related, she can come over here and get me. I'm letting her know that I didn't quite hear her. At this range, she'll probably believe me."
"That's so mean."
"No," said Harrison. "Just Machiavellian."
Claudia walked toward them. "You are such an asshole."
"Don't react," said Harrison.
They didn't. It took Claudia a couple of minutes to reach them. Her gait did not imply any particular hurry, which Harrison took as vindication of his behavior. She also did not try to speak to him again along the way, meaning she probably knew he was faking it. Claudia had the ability to cast her voice over great distances by telekinetically pushing the sound waves, or, as she discovered shortly after she reached Chicago, by pushing radio waves. 200 yards was well within her functional range, but some variables interfered with her talent. Sunlight decimated her radio range. Once she and Dr. Tucker, the telekinesis expert at the Bureau of Esoteric Affairs, figured that out, she started working the night shift to take advantage of her extended range. Light posed less of an obstacle to what she did with pure sound, but high noon on a sunny day gave Harrison a slight edge in plausible deniability.
"What's up?"
he asked once she got close enough to hear him. Sarah and Warren remained conspicuously silent.
"Alec needs you,"
Claudia said in a professional and cold tone.
"He has some questions about your last salvage run." "Did you remind him that this is my day off?" Harrison asked.
"No, but he did preemptively ask me to remind you that you are on call 24/7. Having delivered this message, she warmed up a degree. "Hi, Sarah. Long time no see." Sarah smiled. "Hi, Claudia. How have you been?" "Busy, but good. What's new with you?" Warren shifted uncomfortably, but Sarah expertly dodged the question. "We were just talking about where we were on May 30. Warren slept through the whole thing." She nudged him in the ribs, and he rolled his eyes.
"I woke up on a putting green," he said. "No golf course, just one hole with the flag in it. I'm still disoriented." We haven't heard Harrison's story, said Sarah. Can he stay long enough to tell us? No, she said flatly. Claudia, said Harrison, stretching the delay a bit further. What about you? What did you see that day? For a few moments it looked like she would refuse to say anything. Then she sat down. The waves started in New York City at about 10 in the morning and spread in a circle at over half the speed of sound. Do you know how fast sound travels, Harrison? About 740 miles per hour, he said, give or take. Claudia nodded. The wave was moving at almost 400 miles an hour. While I'm sure that seemed pretty fucking fast to you at the time, it took over 8 hours to reach California. I was in San Francisco. Way before it got there, everyone on the West Coast knew it was coming. We had already seen TV coverage of a wall of destruction. We saw footage from helicopters as pilots figured out they wouldn't escape. West Coast news stations kept a running tally of cities that had gone silent. She paused long enough for Harrison to regret asking the question. What did I see? I saw millions of people panicking. I saw riots, pointless looting, streets filled with people climbing over cars, swarming to get out when there was nowhere to go. I saw the fucking end of the world, Harrison. And then it all vanished. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked at the ground. 2 days later, Louise found me. We rode to Chicago on a Harley. She stood up. Are we done playing now? No one spoke. Finally, Harrison stood up. Sarah. It came out as a whisper. He cleared his throat and tried again. Sarah, would you mind taking the kids back to the hotel? She made eye contact with him, nodded, and looked away. Chapter 4. Debriefing. Harrison waited in the director's outer office for nearly 15 minutes. Enough time to get uncomfortable, but not enough time to prepare answers to the questions he anticipated. The door to Alec's office opened. The director poked his head out. Special Agent Cody. Harrison stood. Yes? Come in, please. Alec Baker stood at least 4 inches shorter than Harrison, which in no way made him less intimidating. From his accent, Alec hailed from somewhere in the British Isles. Beyond that, Harrison knew nothing about who or what this man had been before the world changed. The director walked wordlessly to his desk, where he sat and leafed through pages of a file open there. Harrison approached the desk, still standing. Sit, said Alec without looking up. Harrison sat. After a few seconds, Alec slid a sheet of paper across to him, a photograph of the mansion from his most recent mission. Alec gave him a few seconds to inspect it, then slid another photograph across the desk of the same location from a slightly different angle and in less focus. It showed the demolished remains of the building nestled among shredded palm trees. Alec continued to look at the files. What happened here? Harrison hesitated. You would have to ask Agent Coggins, sir. I believe he reviewed the weather telemetry from the transport when we got back. I don't have access to that. Alec looked up. In point of fact, you do have access to that, though I note you did not avail yourself of it. That isn't my question, however. I am aware of the downdraft that somehow completely smashed an entire 3-story house in less than a second, so let me repeat the question. What happened here? Am I being accused of something? Asked Harrison. Alec sat back. Not at the moment. Is there anything you'd care to share with me before we get to that point? Harrison's heart accelerated. Since arriving in New Chicago 5 months earlier and being brought into the NCSA, he had dreaded this question. At best, he would expose they had hired him under false pretenses. At worst, they could deem him a security risk. Unfortunately, by keeping to himself, he now jeopardized the lives of the people he worked with and likely his own. At the end of the day,
Prison would be better than death.
"I think someone has been trying to kill me,"
he said softly. Alex stared him down, perhaps waiting for more, perhaps weighing his possible responses. He drummed his fingers on the edge of his desk.
"I'm sorry. I should have been clearer. Is there anything you'd care to share that isn't already obvious?" Harrison frowned. "Wait, you knew?" "It's my job to know things, Cody."
He picked another paper from the file and handed it to Harrison, a photo of a department store from one of the earlier salvage runs, buried under a mudslide.
"You've only gone on 5 missions, which were all expected to be negligible risk, and 2 of them ended with these disasters. Even under current world conditions, that's a notable record."
He passed Harrison another photo, this time of the wreckage in the Great Lakes Transit Worms station in Milwaukee.
"Wait a minute."
Harrison took the paper.
"This isn't a mission file. This is a file on me." "Of course it's your file," said Alec. "We've been monitoring you ever since you arrived. That train crash was no accident. There was a shield spell blocking the tube near the station. I would love to hear how you survived it, by the way. Once the mudslide took out your second supply run, I suspected a pattern. Once is happenstance. Twice is coincidence," said Harrison. 3 times is enemy action. I've read Ian Fleming, too."
For the first time in Harrison's memory, Alex smiled.
"Well then, we are on the same page after all."
He pulled out a small disc-shaped device from his desk drawer.
"Give me your arm."
Harrison cautiously reached across the desk. Alec took his hand, laid the tiny disc on the back of Harrison's wrist, and pressed his finger to it. Harrison's arm tingled. The disc grew warmer and issued a multitude of tiny pinches.
"What are you doing?"
"Nanobots." Alec returned the disc to his desk.
"Whoever is trying to take you out is using magic to do it, so it's safe to assume they're using magic to track you. The nanobots will infiltrate your circulatory system with tech, which should help scramble whatever spell is being used. Now then, I need to know anything you can tell me about the people, or otherwise, who want you dead."
Harrison rubbed his arm. Whatever Alec had injected into him, he could not sense it inside him.
"You trust me?" "As I said, we have been watching you very carefully. You're terrible at your job, but you've passed every loyalty test we have thrown at you." "Thanks, I think. What loyalty tests?" "They wouldn't be decent tests if you knew about them, would they? And half of them were magical or telepathic. You're clean, as I'm sure you already know." "So," Alec sat back again, "you were about to tell me who is gunning for you." "I honestly do not know," said Harrison. "The first I knew anything about it was when Glimmer spotted that voyeur avatar thing in New York."
Alec rifled through his papers and produced another photo.
"One of these?"
He handed it to Harrison. The picture showed the remains of something humanoid. Its resemblance to Glimmer startled Harrison. Like her, it looked approximately human with prominent insect wings. Unlike her, it had a shriveled, starved look to it. Harrison winced at the bony face of this hideous creature with a sharp chin, sharp nose, sharp cheeks, and small sharp fangs protruding slightly from a lipless mouth. To show its scale, it had been placed next to an ordinary ruler. This revealed the creature to be a bit less than 8 millimeters tall.
"I can't say for sure," said Harrison. "All I saw was glowing snot and insect wings, but maybe it was one of these."
Alec took back all the photos, tapped them on the desk to straighten them, and slid them back into the folder before closing it.
"Beyond that, what do you know?"
Harrison held his hands out.
"Nothing? Honestly. Do you have any suspects? Am I the only target?"
"Nothing solid yet," said Alec.
"And so far, yes, you're the only one who appears to be under fire. The fact it only happens in the field could be significant. The nanobots should make missions safer for you. Wait, does that mean you still want me going on supply runs? I'm not at liberty to discuss your future assignments, said Alec. Sorry, said Harrison, not entirely sure what he apologized for. Right. Now then, when I say I'd love to hear how you survived the shield spell, I don't mean that in a small-talk way. He opened the file again and pulled out the photo of the wreck in the Milwaukee Worm Station, along with 3 more photos from the same shoot. Harrison looked over each photo carefully. He recognized most of the debris, some of the damage more extensive than he had realized, even after 4 days of combing the site looking for Glimmer. He looked up. Alec leaned forward and folded his hands on the desk. Tell me about the train.
Chapter 5. The Trick. Tuesday morning's staff meeting strangely comforted Harrison. He had risen in his new position more by virtue of an accidental gift than through hard work on his part. It therefore reassured him to spend some time in an environment where people treated him as more than a master key. He gathered it had been a pleasant surprise to everyone concerned when they learned he had talents and intelligence beyond his simple, dumb luck. While his actual responsibilities had been vague from the start, his position had evolved into a vaguely administrative one. They had plainly been training him to be a field operative in Baker's umbrella security agency, as his special ability lent itself so well to espionage. They did not, however, appear to expect him to be involved in assignments that could turn violent. They had only given him rudimentary hand-to-hand training, for which he did not show an exceptional aptitude. They did value his insights and problem-solving strategies, unaware of his own mixed assessment of those abilities. It had been less than a year since he had set out, on foot, in a pair of sneakers, imagining he could cross 1,000 miles in under a month. He had risen in rank several times since being brought into New Chicago's government, not unusual for the young country. They had little time to dally with waiting for people to become seasoned before giving them responsibilities. Strangely, each time he advanced, his superiors decreased in number, but he picked up no subordinates. Essentially, he picked up increased latitude and the accompanying accountability, but no leadership. They were surely grooming him for something, but he could not tell what. This particular Tuesday morning meeting would likely be somber. It was May 24th, less than a week before the first anniversary of the end of the world. A large-scale remembrance would take place the following Monday, including a groundbreaking ceremony for a May 30 memorial with a speech from the president. His own day would be light. All the exploration and salvage teams had been recalled, with little chance of a new assignment. The room held fewer occupants than usual, and several he did not recognize. Curiously, he saw Jeanette Lee, the former Surgeon General of New Chicago, though he nearly failed to recognize her out of uniform. Unusually, she wore a troubled look on her face. Given the irregular cast at the meeting, plus her recent resignation, the possibility today's meeting would address a political scandal seemed plausible. Claudia had already arrived, also looking out of sorts. When he made eye contact and raised his brows, she gave him a wide-eyed shrug, then apparently remembered she didn't like him and looked away. She did not often carry herself in a manner even remotely helpless, probably not a good sign. The naiad, Susan, sat at the table as well. Though he had seen her a few times at these staff meetings, he did not fully grasp what role she served in this administration. At least she offered a familiar face, as well as an entrancing one. An unfamiliar centaur knelt on the floor beside her. Several people in uniforms entered together and sat at the table. Harrison found their presence here, at a staff meeting of a civilian security agency, oddly suspicious. Alec Baker arrived last, unexpectedly accompanied by President Hatfield. Claudia snapped to her feet when they entered. Harrison took the cue and followed suit, along with everyone else there. He glanced around the room, finding tense and nervous expressions on every face. Even Claudia, who shared a close personal relationship with the president and lived in a wing of the executive mansion, seemed surprised. "Sit, please," said the president, the full extent of her greetings as she found her own seat at the conference table. Everyone sat. "Right then." Alec took his position at the middle of the table next to President Hatfield. "Down to brass tacks. Most of you do not know why you are here. Or you think you're here for a routine meeting." He held his hand out, the tiny remote control to the presentation system in the room between his thumb and forefinger. "When we're through here, you should all appreciate the need to keep the nature of this meeting discreet." As the lights dimmed, the entire wall behind where Alec stood became a topographical map of North America. Alec waved his hand at it. Hundreds of blue dots appeared at apparently random locations. "These are sites where items or structures have been found that are beyond the state of world technology as of the year 2004. Every site shown here was either discovered by one of our exploration teams or reported by an incoming citizen. These..." He waved his hand again, and a substantially smaller array of red dots appeared, scattered across the map. "Are locations where items possessing some form of magical quality have been discovered." He paused. Everyone in the room scrutinized the board. "I see it." Harrison bit his lip as every head in the room turned in his direction. Trapped, he forged ahead. "Circles." He pointed. Alec's brows went up. "Keenly observed, Special Agent Cody." He waved again. Several dozen narrow blue circles appeared on the map, all arranged like ripples from a stone thrown into a pond. Only a tiny fraction of the blue dots remained visible, the rest covered by the blue ripples. "As you can see, the technological finds are approximately dispersed in concentric circles. Apart from infrastructure such as roads and worm tunnels and the like, 96% of the finds occurred on one of these circles. Initially, we were uncomfortable with that level of certainty. However..." He waved again. Red circles appeared this time, interspersed, and covering all but a handful of the red dots. The map, in two colors, now resembled a huge target, its bullseye at New York City. 99% of the magical finds appear in these circles. We now consider the 4% discrepancy for the tech finds to be based mostly on reporting errors. The point of view pulled back, revealing the entire globe, and the image rotated about the Earth's axis. The circles wrapped all the way around the planet, getting wider until each one reached an approximate great circle, then converged on the other side of the world. The mathematical model shown here has technology bands of uniform width and distribution. The magic bands are slightly narrower and slightly farther spread, but also in a uniform fashion. We have no observational data about any other continent, but if the pattern holds, we have extrapolated there are 512 such technology bands and 343 magical ones. These numbers are significant. They are relatively prime, meaning they have no common factors. In a nutshell, there is nowhere on the planet Earth where two of these bands overlap, with two important exceptions. Tracking the bands inward, we predict there should be one of each at the exact point of origin. The image of the spinning globe froze and zoomed in on New York. The map showed a large violet dot that covered most of Manhattan. The other theoretical location, if the pattern holds, is exactly half a world away from New York. Here. The map zoomed out again, spun and zoomed back in, highlighting a spot in the Indian Ocean, several hundred miles south and west of Australia, it too covered by a violet dot. It should be noted that 512 is a power of 2 and 343 is a power of 7. Given the binary nature of computing technology and the magical significance of the number 7, We do not consider this a coincidence." The room filled with general murmur. Alec did not attempt to contain it. "What's out there?" asked a man Harrison did not know. "At the antipode?" "To the best of our knowledge, nothing. No landmass whatsoever." Alec waved again. The image of the Indian Ocean, covered in rings, gave way to a new one that elicited gasps from many seated at the table, the dead avatar Alec had shown Harrison in their last meeting. Despite having seen it already, he winced. The meeting continued in that vein for an hour. After Alec explained the significance of the avatar he had shown and how difficult it had been to procure a specimen, even a dead one, he went on to present a variety of other discoveries. Some already widely known, such as the universal change in the properties of compasses, others news to Harrison and presumably many of the people there. Alec enumerated the items of advanced technology discovered thus far, all of it childishly simple to operate. Although most of the technology had clearly come from the future, or a possible future, nearly every other surviving human artifact could be easily dated to the year 2004, or shortly before. A few objects from earlier times had been discovered, but they were anomalies. No one had yet found anything resembling a gun, though swords and knives had turned up by the score, some with magical attributes, most without. Electrical power still worked in every building hooked up to it, a full year past the time anyone had paid a bill. Attempts to reach the source of the power had all proved fruitless. Underground cables simply ended, with no sign they drew power from a viable source. The dinosaurs so many people reported discovering in various states of decay were not real. Huge image after huge image flashed across the wall, huge dead animal after huge dead animal. Tissue samples had been collected and their DNA analyzed, revealing them to be hybrids of common lizards and birds, pure and simple. They had grown to monstrous proportions and been sculpted into the shapes familiar to any 6-year-old boy as the result of magical tampering. The beasts had been unable to survive in their new forms for any serious length of time, and now they had died out. No new specimens had been identified in over 6 months. Whatever effect had created them, it had dissipated. The dinosaurs seemed to be an abandoned project, or perhaps a rejected rough draft. The NCSA investigated the collision into the Milwaukee Worm Station to an extent far beyond what Alec revealed to Harrison in their meeting. Alec's people learned of it by early the next morning. A team dispatched to inspect the site 4 days after that. Harrison and Mitchell had missed them by a matter of hours. There had been a shield in the tunnel 20 meters from the door. It had to be placed at a distance from the airlock because it would have been impossible to hold the door shut with a spell. Technology confounded magic, as Glimmer had said it would do to the avatars. Importantly, the door had been locked and the brake system disabled not by magical means, but by industrious hacking. Someone had attempted to take his life, and that of his 2 companions, with a 2-pronged assault. Several other agenda items came and went, with a running theme of the incompatibility of magic and technology. Alec went on, at length and several times, about how casting a spell on anything more technologically advanced than a bicycle was impossible. He offered vague predictions of dire consequences. Strangely, he did not describe experiments gone awry or any observational evidence at all. This nagged at Harrison, and he tried to think back on a year's worth of experiences to find a counterexample. Not the telekinesis, that was science. Incomprehensible, but science. The compass problem? No, that had been explained as not technologically enough to count. There was something, though. He grasped at it, almost found it, but couldn't hold on to it. At last, Alec came to the end of his presentation. Some of the attendees had been taking notes. Alec waited until everyone stopped writing, all eyes focused on him.
Based on these findings, our analysis is the May 30th event was engineered deliberately.
The room exploded into questions. Alec remained standing without responding to anyone. After a few seconds of enduring the cacophony, he smiled at the president with a small shrug. She laughed lightly and stood. The noise died down rapidly. "Thank you." She nodded to Alec. "Director." "Thank you, Madam President." She sat back down. "If I may attempt to summarize the answer to all your questions, we do not know how, we do not know why, and most importantly, we do not know who. What we do know is when. May 30th, 2004. And where." He waved at the wall display one more time, and the map of New York with the violet dot on it came back. "Thus we arrive at the central purpose of this meeting. The evidence overwhelmingly supports New York City as the origin of the event. Not a single survivor from New York City has yet turned up in New Chicago, nor have any of the survivors passed through New York. In fact, only one known survivor traveled here from a point east of New York." The few people in the room who knew Alec referred to Harrison threw glances in his direction. "Tomorrow morning, a fact-finding expedition will leave New Chicago and travel to New York City. Only the people in this room right now will be aware of this expedition. He will be assigned to one of two teams. The primary team, including myself, will depart tomorrow. The backup team will remain here. They will be our only contact, and I must emphasize the very existence of this expedition is not to be revealed to anyone, not even to your own superiors. Until we have an answer to the who question, we are not willing to assume the risk of discovery. In the event the primary team is unable to complete the mission, or does not return, the backup team will be expected to launch a second expedition." He frowned. "The primary team has certain advantages the backup team will not have, so it had better not come to that." No one posed follow-up questions this time. Someone coughed. "Right. So, in addition to myself, the primary team will consist of the following individuals." He waved the screen remote, and the display faded to blank white. "Dr. Hadley Tucker." As Alec read the name, it appeared on the screen as the first item of a bulleted list. The thin man, with large glasses and long blonde hair, seated across the table from Harrison, looked up in evident alarm at his own name in bold letters across the wall. Harrison had met him at his initial meeting with the president and knew him from his work with telekinetics. He also knew Tucker had been working for Esoteric, presumably on the question of magic and technology. "Dr. Jeanette Lee." Harrison watched her virtually non-existent reaction. She had likely seen this coming. Was this why she had resigned so abruptly? If so, she had been let in on something Alec had gone to quite a bit of trouble to explain no one knew yet. Evidently, some of these people had been brought in earlier, while Harrison had not. "Special Agent Harrison Cody." The adrenaline rush caught him off guard. It would be no secret to anyone here why Alec chose him. Given their expedition into the unknown, his uncanny talent could potentially expedite a great number of foreseeable problems. A few people looked at him. He tried not to make eye contact. "Special Agent Claudia de Quiroz." Her eyes went wide briefly before she caught Harrison looking at her and turned away. "Lieutenant Roland Anderson." Harrison looked around at the uniforms. None of them moved. "Sergeant Michael Smith." This time, one of the uniforms, a young man at the end of the table with a shaved head and dark brown skin, sat up a hair straighter. "And Magical Agent Susan," said Alec, with apparent finality. Harrison glanced over at the entrancingly beautiful naiad. He tried to offer her a smile of camaraderie, but unlike everyone else whose name had been called, she showed visible fear. "No." Harrison's jaw dropped at the sound of this response.
In the half-year he had known her, she had spoken maybe a dozen words in his presence. At first he assumed it was a naiad thing until Glimmer explained otherwise. She considered Susan's coy behavior around humans a game and had no patience for it. Claudia offered similar complaints, referring to Susan as Silent Bob. Predictably, none of the men who knew Susan ever had problems with her manner. "I'm sorry," said Alec. "Did you say no? She can't leave the lake." The centaur sitting beside her on the floor stood. "The lake you call Michigan. She can't stray from it, or she'll die." Alec exchanged helpless looks with several of his staff and the president. "Well, bloody hell. This is what happens when departments don't communicate." He tossed a meaningful glance at Tucker, who stared at the table. As the only naiad living in New Chicago, the topic of Susan leaving the environs of Lake Michigan had never come up. In not preparing anyone at the meeting for the specifics of their mission, Alec had inadvertently made an impossible assignment. "Well, this may pose a problem. We were counting on taking a representative from the magical contingent, and Susan is the only spellcaster with a high enough clearance to even get in this door." Harrison spoke up. "What about Glimmer?" The silence that followed gave him ample time to realize what he had done. He thought he had asked, would Glimmer, who would obviously come along with him anyway, be a sufficient representative? As the stares grew more and more awkward, he realized that he had really asked, could Glimmer come along, please? The idea she hadn't been invited to this party began to take hold, and Harrison tried to imagine heading to New York without her. It did not appeal. Alec had a brief whispered exchange with the president, then looked at Harrison. "What exactly is your relationship with the pixie?" The stares had briefly tracked to Alec. Now they all pointed back to Harrison. In the wake of that obvious and appalling implication, Harrison swiftly went from feeling like a fool to feeling like a pervert. Clearly, Alec had considered this issue before now. Harrison had not. He wisely resisted the temptation to say he was her sidekick. "She's my friend," he said, in as non-confrontational a tone as he could muster. "And she helped me through all kinds of situations I never saw coming. She's smart, she's resourceful. I don't know what you're looking for to round out this team, but I know she has a lot to contribute." Alec and the president whispered again. Finally, she said, "We don't doubt any of that, Harrison, but there's a lot about Glimmer we don't know, and she's not talking. That's a problem." "What could you possibly need to know about her that you don't already know?" "What happened to her hand?" Hatfield asked without missing a beat. Harrison's stomach rolled over at the one question he couldn't answer even with a guess. "Does it matter?" "It might," said Alec. "Glimmer is the only pixie in New Chicago, and apart from Susan, the only variety of fairy at all. From what we understand about fairies and their kin, the type of injury she seems to have sustained should be impossible. She cannot, or will not, account for her whereabouts during the 5 weeks between your crash at Milwaukee and her arrival here." "Are you saying you suspect her of something?" Although he directed his anger at Alec, in truth, Glimmer had created this problem. Her apparent inability to answer a simple question without changing the subject or mocking the questioner had finally turned into a liability. Harrison's own forthrightness had made him, over time, easy to trust, whereas her indirectness had cast suspicion on her. "Not at all," said Alec. "I agree with you. She could be a valuable part of this team, and I believe she has already been a positive force in what we're building here. The problem is that this mission is extremely sensitive. If what she's hiding is somehow magically significant, which we believe it might be, she could leave the whole team vulnerable. We can't have that." "What if I find out? What if I get the skinny on what happened to her? If you're satisfied it's the truth and it doesn't open us up to danger somehow, we let her in. Does that work for you? Special Agent Cody, said Alec, this isn't a negotiation. Yes, said President Hatfield. That would be all right. The room froze. After a few seconds, Alec spoke into his hand. I need someone from Esoteric to bring the pixie to my office, straight away. He put his hand down. While we're waiting for that to be sorted out, we'll move along to item 2 on the agenda. He looked at Hatfield. Madam President? He sat as she stood. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, she said, pursuant to Article 39 of the new Chicago Constitution, I will announce my intent to take an executive leave of absence, effective immediately, to extend until July 4th. Quiet general murmur followed. Alec maintained his composure, surely one of the few people in the room who had seen this coming. I will be joining the primary team, said the president. The murmur stopped. Claudia stood, wide-eyed and furious. What? What are you saying? Special Agent Desqueiroz, please. Alec gestured for her to sit down, but she didn't spare him a glance. I don't need your protection, Louise. President Hatfield remained calm. This is not the time, Claudia. Claudia crossed her arms and sat back down. This is bullshit. She said it quietly, but it was by far the loudest sound in the room. As Hatfield continued to explain how the announcement would be made and when the vice president would be sworn in as acting president, Alec stood up and walked around the table to Harrison. Come, he whispered. Harrison got up and they left the room. Alec's office was up one floor from the conference room. They did not speak in the elevator. Once they got to the office, they spent about 20 minutes waiting for Glimmer to arrive. A few minutes in, Harrison broke the silence. Can Hatfield legally take a break from being president for a month? Yes, said Alec. The founders built executive leave into the Constitution for this type of situation. He declined to offer his opinion on the wisdom of her exercising the privilege in this case. At last, one of Alec's people brought Glimmer to the door. Although he invited her in courteously, she eyed him with suspicion. She wore a rose kimono with a floral print and a wide white obi tied in a bow at the back. A pair of slender black sticks held her hair up in a silver bun. Her feet were bare. Despite the warm spring weather, she continued to conceal her right hand with a mitten. May we have a few minutes alone, please? Harrison asked when Alec gave no indication he intended to leave. That's fine, but do keep it brief. He closed the door behind him. That he so readily left them alone meant he would certainly be monitoring the room, no doubt equipped with the cutting edge of whatever recording equipment had been salvaged from wherever. It would make no difference. Given Glimmer's voice was nothing more than a magical stimulation of the listener's eardrums, no microphone would pick up anything she said. What's his problem du jour? She asked as soon as Alec closed the door. Harrison laughed at the cynical question and the knowledge Alec would not hear it. He thinks we're dating. What, you and him? She asked. Harrison laughed again. No, you and me. Oh, are we? He said, no. Do you want to? Harrison put his hands to his temples and blinked. Okay, that's not at all what I brought you here to talk about. Oh, she said. Well, what then? I was in the middle of a pretty important experiment when your flunkies hauled me out of the lab. What happened to your hand? She looked at him sideways. Did you have Alec arrange all this just so you could ask me that? She frowned. What a shitty thing to do. You know I don't want to talk about it. Can't you let it go? It's not me that wants to know this time, he said. It turns out you're a bit of a national security dilemma. Alec is concerned that you may be hiding something of a magical nature, that it could pose a hazard.
She scowled at him. Hey, I'm not making this up. He paused. Listen, there's a situation and I've asked for you to be included. But Alec won't do it without full disclosure on your part. You can keep not talking about this as long as you want, but I think we could really use your help on this one. Her scowl deepened. Please? She looked away, and for a moment it seemed possible she would cry. Then she closed her eyes and held out her hand.
Pull.
He took the mitten delicately between thumb and forefinger and pulled. The mitten came off. She held up both hands, palms out, fingers spread. At first, given their size, he couldn't tell the difference between them, until he counted fingers. The index finger on her right hand was gone, the spot where it had been a pink bump, a scar that had not quite healed. Oh God, Glimmer, what happened? She put her hands down.
That was my trick.
On the train, when Harrison said he needed a bomb to push the front end into the shield spell while they rode it out in the rear, she said she knew a trick. Shortly after that, she provided the needed explosion, but vanished for more than a month. You blew up your finger?
I had to break it off first,
she whispered. Oh, Jesus. He clutched his hair. Oh, my God. Glimmer, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Her face devoid of readable expression, she asked,
What did you think happened that day?
I thought you had gone off to die, he said. I thought that's why you gave me your medal. He had stopped wearing it when Glimmer turned up alive, but now he reached for the spot where it used to hang. She shrugged.
That was a possibility.
So where were you that whole time? He asked. Would she finally give him a straight answer? Did she understand or even care what would happen if she did not?
Recovering. I was in a chrysalis, barely aware for weeks, but I did notice you and Mitchell walk right by me. Several times. I tried to wave.
She shrugged and smiled. He rubbed his face. He had gone through a period of horrific, self-inculpating depression when he thought he had been responsible for her death, and then he had let himself off the hook. When I saw you at the Welcome Center, I was so relieved. I thought the bandage was from something that happened afterward. I'm so sorry. She flew to his face and brushed it with her hurt hand. The stinging shocks felt like penance.
I know.
He closed his eyes.
Hey, she whispered. Spy Boy must be getting nervous by now.
In spite of his anguish, Harrison laughed. You're right. He made no move to let Alec back in.
So that's full disclosure, said Glimmer. Self-inflicted wound, laid up for a month. What happens now?
Harrison chose to interpret this open-ended question as pertaining only to the political situation. They would deal with the personal situation over time. Now, assuming Alec is satisfied with your answer... He paused, looking for the words that would describe the undertaking of what would be, without a doubt, the most important job on the entire planet. Now we get to work, someone said, and the confidence, the seriousness of purpose in those words almost prevented Harrison from recognizing his own voice. Chapter 6. The Expedition. How long will you be gone? Sarah had started to show, her face a bit fuller than the last time Harrison had seen her. Mitchell stood in the doorway to the guest room in Sarah and Warren's apartment. They lived in an office building that had survived May 30 and been converted into housing. Between her government contacts and her celebrity at being one of the first known pregnant survivors, Sarah now rated a slightly larger living space than most. She had finagled a move into a 3-bedroom apartment to make room for a family. The prospect of staying there thrilled the kids, used to living with Harrison in a pair of adjoined hotel rooms.
"About 2 weeks, I think," said Harrison. "It depends how long it will take us to get everything moved out."
The cover story for his prolonged absence from New Chicago involved him going on a long-range salvage mission, including the transport of some heavy equipment. He was required to be vague about the details. If it became necessary after the fact, on his return, the story would be the equipment had turned out to be impossible to move without destroying it.
2 weeks? That's awesome!
Harrison laughed at Mitchell's unabashed glee.
"I'll try not to take that personally."
Dorothy emerged from the guest room where she had been setting up her space. She only had with her what they brought straight from school, but she had already begun arranging her few toiletries to mark her territory and build her nest. "But you're going to miss the memorial."
Harrison shrugged. "Couldn't be helped. Something about a window of opportunity."
Dorothy looked at him with questioning eyes and thinned her lips. "That's too bad." He smiled and gave her a slight nod, which she returned. This would definitely be a conversation when he got back. "Why don't you two go check out the community room?" said Sarah. "They put in an air hockey table. You should go get in line to play."
"Cool! I love this place!"
Mitchell took off out the door. Dorothy sighed and went to chase him. Sarah closed the door behind them and leaned against it for emphasis. "All righty, mister. Let's hear it."
"I can't." He gave her his best guilty shrug. "Not this time. I'm sorry."
Her eyebrows went up. "Whoa, you're serious."
"Yeah, and it kinda gets worse. I don't think I'm gonna be back in 2 weeks.
"How long?" She sat down on a sofa.
"I really don't know. It could be 2 weeks. It could be 2 months.
He looked around the apartment, trying to take in how his kids would be living for a long while.
"Are you sure I'm not putting you out? You tell me, right? I mean, you've got this whole baby deal going on. I don't want to put any more pressure on you."
"What pressure? I don't do anything. I'm still on the government payroll, but they haven't even asked me to report in for over a month. I think they're coddling me. To be honest, it'll be nice to have some more faces around here. I'm getting bored." He smiled.
"Remember that when they get into a screaming argument in the middle of the night. One thing I can promise you is you won't be bored."
"Harrison," she said, "you are coming back, aren't you?"
"That's the plan. Don't worry. I can't imagine they'd let me near anything truly dangerous."
"Please come back."
"Will do."
He jerked his thumb back over his shoulder.
"I have to pack and say goodbye to the little monsters."
Sarah held out her hand. Harrison grabbed it and pulled her up off the sofa. She used her momentum to throw herself around Harrison in a tight hug. "Please come back." She kissed him on the cheek and pulled away. "Warren is going to kick himself for missing you. He keeps saying we should have you over, and we never do anymore."
"You can have me over when I get back," he said. "Which I will."
"Take care of yourself. I'll try to return your kids in the same condition they were in when I got them." Harrison woke up at 2 a.m., alert and excited. 45 minutes later, he arrived at the garage. Not the first person to report, but earlier than most. Parked there, 7 oversized all-terrain vehicles awaited their next salvage or scouting assignment. Though their armor plating suggested a military origin, these giant 6-wheeled vans bore no weaponry. Harrison called them buggies. He had gone on 4 salvage runs in these transports and been part of the expedition that discovered them. A man inspected the outside of one of the buggies, looking at a checklist. Harrison remembered him from the meeting as Michael Smith, the sergeant. He no longer wore his uniform, but a plaid flannel shirt and blue jeans.
"Good morning,"
said Harrison. Smith looked up from his paper.
"Cody, you're early. That your gear?"
He indicated the pack on Harrison's back.
"Yes, sir,"
said Harrison.
"Save your sirs for the lieutenant," said the sergeant.
"Sorry," Harrison said awkwardly. "Don't be.
Give me your pack. I need to weigh it.
Harrison took it off and handed it over. Smith took the bulging pack and lifted it to his eye level with one hand.
What's in this thing? It hardly weighs anything.
The fabric of the pack had a gravity-resistant mesh sewn into it, which canceled the weight of anything inside. Harrison picked it up on his way to New Chicago the previous year, along with the assortment of gadgets he packed in it for this trip.
Just a few things. Not much.
Smith set Harrison's pack on the cargo scale in the garage. It registered at 3 kilograms, the exact mass of the pack itself, not the contents. Smith shook his head and made a note.
You should check in with the director. He's inside the transport.
The transport seated 24 people, not counting the driver. Cramped when filled to capacity, but ample room for 8 people and a pixie to ride in luxurious spaciousness. Harrison entered the buggy and found Alec talking quietly to another man he did not recognize, both dressed in plain shirts and pants, loading a crate of food sponges into a cabinet. A machine discovered early on manufactured these by converting raw vegetation into nutritionally complete ration bars, chewy, flavorless, and traditionally eaten with a slew of condiments to make them palatable. Harrison saw plenty of sponges, but nothing to put on them. This would be a dreary trip.
Cody,
said Alec, with a mild tone of surprise.
You're early.
Yeah, said Harrison.
I've been getting a lot of that this morning.
Alec pointed to a hatch in the rear of the cabin.
Stow your pack down there. Make yourself comfortable. When everybody's here, I have a few comments I'd like to make before we get underway.
Harrison stuffed his pack into a nook behind the hatch and took a seat. A few minutes later, Claudia and President Hatfield climbed into the buggy. They each tossed a duffel bag into the cargo compartment. Neither said a word. Claudia wore her usual T-shirt and jeans, and Louise had dressed far down from her usual presidential attire. In their drab civvies, all of these people created the effective illusion of their own unimportance. Louise sat. Claudia walked to the front of the vehicle and stopped at Harrison's seat.
Can I talk to you for a minute? Outside?
Sure. Harrison stood. She led him to the back of the garage, far enough away that no one would hear them.
I don't like you.
Great, said Harrison.
You know, let me finish. Damn, is this really how you want to start off here?
Shut up, she said.
I mean it. I have to say this, and you have to let me.
Harrison said nothing. Claudia said nothing.
Go,
he said.
I don't like you. I think you're full of yourself, you're not as smart as you think you are, and you're rude. I wanted to get that out in the open before we left, because I don't want you to think that this is going to be some big chance for us to bond. That doesn't mean I won't watch your back. I will. I expect you to watch mine, too. Just stay out of my way while you do it.
My turn? Said Harrison.
Sure.
Good. I'll keep this short. I'm too old to give a shit whether the cool girl likes me. Try to remember that when we're watching each other's backs. By the time Harrison got back to the buggy, Hadley Tucker and Jeanette Lee had arrived. Jeanette had dressed as inconspicuously as the others, and Tucker wore a light green and orange Hawaiian shirt. Tucker supervised the various tests run on Harrison's telekinetic ability when he first joined up, but they hadn't seen much of each other since then. Glimmer knew him from their work together at Esoteric Affairs. Harrison walked back to Jeanette.
Is this seat taken?
She looked up from a packet of stapled papers. No. She went back to her reading. Jeanette had black hair, about 1% gray, and the tiniest hints of lines around her eyes. Another of the first faces he had seen as a citizen of New Chicago, she had also been part of the experiments performed on him early on to test his lock ability. Unlike Tucker, Jeanette had seen Harrison several times since then at various social functions, and they got along. She would be the closest thing he had to a friend on this mission.
Do you like me?
He asked without thinking. She looked up again, this time with a stern expression. Are you hitting on me?
What? No, I mean, no, He faltered. Crap, I can't say anything right. No, I'm not hitting on you. She frowned. I hope that's the right answer, said Harrison. Alec hates me. Claudia just informed me in explicit language that I suck, and I was wondering if anybody on this bus is going to give me the time of day for the next few weeks. Jeanette put down her reading material.
Do you know why I'm here?
In case one of us gets hurt or sick?
She shook her head. I'm probably the best surgeon left in North America. You don't really think they brought me along as a field medic, do you?
I guess not,
he said. We have no idea what we're going to find in New York. The only thing we're pretty sure we won't find is survivors. I'm here in case we find people who are, shall we say, not survivors. The hope is I might determine, from whatever remains we come across a year after the fact, why they didn't survive. I have no idea if I'll be able to do that, and I have no idea if I'll even have to do that.
Oh, okay, said Harrison.
The reason I'm telling you this, which you're too afraid to ask right now, is that I think I'll be far too preoccupied to worry about hurting your feelings. I am not at liberty to be your guidance counselor, Harrison, so you're going to have to work out your friendship issues on your own. Harrison sat still for a moment, unsure whether to feel chastised or stupid. He got up to go sit somewhere else. As long as we're clear on that point, yes, I like you very much. She smiled at him warmly and went back to her reading. Glimmer arrived last. She wore a black leatherette jacket and pants with embroidered orange flames running down the sleeves and legs. The partly zipped jacket revealed a black T-shirt underneath with the Harley-Davidson logo across her chest. Around her waist she wore both a belt and a chain, and over her back she had slung a tiny black backpack. A black motorcycle helmet covered her head. There were no black biker boots on her feet. You probably won't need the helmet, you know, said Harrison. The buggy isn't exactly open air.
I like the helmet.
She took it off anyway, shook her sparkly hair out, and tossed it back, revealing her black sunglasses.
Hey, I need to talk to you about something Claudia said to me yesterday. I want to get your take on her idea.
Great.
He rolled his eyes. As an afterthought, he asked, You like me, don't you? She kissed him on the cheek.
Oh, shut up.
Their first day out consisted mostly of staring out the window while the buggy managed a variety of terrains. Sergeant Smith drove. They traveled through plentiful forest, across scattered plains, along some fragments of highway and past some oddities. Harrison played I Spy with Glimmer for part of the day. Claudia retreated into her Game Boy. They feasted on sponges, took turns in the tiny lavatory to address their hygiene needs, and slept in their seats. Day 2 began about the same. They continued along, making good time until mid-afternoon. Hadley and Jeanette engaged in a conversation about magic fields and parapsychology. At one point, when Hadley mentioned something Glimmer had shown him, he sat up. "Where's Glimmer?" he asked, loudly enough for everyone to hear. As Harrison looked around to see her response, it turned out to be a valid question. He looked at Claudia, and their eyes locked. She nodded slightly. "Lieutenant," Smith called from the driver's seat, "we have a possible situation." Lieutenant Anderson moved up to the front of the buggy. He and the sergeant exchanged a few words, but spoke much too quietly for anyone else to hear. He looked back over his shoulder. "Director, you may want to see this." Alec went up to join the two men. After briefly conferring with them, he came back to the other passengers. "Everybody stay put." A whining roar came from outside. It got louder and passed over them. Harrison looked out the window beside him. The sound came from a large, gray object, its exact size impossible to tell because it flew over them at a distance. Shaped like a manta ray, it circled them. After 2 rapid passes, it became clear at least 2 of these flyers bore down on them. The buggy came to a full stop. "Don't let anyone leave," Alex said to Lieutenant Anderson, who nodded. One of the manta things landed on the ground in front of them. The others continued to circle. "Armed, you think?" Anderson said to Alec. "Not likely, but they may not have to be." A ramp extended from the landed flyer and 4 men emerged. They wore swords and took positions in front of the buggy. "This can't be good," Harrison muttered. "I'll be right back," Alec told the team. "Seal the door behind me." Sergeant Smith nodded. Everyone got up and moved to Harrison's side of the vehicle where they had a better view. As soon as Alec stepped out of the buggy, the 4 men converged on him. No one made any moves that could be described as particularly threatening, and they spoke for about 2 minutes, at which time Alec walked back to the buggy. He got back in and closed the door. "What do they want?" Louise asked. "The transport," said Alec. "They would like to offer us their protection in exchange for it, and they will give us a lift to their base. Pretty standard shakedown on the face of it. Unfortunately, we haven't got much time to consider this. They think they've cast a persuasion spell on me, and it's spinning out right now onto all of you. If we don't all pile out of here in about 2 minutes, they'll know it didn't work. We have that much time to decide if we want to tip our hand." Hadley stood up. "A spell? Are you sure? Are they human? Were they using some sort of projection tool?" "I don't know," said Alec. "A human shouldn't be able to cast a spell like that. Are you sure it didn't work? May I speak with them?" "No, you may not speak with them. Sit down." Hadley sat. Alec sighed. "Yes, I'm sure they tried it and know it didn't work. Bess filters all that rubbish and sends me a signal to tell me what she's caught." "Bess?" said Harrison. "His little sword," said Claudia. Alec glowered at her. "This may be an opportunity," said Louise. "The purpose of this venture is to gather information. If these really are humans casting spells, we may have more to gain by going along with them than by trying to make a stand." Alec nodded. "Agreed. And at any rate, we may not have a choice." He shook his head. "Right. Anything not already locked down should go into the cargo vault this instant. Sergeant, please encode the doors so the entire transport will go into lockout mode as soon as we are out. Cody, do not make contact with any part of the transport once you are on the ground." He looked around at the dumbfounded faces of his team. "Straight away, people, let's do this." Everyone followed these new orders as though they made perfect sense when, as far as Harrison could tell, they were basically surrendering to pirates. His safest bet would be to say nothing, to follow swiftly and hope for the best. He struggled to distinguish this blind trust from madness. One of the first out, Harrison emerged holding his hands over his head. No one took an interest in him, and seeing no other hands raised, he lowered his. The others came out with no evident plan regarding what to do next. Harrison could not tell how much of their apparent surrender was an act. He needed no acting. Sergeant Smith exited last, and as soon as he cleared the door, it snapped shut. One of the raiders approached the buggy, but not closely. He waved something that looked like a calculator at the vehicle, then inspected the device and put it in his pocket. A burly man with one hand resting on his still undrawn sword herded Harrison up the ramp into the parked flyer. Only he, Claudia, Hadley, and Lieutenant Anderson entered before the door sealed. Outside the window, the other flyer landed, and the rest of the team boarded it. Harrison sat still, silently gazing out a window. They took to the air, and he fought off a touch of vertigo. The other flyer took off as well and appeared to abandon the buggy. Then it circled back, swooped down on the transport, and snatched it up. It hung from the belly of the flyer, its rear end protruding slightly ahead of the flyer's nose. Clutched backward like that, it looked helpless, and Harrison adjusted his impression of the flyer. Before, it had looked like a manta ray. Now it more closely resembled an owl taking flight with a freshly captured baby rabbit in its claws. He shivered. "Excuse me," Hadley said to one of their 6 captors. "Where are we going?" At first it did not appear he would get an answer, but after a long pause, and still without looking at him, one of the pilots said,
"The castle."
"A castle?"
This time the pilot did turn. "The castle. You guys are lucky. You're about to meet the monarch of the Lone Star Kingdom."
Hearing these words, Harrison's fear resolved itself. He slumped in his seat, now solidly convinced Alec was an idiot, and they were screwed. Chapter 7. The Castle. They spent over 2 hours in the air, riding in silence under the scrutiny of their captors. Harrison tried to make eye contact with each of his teammates in the hopes they could, somehow, communicate without words. Hadley merely smiled, and Claudia wouldn't look at him. Roland stared at his hands, folded in his lap, but his eyes flickered toward the front of the flyer several times. That more than one government had risen from the ruins of the United States did not surprise Harrison. It even stood to reason that multiple small nations might coexist harmoniously in this new land. While New Chicago happily turned out to be a U.S.-style democracy, that any of these new governments would be a monarchy likely meant trouble. What type of person would declare himself a king, and what would it be like to live under that person's thumb? On top of all this, Harrison could not shake his ingrained Yankee prejudices about Texas. This Lone Star Kingdom was bound to be a problem. They flew over a landscape as incongruous as any they had yet encountered, until a perfectly square, bright green patch, at least half a mile on each side, interrupted the vast desert plain. It represented lush, dense plant life, including palm trees side by side with firs. Ferns, ivy, grass, or moss covered every bit of open ground. Roads ran through this motley forest, and at the exact center of the square stood a stark, blocky building, all right angles with wide turrets at the corners. Difficult to see at first, a monochrome olive, it looked more like a shadow of the surrounding brush than an object in its own right. A moat ringed the structure, its bottom painted Windex blue. A road led across it, with a fixed bridge rather than a drawbridge, marking the water as decoration, not defense. The flyer set down outside the moat, gliding into an open hangar which held 3 more manta-like aircraft. As he stepped off the ramp, the heat hit Harrison like a flaming wall. Unlike the sticky New England summer heat from his home, this felt like being in a toaster. As they walked out of the hangar toward the bridge, the other flyer glided down and released the transport. It let go about a foot off the ground, and the vehicle hit with a crunching noise. The buggies were sturdy enough to take such punishment, but that didn't stop Harrison from flinching. Rather than a magnetic device, a simple metal claw made of a dozen opposing hooks hung from the bottom of the flyer. They opened and grasped one more time at nothing, as though stretching their muscles after hauling such a heavy burden so far, then retracted completely into the flyer's underbelly. Harrison added to his list of indignities the buggy would now require a paint job. The other team members emerged from their flyer, and their captor herded all 8 of them across the bridge. As they passed over the moat, the familiar scent of chlorine rose from the water. The castle itself did not present the expected, bold yet graceful, vague storybook look with towers and curves. This thing was a box, pure and simple, like something built from a child's set of construction blocks, and an off-brand at that. They walked through an open portcullis into an ordinary lobby, over carpeted floors and past comfortable, expensive-looking furniture placed tastefully throughout. Floor lamps revealed this so-called castle wired for electricity. The illusion might have held if not for the fact the walls looked exactly the same on the inside as outside, made of rectangular blocks of rough olive-green stone, with square windows at regular intervals. Not apparent from outside, but clear as day from inside, The windows held vertical iron bars instead of glass. Apart from the obvious concerns there, no glass also meant no air conditioning. Bad news in the Texas heat. The sun had begun to set, which brought the relief of cooler air, but tomorrow would be bad. About a dozen men occupied this first room, some purposeful, others idle. Louise and Jeanette represented the only female presence. Women and girls made up 55% of New Chicago's human population, yet this group of scavengers, which numbered at least 20, consisted entirely of men. Their hosts took them down a long hallway with the same approximate decor as the lobby. The lack of adornment on the walls, no tapestries or paintings or anything to make this feel like a true medieval setting, gave the impression of a facility designed by someone who had only ever heard vague and inaccurate descriptions of castles. Their journey ended at the entrance to an enormous chamber with a red carpet leading from the door to a raised platform near the far wall. On the platform sat an enormous and ornate chair, and on the chair sat a man in a garish costume. A child's concept of a throne room. Despite his anxiety, Harrison had to consciously keep himself from snickering. The guards standing along the walls, wearing armor and carrying an abundance of weapons, from knives and swords to pikes and halberds, helped keep his mirth in check. 2 of the armed men were not human. One had the pointed ears of a wolf high on the sides of his head, his face otherwise gruff, though it bore approximately human features. The other had the head of an albino tiger, entirely feline, and he clutched his axe with wide, clawed pads. "Kneel before His Majesty," commanded one of the Lone Star brigands. They did so. As Harrison bowed his head, he glanced up at the alleged king. He wore a shark-skinned suit and a white fur coat, topped off with a crown surely pillaged from a Halloween shop. As he looked upon this absurd caricature, a déjà vu nagged Harrison, the sense he had seen this face somewhere before. "Arise, travelers!" the faux monarch bellowed, in an accent obviously not Texan. "Welcome to the kingdom of Texas." Harrison stifled a groan. This king laid it on way too thick. The others all smiled politely. The people of this kingdom thought he and his teammates were ensorcelled, charmed into accepting the offer of protection. Alec's enchanted sword had protected him, and by extension the whole team, from the spell. But none of the Texans knew that. From this perspective, the picture started to come into focus. They intended this hokum with its nonsense, storybook king and castle, for an enchanted audience. "You must surely be hungry and tired," said the king. Harrison pretended to be stupid and a tourist, and it all became a game, easy to follow. His new perspective suggested the king must be attempting a British accent, like a player at a Renaissance fair. Alec bowed. "Indeed we are, Your Majesty." The spy's authentic English accent drew a sharp contrast against the faux speech of the faux monarch, and his brows rose. Nevertheless, he gave a regal nod. "I believe you will find our hospitality to your liking," he said to Alec. Now, with a true basis for comparison, the king's accent did not sound British at all. Harrison recognized the cadence, though. The déjà vu hit him again. "Widely known is the generosity of the Lord of the Lone Star," said the king. With the king's pronunciation of the word star, Harrison finally placed his accent beneath the attempted British as eastern Massachusetts, possibly Southie, more likely Worcester. Then the déjà vu picked him up by his collar and gave him a shake. When it put him down and he regained his bearings, he blurted out, "Scott?" The king froze. He had barely acknowledged Harrison before, but now he locked eyes on him. "What? What did you call me?" "Begging your Majesty's pardon." He bowed his head. "Look at me." The king spoke in a commanding voice, almost convincingly regal, and Harrison looked up. After many long moments staring at Harrison without any change of expression, he said, "Cody." Harrison gulped. "Yes, Your Majesty." The king grinned. "Harry Cody! Now what are the odds of that?" King Scott surveyed his crop of newcomers with a new intensity, then snapped his fingers. A toady appeared. "Our guests require food and beds." He looked at the group, sizing them up individually. "Show the girl to the dormitory. The rest will stay in our finest quarters." Alec and Louise both glanced at Claudia but said nothing. She shrugged and smiled nervously. King Scott took Harrison by the shoulders and sighed deeply. "Harry Cody." He smiled and shook his head. "It's good to see you again, Harry. I look forward to catching up with you. I'm afraid I have some royal duties that demand me at the moment, but we'll have lots of time. Eat, rest. We'll talk tomorrow." With that, 2 of King Scott's guards led the 8 members of the new Chicago team away. Alec and Harrison were shown to the room they were to share. Apart from Claudia going to what King Scott called the dormitory, they had no way of knowing where the others went. The room resembled the design of the rest of the castle, carpeted, wired for electricity, bare stone walls, barred window. A glass light fixture hung from the ceiling. The furniture consisted of a set of bunk beds, a table with 2 chairs, and a dresser. A door to the side led to a privy, which turned out to be a real bathroom with running water, including a shower. They were soon brought a meal of cold meat and bread, which they ate politely. Harrison found it a great deal more satisfying than the sponge he had eaten for lunch. Their hosts served the meal on metal trays, with no utensils, and with metal cups to fill from the bathroom sink. As soon as they began to eat, their escort left the room. The inevitable click of a deadbolt sliding into place did not surprise them. The door didn't even have a handle on the inside. "So," said Harrison, around a mouthful of what he hoped was beef, "here I am again, but this time I get a window. And a roommate." He looked at Alec, who had gotten up from the table. Alec raised one hand, signaling for him to be quiet, and closely examined the seam between the carpet and the wall. He went the whole way around the room doing this, then inspected all the furniture, turning the mattresses and pulling the drawers all the way out of the dresser. He inspected the light fixture, the bars on the windows, and several places in the room that did not have distinguishing features. The search took 15 minutes, during which neither Alec nor Harrison spoke. Once he finished his sweep, Alec drew his short sword from its invisible scabbard. He held it over his head and pulled it around in 3 complete circles, as though drawing himself a wide halo. Then he slashed it through the air 3 times, describing a sideways figure 8. It whooshed softly, and Harrison grew edgy someone outside might hear it. Finally, Alec held the sword out and looked at the blade. Satisfied, he sheathed it. "The room's clean," he said. "Start talking." Harrison swallowed. "His name's Scott McCarthy. I know him in high school. We weren't close, but we had a few classes together. History, I think, and chemistry." "What was he like?" "Like I said, I didn't know him well. He was a jock, I was a nerd. My impression of him was he wasn't very nice or very bright. I didn't imagine him ever really making anything of himself. I certainly never saw him as a world leader." "Was he a bully?" "Yes," said Harrison. "Yes, he was." Alec sat down. "You realize you've jeopardized us all." "What, because I recognized him?" "Because you told him you recognized him. By now he must be trying to determine if the persuasion spell has worn off. He was trying to impress us, and the fact you already knew him is the sort of revelation that could shatter the effect. In the plus column, we know these guys aren't the guys who were trying to kill me before." "Yes, we do. Else why bother to put you in a locked room? Or we don't. They may be in collusion in simply not communicating properly. At the very least, we know Scott himself probably isn't linked to the avatars that were following you. He knows you personally, but he didn't recognize you until you opened your fool mouth."
Alec's eyes narrowed. Interesting coincidence, don't you think? It seems odd that someone from your past has turned up. I don't believe anyone else has had that experience so far. Harrison frowned. I have no idea. You don't happen to know his birthday by chance? Harrison shook his head. He glanced out the window and changed the subject. What do you make of them, in general? They're overconfident, certainly. And despite appearances, I think they may be pretty small-scale. I counted a total of 31 individuals, including the werewolf and were-tiger. There are likely more, but I would have expected more activity if there were many inhabitants of this castle. The towers were unmanned, for one thing, which suggests they're understaffed. We should use that to our advantage when the time comes. Alec sat down next to Harrison and scowled at him. You do understand, now, escape is imperative. The longer we dally here, the more pieces of the puzzle they'll find. Harrison looked out the window again. This time the merest curve of a smile crept up his face. Then I suppose it's time for me to earn my keep. Alec shook his head in disgust. Cody, you're our ace in the hole. You can't go running about, letting everyone out until we have some sort of viable plan. Harrison grinned. I'm our ace showin'. We have pocket aces, too. What the hell are you talking about? Harrison's grin morphed into a quizzical sneer. Do you even play poker? Oh, never mind. What the hell I'm talking about is that we have way more than one secret trick, and I may already have some sort of viable plan. Really? Got a plan, have you? Alec leaned back in his chair, his face a mixture of mock fear and mock awe. Tell me, how are we going to get out of this one? Harrison looked to the window again. Hey, Rocky, watch me pull the rabbit out of a hat. Chapter 8. Presto.
That trick never works.
Glimmer stood in the window, wearing a black turtleneck and black pants, her hair tucked completely under a black knit cap. No shoes.
Where have you been? Alec asked her.
Keep your shirt on. I've been skulking.
She made a show of looking furtively over each shoulder, then glided into the room.
Did you find Claudia? Asked Harrison.
Yeah, she said, from the outside, but I'm pretty sure I can get you there from here. You'll have to be quiet when you get there because there are a bunch of people asleep in the same room.
Alec gave an impatient grunt.
Where have you been? Claudia's plan, said Harrison. She told Glimmer that if the team ever got in trouble, Glimmer should take off and hide. She's able to sneak around in ways none of us can. She was supposed to wait for Claudia's signal, which I'm guessing you got not too long ago.
He directed the last question to Glimmer, who nodded.
I followed you guys out here, and then I flew in circles around the castle until I heard Claudia's voice. That thing she does is pretty focused, so once I heard her, it was easy to find her window. Finding you is trickier. She wants you guys to get her out as soon as possible. She seems pretty scared. Poor kid.
Did you find anyone else? Asked Harrison.
The professor and the army guys are next door, she said. I couldn't find the other two.
Can you check the halls for guards? Asked Alec.
Already did, she said. There aren't any.
That's weird, said Harrison. Not at all, said Alec. There aren't that many people here. They'd be spreading themselves pretty thin if they had too many night watchmen. Besides, they may not think we pose any risk. We should take advantage of it while they have their guard down.
He went to the door and put his ear to it.
Nothing.
He waved Harrison over.
Come on.
Harrison walked to the door and reached for it. Alec grabbed his hand before he could touch the lock.
You understand. You Inde Kirals are not authorized for these kind of tactics. When this is over, we are going to have a conversation. Fine.
Harrison pulled his hand from Alec's grasp and placed it on the door. The bolt popped open, and the door swung slightly away from the room. Alec pushed it open. The room next door had an identical lock. They freed Anderson, Smith, and Tucker, then followed the pixie. Glimmer led the 5 men through the castle to the place Scott had called the dormitory. They encountered no one on the way. Alec gave no indication of finding this a relief. The door looked exactly like the doors to the rooms where they had been held, a simple handle and a keyhole. No latch, but a deadbolt that locked the door from the outside only, with enough space between the door and the frame to see the bolt even from a distance. "Are you sure this is it?" asked Alec.
"Yes,"
said Glimmer. Harrison put his hand on the handle, and the deadbolt inside slid back with an audible click. He pulled the door open. Light from the hall spilled into the room, much larger than the one he had shared with Alec, but of the same basic design. Someone stifled a gasp, and someone else choked off a fearful moan. "What the hell?" Harrison asked no one in particular. "Harrison!" Claudia ran to the door. "Thank Christ! Is Alec with you?" "Yes." Harrison's eyes grew accustomed to the dimness. The room housed dozens of bunk beds arranged in rows, like a barracks, many of them occupied. Several girls about Claudia's age sat up in bed. None of them spoke. Alec pulled the door open wider, letting more light in, and pushed his way past Harrison into the room. As he did so, several of the girls flinched, and one started to whimper. Claudia put her hand flat on Alec's chest and pushed him back a step. "Don't come in here. These girls are all very spooked right now." "Oh my God," said Harrison. "Please tell me this isn't what it looks like." "Not sure I can help you there, champ," said Claudia, "unless you think this looks like something that isn't human trafficking. Otherwise, nope, shit out of luck there." One of the girls started to cry. "Oh God, Melissa, I'm sorry. Shit." Claudia ran back to the crying girl and said something Harrison could not hear. The 5 men from New Chicago stood still. The girl calmed down, and Claudia came back. "Is Hatfield here?" asked Alec. Claudia shook her head. "Nobody here is much older than I am. Some are younger. I have no idea where they took the women." Harrison thought back on his first impression of the castle earlier that day. "There are no women here." "Oh, no," said Hadley, growing pale. Harrison turned to Glimmer, who was apparently standing by for further instructions. In her glorious but randomly applied innocence, she had no idea what was going on. "Glimmer, castles have dungeons, right?"
"Yes, they do."
"Find this one's dungeon," he said. She zipped away. "Alec," said Claudia, "we have to get these girls out of here. Right now. I count 28, not including me." Alec looked around the room, then back at her, but said nothing. Harrison turned his attention to Lieutenant Anderson. "Could you pilot one of those flyers they used to bring us here? You were scoping out the controls, weren't you?" "Yes," the lieutenant said. "Can we use one to evacuate almost 40 people?" Anderson grimaced at this geometry problem. 8 team members plus 28 frightened girls would be a tight squeeze in one of those manta things. But Anderson had spent the entire flight to the castle studying the flyer. Alec watched them both without comment or expression, and Claudia tried to take in all 3 of their faces, completely lost. Anderson's eyes widened and his lips moved slightly. He opened his mouth and let it sit like that for a couple of seconds. "Yes." He no longer looked at Harrison, but at a point in space somewhere behind him, with gears grinding furiously in his head. He pointed at the barred window in the back of the room. "Can you open that?" he asked Harrison. "Hold on," said Alec. Harrison and Anderson ignored him. "I don't think so. It's not a lock, is it?" Harrison made to advance toward the window, but stopped when one of the girls squeaked in fear. Anderson studied the wall. "No, wait, I've got that too." "Negative, Lieutenant," said Alec. "This is not our problem at the moment." "Alec?" said Claudia with wide eyes. "We'll come back for them," he said quietly. "When?" Claudia trembled. "Lieutenant!" Harrison looked Alec straight in the eye as he spoke to Anderson.
Are you sworn or obligated in any way to protect the citizens of New Chicago? At home and abroad. Claudia?
Harrison still looked at Alec, whose lips thinned.
Is anyone in here over 18?
I don't think so. She looked back into the room. Becca? One of the girls shook her head.
All right then, said Harrison. As their first adult contact, I claim adoption rights to all of these children.
Alec shook his head.
Oh, no, you don't. If you'd like to contest it or have me declared unfit, I'll gladly walk through that gauntlet when we get home. But until then, as of 5 seconds ago, everyone in this room is a citizen of New Chicago.
We haven't got time for this, said Alec.
Then Roland better get a move on. These girls come with us or I stay.
A single tear streaked down the side of Claudia's nose.
You know bloody well you aren't staying here, said Alec. Then I'd say you have a problem, said Harrison.
No one spoke for a few seconds. Finally, Alec said,
No. I'm sorry, Cody, Claudia, but we have to go now. Yes, we do have to go now.
Harrison leaned into Alec's face.
And every single one of my children is coming with us.
For a moment, from Alec's reaction, the possibility Harrison might have earned himself a permanent home in the castle did not seem far-fetched. Alec looked at Anderson.
Take the sergeant and Dr. Tucker, secure a flyer, and prep it for evac. Do not take off until I get there. Yes, sir.
Anderson nodded at Harrison and left with the other two men. As they went through the door, Glimmer flew in.
Found it.
She pointed.
That way, left, down 3 flights, then straight down the hall. You can't miss it.
How many guards?
Asked Alec.
2, sir.
The pixie saluted. Harrison tensed. Glimmer still saw this as a game. She couldn't know how sour it had turned.
Get to the hangar and assist Lieutenant Anderson, then wait for us there, said Alec.
Glimmer looked at Harrison, who nodded.
She zipped away. Wait here, said Alec to Claudia. We'll be back for you in a few minutes.
She nodded but did not make eye contact.
You, said Alec to Harrison, his voice glacial, are now a key, and only a key. Stay behind me, and keep your mouth shut. Sir, yes, sir, said Harrison, deadpan.
He looked at Claudia and found fear in her eyes. For the first time in his memory of her, she looked childlike. He tried to think of something reassuring to say, but this was too big for him to make promises.
Cross your fingers.
Good luck, she whispered. Alec and Harrison made it to the dungeon without incident. As ordered, Harrison kept his mouth shut, but by that point he had already said plenty. They found 2 guards standing watch over an iron door to the end of the hallway. Alec killed them both. Harrison could not comprehend how it had happened so swiftly and so successfully. From the moment they reached the bottom of the stairs, they were in plain view of both guards, who saw them immediately and drew their swords. Alec advanced on them at a casual walking speed, silently, both hands raised, while Harrison hung back. They told him to halt, and then they died. One lay in a sea of his own blood, which washed out of what remained of his throat. The other slumped against the wall with Alec's sword through his heart. Alec did this in one fluid motion with the same weapon, slashing and throwing. Somewhere in there, he also deflected a blow from the first guard's sword, which lay on the floor several feet away. Alec pulled Bess out of the second guard's body and wiped it on the dead man's pants. When he sheathed it, it blurred before becoming invisible again. Harrison willed himself not to throw up.
Open, please, said Alec.
Harrison ran the rest of the way and put his hand on the door. It clanked at them indignantly, then swung open.
We're in it now, I hope you know, said Alec.
Harrison nodded numbly.
Do you still think this is fun?
Harrison shook his head.
We are rescuing exactly 2 people from this dungeon. You are a key.
Keys do not think. Keys do not make judgment calls. Are we clear on that?
Harrison gulped.
Yes.
They found only one cell occupied, and it held their lost teammates, the only furniture in the cell the straw strewn on the floor. The president of New Chicago and the doctor had been treated like livestock. Harrison paled as the implications of that sunk in.
What's going on?
Louise asked in an astonishingly calm voice.
We're leaving,
said Alec. Alec and Louise each took a sword from the dead guards. The way out was clear. The guards evidently did not have enough time before dying to sound an alarm. Once on the main floor, they stopped.
Get back to the dormitory and get Claudia.
Alec handed Harrison a sword.
I'll get these two to the hangar.
Harrison did not move.
You mean wait for you?
Alec shook his head.
Just get her to the hangar. We'll take it from there. You mean get up to the dormitory and wait for us to get you out, right?
Said Harrison, still not moving. Louise frowned. What's this about?
Nothing,
said Alec and Harrison in unison.
We have to go, said Alec. Great. We'll be ready when you get up there.
Harrison stepped closer and said quietly,
You incredible bastard.
Harrison rapped lightly on the door before opening it, which he did, slowly. Claudia waited on the other side.
Where's Alec?
She whispered.
He's coming. Is everyone awake?
Yes. They're also very scared.
Yeah, well, soon they won't have to be.
Looking around, he took in the frightened and confused faces of the few girls who had not curled up into balls.
Do they understand what's happening?
Claudia shrugged. About as much as I do. I did tell them that you're legally their father now.
How did that go over?
She looked over her shoulder, then back at him. Mixed. Most of them have been here for months. They don't have a lot of trust left.
I won't take it personally.
He hesitated for a moment.
I can't wait out here. I need to come in. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to close the door and we should probably leave the light off.
Claudia grimaced. How long do we have to wait? He had absolutely no idea.
Not long.
He pulled the door shut, and the room dimmed dramatically, though it did not go completely black. Pale blue light radiated from a small plastic bluebird nightlight stuck to a wall near one of the bunks. Someone whispered. Someone else made a shushing sound. They waited. After a few minutes, Harrison started fidgeting. He and Alec had left two brutally murdered people downstairs, and it was only a matter of time before they would be found. Resting his hand on the door, he probed its featureless surface with his fingers. Claudia watched him, frowning. "What are you doing?" she whispered.
"Not sure. I want to try something."
The bolt slipped back into place.
Whoa, I didn't think that would work.
"Did you just lock us in here?" said Claudia.
Relax. If someone comes by and sees the door unlocked, they'll be suspicious.
He stared at his hands.
I've never done that before, though. I wonder if it only works when I'm scared out of my mind.
He meant for it to be a light comment, but when he looked up at Claudia, her eyes were as wide as he had ever seen them. She had been hanging her hopes on Harrison's bravado. Now she had no reason to think they weren't doomed.
I'm kidding.
She did not laugh. As he tried to find something, anything, to say that wouldn't make things worse, Glimmer came barreling through the window, bright as day and throwing sparks everywhere.
"Get back! Get away from the window!"
The girls screamed. Most of them were seeing her for the first time, and they couldn't know what she was. A few threw themselves toward the wall farthest from the window. The rest froze or scrambled about indecisively. When Claudia turned on the light, more screaming ensued, and many of the girls threw their hands over their eyes.
"What the hell?"
said Claudia. "Sneaky time's over," said Claudia. "We may as well see what we're doing."
"It's locked,"
said a voice in the hall, and Harrison jumped. Everyone in the room immediately went silent.
"So open it, idiot,"
said another voice outside. No one in the room spoke or screamed or cried or even shushed anymore. So when the horrible scrape began, it came through terrifyingly loud, like a giant nail on a giant blackboard, with occasional snaps and cracks as though ripping the board to pieces.
"What the hell was that?" cried one of the men in the hall. "Get the damn door open,"
said the other one. They couldn't. Harrison had not only locked the door, but he had frozen it somehow. Was it jammed? Spot welded? Impossible to say without inspecting it, and he had no time for that. The scraping stopped with a loud clang, metal on metal. As one, everyone in the room turned. An iron talon wrapped itself around one of the bars on the window. As they watched, it curled and pulled. A whining engine noise came from outside, followed by hideous thunder. The window, plus several large chunks of the wall, broke away and tumbled out of sight. Through the jagged hole, 12 of these talons, arranged in 6 facing pairs, flexed and curled. At least a dozen girls screamed.
"What the hell is happening in there?"
shouted one of the voices in the hall. The talons pulled back and rotated out of view. The engine noise faded with their passing.
"Everyone, just stay calm," said Glimmer, "and keep away from the window."
They had no trouble doing the latter, but the former proved impossible. All the girls panicked, and some of them finally started to shout at Harrison. "We're all going to die," said one. "Why couldn't you leave us alone?" said another. "Shut up," shouted Claudia. The rear of the transport slammed into the outer wall, and a huge piece of stone broke off and fell into the room. The hatch opened, leading to a lit interior filled with seats. "Everybody in!" shouted Harrison. No one moved. "Go!" the pixie screamed. Everyone jumped, and then they all piled into the rear hatch of the buggy.
"Plenty of room. Some of the smaller people will have to double up in a seat."
Glimmer tried to direct traffic, but once they got past the threshold, everyone organized themselves in short order. "Get into the driver's seat," Harrison told Claudia. "Do you know where the hatch control is?" She nodded. "Good, I'll go last. As soon as I'm in, seal the hatch. Hopefully Roland will feel that and he'll move out." "Got it." She ran to the buggy, squirming past the fleeing girls. "You're welcome," he said quietly. He turned to Glimmer. "You going in?"
"Negative. They're scared enough. I'll fly myself."
Harrison waited until the dormitory room emptied out, then climbed into the hatch. It started closing before he had a chance to say he was in, and he trusted Claudia already knew this. All the seats had filled, some with more than one body, so Harrison stood, which became extremely difficult once they started moving. He looked out one window of the buggy as the flyer holding it pulled away from the castle. They faced the rear of the building. From this angle he was treated to a sight he had missed on the way in because they had come from the other direction. A pen lit with flood lamps on the grounds, covered with a wire mesh roof, held several dozen animals. He had encountered these beasts when he found Dorothy, giant black arthropods, a cross between a scorpion, a lobster, and a nightmare. The one he killed had been the size of a dog. These creatures were much larger, possibly larger than men. Several bleached human skeletons were clearly visible in the pen. From that distance, and from a moving vehicle, it would be impossible to make out details, but somehow, to Harrison, they looked like women. He looked away, crouched down to the floor, and settled in the narrow gap between 2 seats. Several of the girls backed away as he moved. He said nothing to them as they flew, and put his head down to avoid eye contact. After a few minutes, someone rested a hand on his arm. Expecting Claudia, he looked up. One of the girls looked right at him. She had curly red hair and freckles, and Harrison thought she must be about 14. Younger than Dorothy. It broke his heart. She stared at him for a while, and he had no idea what he should do. Finally, she sat on the sparse floor space available next to him. She took his hand and said softly, "Thank you, Dad."
Chapter 9. Fatherhood. They sat down in Minnesota to wait out the night, reasoning that if anyone came looking for them, they would search east of Chicago, not northwest. Detaching the transport from the bottom of the flyer was a delicate maneuver that did not go exactly as Lieutenant Anderson hoped. He had been farther off the ground than he estimated when he released the claw, and in the ensuing drop, one of the girls broke her arm. Alec placed calls to members of the backup team in New Chicago and made arrangements to smuggle all 28 girls into the city without drawing too much attention to them. The mission of the team was still ostensibly secret, and they hoped not to raise questions with this sudden influx of teenage girl refugees. At daybreak, as Anderson took the first load of 7 passengers in the flyer, the unimaginable stress of the whole night began to diminish. Shuttling these groups of 7 would take an entire day. Most of the girls slept while waiting for their turns. It had been impossible for anyone to get decent sleep in the cramped transport during the night, and as seats freed up, they became beds for their grateful recipients. While securing the flyer they now had, the resourceful lieutenant had also disabled or destroyed every other flyer in the hangar, thus discouraging pursuit. It had been as simple as pre-programming flight sequences that would crash the flyers into the ground or each other. It had also been as simple, Harrison learned, as killing the 3 men stationed at the hangar. His plan, so lovely on its face, had cost the lives of 5 men he did not know, and somehow he had not foreseen that. He replayed the event in his mind to imagine some way it could have gone down with less bloodshed, but every time he went through it, he reached the same ugly conclusion. It would never be his role to make such decisions. Other people on this team had professional training in how and when to end another person's life. For better or worse, he would have to trust that when they made that call, it would be the right one. Alec, Louise, and Hadley whiled away the hours debating the significance of the previous day's events. Harrison understood about half of what they said, but he sat listening to them much of the time anyway. "I think the matter is settled," Hadley insisted at one point. "Yes, they have spellcasters, as we do, but we have no reason to believe they are human. We all saw the beasts in the throne room." "They were muscle," said Alec. "I saw nothing like a magic user anywhere in the castle, and more to the point, on either of the flyers." "And I think the 2 of you are focusing on minutia," said Louise. "Whether they have humans or creatures tossing spells around is beside the point. The issue is their level of organization, and their level of threat." With this last remark, she tossed a glance at Harrison, which he could not translate. "It's an easy bet their level of threat is higher now," said Alec. "We may or may not have crippled their Texas base, but I think this group could well be part of a larger organization. We also don't know how many of those flyers they may have that we didn't wreck." Glimmer touched down on the grass next to Harrison. She wore a white sundress covered with a pattern of tiny cherries. No shoes. "Here are some factors we need to consider," said Louise. "They found us a very long way from Texas. They wasted no time taking us back there. Does anyone here think they stumbled across us by accident?" Hadley shook his head. Louise answered her own question. "I don't think that's very likely. And speaking of unlikely," she looked directly at Harrison. "It is my understanding that we have observed the first instance of 2 survivors who have a history with each other." "Yes," said Hadley, "that's correct. No one in the entire population of New Chicago has reported encountering anyone he or she knew before last May. We've assumed that to be a matter of simple probability, given the relatively small numbers of survivors, but there's a faction in the department who have posited this may be by design." Alec acknowledged Harrison's presence for the first time. "Mr. Cody, do you have any comments on this?"
Harrison shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "No, I don't think so." Alec looked back to Hadley and Louise without acknowledging Harrison's reply. "It may be worth considering the only such coincidence recorded thus far involved one of our telekinetics. We should not rule out the possibility that this man may also have a similar talent. Coupled with the fact his people knew exactly where to find us, I'd say the potential threat is very high. That being the case, there are still some unresolved questions. If they knew where to find us, why weren't they in any way prepared for the possibility that we might attempt an escape? Obviously, these aren't the same people who were spying on Cody during his trip from Massachusetts. If they were, they should have known what could happen." Louise considered this. "Still, I don't think we can safely assume there is no connection. Someone tried to kill him at least 3 times, according to you. Either those incidents are related to this one or not. But we should be prepared for either case." She didn't look at Harrison as she calmly discussed the threat on his life. "I agree," said Alec. "At this point, I would say we have to assume there is a connection until we know otherwise. I'm certain they came looking for us, which supports that. The fact this king didn't recognize Cody at first I would attribute to incompetence. Our easy escape is proof of that, if nothing else. In my opinion, we are looking at a small, badly run organization with overly ambitious objectives. So far, luck has not been on their side. Still, this Scott character has an agenda, clearly not in our interests. We will need to watch him closely. We may want to consider infiltrating his base." Glimmer, who had been watching in apparent amusement up to that point, now shouted,
"Oh, for crying out loud!"
"What?" asked Louise. The pixie stood up and zipped to the center of their meeting, hovering above their eye level. Arms akimbo, she glared down at them.
"Don't you people know a minion when you see one?"
Sometime later, after Alec and Glimmer had exhausted both sides of a heated debate on the topic of analysis, Jeanette found Harrison sitting under a tree some distance from the transport and the rest of the team. "Do you have a minute?" she asked. "I'm pretty sure I have all day," he said. "What's up?" "Some of the girls want to have a word with you." He sat up at this. "The girls? Why?" Jeanette sat on the ground beside him. "Just a small contingent, 6 or so. They've been through hell, to put it lightly. Most of them were picked up with adult traveling companions who were murdered right in front of them. At least 20 girls were taken away to other compounds before we got there. The ones we rescued all have stories of forced labor. It's a fair bet there's been a lot of sexual abuse, though none of them have opened up about that yet. I just spent an hour setting up therapy intakes for most of them." "Jesus," said Harrison. "Do they want to thank me? I wouldn't even know what to say to any of that." Jeanette shook her head and looked down. "Harrison, I understand why you used adoption as a legal tactic. I'm sure you were under a lot of pressure and you had to think on your feet. But these girls, a lot of them are taking it seriously, maybe half or more. You didn't just save them, you gave them a kind of hope they forgot was possible." She looked up and met his eyes. "They are all high school age. The youngest is 14, her name is Siobhan. I saw you sitting with her in the flyer last night." "The little redhead?" "That's right." "She seemed sweet," said Harrison. "She is," said Jeanette. "She is also one of the more emotionally damaged girls I have spoken with." Harrison took a moment to process that. "She called me Dad." "My point exactly. These girls are close to adulthood, but not close enough they don't want to be taken care of. They all lost their parents on May 30, and then most of them lost parents all over again when their companions were killed. You just told them all you would pick up that torch, and they believed you." "Oh," said Harrison. "Oh, God. I really didn't think that through, did I?" She shook her head. "No, you didn't. And you better think it through fast, because they're looking to you for something." "I thought they were pissed at me." Jeanette shrugged. "Not exactly. The rescue was frightening. Some of them thought you were reckless. Given a choice between slavery and death, how would you feel? There may be a little Stockholm Syndrome at work, too. That will be for their therapists to work out. This kind of recovery is extremely complicated, Harrison. You're going to see things that make no sense to you, and you're just going to have to roll with it.
What am I supposed to say to them? He asked.
She stood and offered her hand. Anything that makes them feel safe. He took her hand and stood.
I don't know how to do that.
Jeanette laughed. I've met your other children. You'll do fine. She led him to a gathering of 8 girls sitting in a circle on the grass. They all stood as he got closer, representing a variety of ethnicities, ages, and builds. One of them, shorter than Dorothy, Harrison's main frame of reference for the height of an adolescent girl, with long, dark blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, walked up to him. With a warm smile, she held out her hand. I'm Rebecca Howard. Welcome to the family, Dad. Harrison took her hand.
Thank you.
Rebecca is the oldest, said Jeanette. She's been acting as den mother, keeping the girls together. Is that right? Rebecca nodded. Until yesterday, I was.
How old are you?
Asked Harrison. I'll be 18 in 2 weeks.
Whoa, I got there in the nick of time.
Harrison flinched at the sound of his own crass joke, but Rebecca laughed. I know, perfect timing. Is it okay if I emancipate myself right now? 27 is probably enough kids to keep you busy anyway.
29, he said. I have 2 more back at home.
She gave him a suspicious look. How old are you?
They're adopted, and I'm 28.
Ah, right. She gestured to the other standing girls. So, some of us wanted to meet you. I mean, meet you for real.
Should we sit?
Asked Harrison. Before anyone could respond to that, one of the girls charged him and hugged him. He patted her on the back, looking down at the Goldilocks curls that were all he could see of her face. I'm Brittany, she said into his chest.
I'm Harrison.
Brittany pulled away and looked up with wide, young eyes. But I can call you Dad, right? Harrison glanced at Rebecca, who nodded.
Sure.
The ice broken, he got 2 more hugs, another handshake, and 3 waves. Chapter 10. Observations. Harrison's meeting with his new charges lasted about an hour. They all gave him their names, which he repeated back to each one every time he spoke to them. He told them the story of his trip to New Chicago from Massachusetts, about Glimmer, and about the 2 children he picked up along the way. They asked a few questions about the city and what their living arrangements would be, which he answered to the best of his knowledge. Only 2 of them, Brittany and another girl named Danielle, volunteered any of their own personal information. The rest were generally quiet and listened attentively to anything he had to say. Mostly, they wanted to know about him. When they finally dispersed, Harrison returned to the transport, where all the other adults were either engaged in looking after the girls or their own conversations. They had chosen a grassy field as their temporary camp while they shuttled the girls to Chicago, with a few small copses and rolling hills nearby. A light breeze trickled through the warm spring air. They selected this environment to be as friendly as possible to the girls to counteract the stress of the rescue. The cooperative weather supplied bonus comfort. Louise stood some distance off from the rest of the team with Hadley, looking over something on a clipboard. She looked up briefly in Harrison's direction, then handed the clipboard to Hadley, who took it back to the transport. Louise approached Harrison.
Walk with me.
She did not break stride. He followed her in a direction away from the camp. I haven't had a chance to talk with you about what happened yesterday, she said.
Yeah, he said. Do I need to be debriefed?
When you and Director Baker came down to the dungeon to free myself and Dr. Lee, you were arguing about something and you didn't want to discuss it with me. Is that right? Harrison sighed.
In the director's opinion, our priority was for the team to escape, and we were not responsible for the welfare of the girls in the dormitory. In my opinion, we had a moral responsibility. That's what we were arguing about. He was just doing his job, and it worked out all right, so I didn't bother to bring it to your attention. Was that a mistake?
They walked on in silence for a few seconds. Finally, she asked,
"Do you know why you and Claudia were included in this mission?"
Because of our unusual abilities?
That's right. Do you know why Director Baker was included?
He gave that some thought, uncertain what answer she wanted to hear.
No, I guess not.
She laughed lightly, with an air of insincerity. A politician's laugh.
Well, that may shed some light on the situation. Allow me to clarify it for you. Director Baker has skills ideally suited for this type of field work, and my expectation is he will protect the interests of the group and our objective better than anyone else I could have selected.
Harrison stopped walking.
Hold the phone! Am I getting reprimanded for this? Is that actually happening?
Harrison,
she said, kindly but firmly,
you need to understand that crisis decisions are not in your purview. Regardless of how you felt yesterday, regardless of whether you were right, I cannot have you contradicting orders when you don't like them. Absent myself, Director Baker is the leader of this expedition, and I expect every member of it to treat him as such. You could have jeopardized us all with your grandstanding. We're lucky you didn't. I know you meant well, but meaning well does not justify what you did.
Really?
He pointed back to the transport. Sergeant Smith was talking with 3 of the girls. One went inside the transport and another 2 came out.
What exactly do you see when you look at those girls? You know what I see? I see Jessica and Siobhan and Melissa and... He squinted. Okay, I don't know that one, but I see people whose lives just went from shit to something like a chance.
Louise held up her hand to cut him off. She looked over his shoulder. From behind him, Claudia strolled toward them. She walked up and stood silently between them, making eye contact with neither. Then she leaned into Harrison, looped her arms around his waist, and pressed her cheek against his chest. She held him like that for a while, then pulled back, her hands lingering for a moment on his sides.
I still think you're full of yourself, she said. But it works sometimes.
Then she hugged Louise.
I'm sorry,
she whispered in Louise's ear, loudly enough for Harrison to hear. Then she pulled back again and walked away. They stood in silence for some time. Finally, Louise said,
"That's all. I guess it is at that."
Harrison stood still as she walked away. Harrison took a long walk around the field to collect himself. By the time he decided to go back to the buggy, only 7 of the refugees remained, most of whom slept. Sergeant Smith sat in the driver's seat, presumably on babysitting duty. He nodded to Harrison as he climbed in, and Harrison nodded back. Smith did not smile much, and Harrison had a tough time interacting with him. His joyless behavior, perhaps a character trait, perhaps a put-on, intimidated Harrison enough to discourage small talk. One of the girls smiled shyly at him as he entered. When he waved in response, she turned away. Of the refugees here, the only ones he had met were asleep. Given Jeanette's warning that some were angry or confused in ways he would not understand, he opted not to engage with any who did not take the initiative. He left the transport and set out across the field to find a place to be alone, settling in one of the small clusters of trees scattered throughout the field. Forest now felt like home to him, and surrounding himself with trees, even only a few, relaxed him.
"Can we talk?" asked Glimmer.
"Gah!"
He looked up at the pixie perched on a branch.
"Are you trying to give me a heart attack?"
"No,"
she said. He waited for a follow-up joke. It didn't come.
"Have you been here the whole time?"
She shook her head.
"I followed you here."
"It's been a while since you stalked me. What's on your mind?"
"Well..."
She climbed down to a lower branch, closer to his eye level.
"I've been thinking about something you said the other day."
Looking for red flags, Harrison tried to replay everything he had said over the last few days.
"Okay. What?"
"You and me dating," she said.
He said,
We're not?
Yes, I remember. I just wanted to know if you might, maybe, want to. You never answered when I asked you earlier.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
He frowned. Are you sure? I thought we did this already.
Nope, she said. You changed the subject.
He thought about it. No, I know I answered that one.
What did you say then? She asked.
I don't remember.
Well, then, she said, her patience apparently boundless. What would you say if I asked you now?
He said.
You said that already.
Yeah. He rubbed the back of his head. Listen, Glimmer. Making life and death decisions for the whole team suddenly felt simple by comparison to this conversation. How long had this been coming? How many signs had he ignored? He sighed. What you and I have, I really like it. That's not where I wanted to go.
Oh,
she said.
Are you sure?
He nodded. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I can do stuff,
she said. What do you... He caught himself and paled. Oh, God, please don't go there.
I'm just saying, if it's a sex thing.
He jammed his fingers into his ears and closed his eyes tight. I seriously don't want to know this.
Dipshit, I'm tweaking your eardrums with magic. Your fingers can't stop it.
He opened his eyes. Oh, right. She glared at him.
Listen, if you don't want to, you don't want to. I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. All I'm saying is you brought it up and I thought you might be curious.
He wanted to say he wasn't curious, but now that she opened that door, how could he not be? Every time he thought he had her figured out, she turned around and exposed some new aspect of her nature he hadn't known before. Sometimes, he started again and stopped again. He wished she could understand the constant struggle she put him through. He wished he could understand her as well as he kept thinking he did. He wished they both could make sense out of their relationship, which he had come to know as the most important and meaningful he had ever had. He wished he could explain these feelings to her. He meant to express all of this, but what came out instead, what he heard himself say before he could stop himself was, I wish you were human. She stared at him longer than he would have expected. He looked for understanding in her eyes or even anger, but found something much worse, and it took him too long to identify it. Pity.
Sometimes I wish you were too.
She drifted away, up into the leaves and out of sight. Chapter 11. Scramble Zone. After taking the last batch of refugees into the city, Lieutenant Anderson returned with their captured flyer. The team spent the night at their field camp and early the next morning loaded into the flyer, picked up the buggy, and made straight for New York. They had lost 2 days to their Texas hosts, but the flyer made the trip from Minnesota to New York in a matter of hours, putting them a week ahead of their projected schedule. By early afternoon, they had arrived in Manhattan. They found a crater. The hole stretched almost the entire width of the island, bounded by the smashed remains of urban development. Buildings remained on the northernmost and southernmost ends, but none intact, and most peppered with holes. Structures closer to the edge of the crater stood shorter than those farther out, their tops having been sheared off by whatever blast had created it. A spotty ring of debris surrounded the destruction zone. Even from the air, Harrison easily recognized smaller objects as fire hydrants, street signs, pieces of buildings, and similar artifacts. Inside the hole was nothing. They circled the island several times, visually scanning the crater, devoid of ruins, rubble, or any other sign of what had been destroyed. It's like a nuclear bomb went off down there, said Claudia. Hadley shook his head. No, the heat from a nuclear blast would have fused the ground into glass. Radiation levels are normal, said Anderson. So, no atom bomb, said Claudia. Not as we understand them, no. Look there. Hadley pointed out the window to evidence only he could see. The surface is lumpy.
It almost looks like an impact crater, like the kind you would see on the moon, except the center would most likely be raised. This one isn't. He scratched his head. It's impossible to say what caused it from up here. Harrison surveyed the landscape from a window on the other side of the cabin. Is that the Brooklyn Bridge? Hadley leapt up and leaned over Harrison's seat. Harrison tried to move out of his way in the close quarters and failed. It is, said Hadley, his eyes wide. Are any other bridges intact? Not that I can see, said Anderson. Can you take us closer to that one? Asked Alec. Yes, I can. It took the better part of a minute for Anderson to bring the flyer around and pull it to a hovering stop over the bridge. Wow, said Harrison. Hadley moved to the front window for a better view. Agreed. Harrison stood and followed, looking over his shoulder. The Brooklyn Bridge stretched the whole way across the East River, the only apparent remaining connection from the island to another landmass. Nearly circular holes dotted the length of the bridge, varying in size and at random distances from each other. The Manhattan side of the bridge looked worn and weathered, the Brooklyn side covered with vegetation growing its way toward the island. The jungle-like green comprised vines and curiously twisted trees. Nothing on it looked indigenous to New York, much of it too large to have grown in only 1 year. What would account for that pattern of destruction? Alec pointed. Those holes. I have no idea, said Hadley quietly. I'd like to get down there, said Alec. Harrison silently agreed, entranced by the exotic flora, although Alec's curiosity would be more about identifying a weapon. Not happening, said Anderson. There's nowhere clear enough to set down on either end. He looked at Alec, who continued to scrutinize the bridge, and added in response to his obvious but unspoken question, That Swiss cheese will never hold this bird. Set us down near the edge of the crater, said Louise, as close to the outside of it as possible. Good idea, said Hadley. We may be able to tell more from the ejecta than from the crater itself. Anderson pulled away from the bridge and resumed circling the island, presumably looking for a suitably barren patch in the debris field. Wait. Alex stared out the window, his sword drawn. Dr. Tucker, would you have a look at this, please? Hadley moved to Alec's window and looked out. Alec held the sword perpendicular to the surface of the glass, and Hadley looked back and forth from the blade to the outside. He frowned and looked back and forth again. Then his eyebrows rose. Do you see it? Alec asked him. Barely. Madam President, I respectfully suggest that we land closer to the center of the crater. There's something down there. She looked at Anderson. Can you put us down in there? He nodded. Tell me how close to the center. How close? She asked Alec. I'd say give us at least 200 meters. Do it, she ordered. Hadley, what are we landing near? Haven't a clue. There's a region down there throwing off magic, and if it's in the center of that hole, then it must be what we came all the way out here looking for. He looked around. Yes? They released the transport before landing. Anderson performed the operation more smoothly this time, with a barely audible thump of the vehicle hitting the ground. He set the manta down a short distance away from the transport. They filed out down the ramp and stood by the wing. The barren earth offered no clue to the nature of Alec's discovery of magic. Claudia shouted, There! Did anyone see that? The zone shimmered briefly like a mirage. Glimmer, said Louise. Would you mind taking the point?
Sure, send the pixie.
She wore a tube dress, no sleeves, with a strap around the neck that went down to her knees, completely covered in gold sequins. No shoes. She flitted to the zone, with no particular haste, and flew around it in a complete circle. As she passed behind it, her image rippled as though viewed through pebbled glass. Then she came back around.
I'm going in.
Before anyone could stop her, she flew straight at the disturbance and vanished.
Hey!
Harrison started forward, but Sergeant Smith threw his arm in front of his chest, blocking him. They waited for 2 horrible minutes. Glimmer reappeared.
It's all good. Come on in.
She vanished again. No one moved.
Sergeant,
said Alec, walking toward the disturbance. Smith walked briskly to him, taking the lead. As they neared the point of Glimmer's last observed appearance, Alec slowed down and Smith disappeared. 2 seconds later, he reappeared.
Area looks secure, he said. There's a garden and a straw hut in there. The pixie says it's safe.
Harrison made for the invisible curtain without waiting for further instructions. Alec made no move to stop him. He crossed the boundary with a whooshing sound and found himself in a small patch of lush land, green grass, several fruit-bearing trees, copious flowers, and the aforementioned hut. Sweet floral aromas filled the air with notes of freshly baked bread. Glimmer buzzed from flower to flower without evidence of concern for her safety. He walked about a dozen paces, taking in the sights and smells, then turned around. The group continued to look in his direction. Alec looked right through him. Harrison stuck out his tongue.
I'm right here, Cody.
Harrison looked down at Alec's feet, standing on grass, not dirt, on the inside of the effect.
Ah, sorry.
The rest of the group came through, one at a time. Jeanette came in last, carrying a satchel. Harrison remembered its purpose, and it soured the moment. Hoping she wouldn't be needed in her anticipated capacity, he looked nervously at the hut. As they all stood there, waiting for Louise or Alec to order them forward, a woman, about 20 years old, with medium-length, dark, wavy hair, wearing a black T-shirt and a long tie-dyed skirt, stepped out of the house. She saw them immediately, but made no move toward or away from them. Glimmer had returned from her frolicking, and the woman watched her hovering. "Jake," she called back toward the hut. "Come out here, please." She showed no outward sign of fear. Seconds later, a man emerged from the hut, about the same age, with scraggly dark blonde hair and a wispy beard. Unlike his companion, he took a step back into the hut and stood in the doorway, staring at the new arrivals with wide eyes. "Dr. Lee," Louise said quietly, "please introduce yourself." Jeanette stepped forward. The woman didn't move. "Hi, I'm Dr. Jeanette Lee." She extended her hand. The woman hesitated briefly, then stepped forward and took it. "I'm a physician," said Jeanette. "I was going to ask." She pointed to Jeanette's bag. "My name's April Mendoza. This is Jake Miller." "Hi, April." Jeanette smiled. "Hi, Jake." Jake stepped fully out of the house, but still hung back, with his hand on the open door.
"It's April with a Y?"
he said, with no difference in the pronunciation. April rolled her eyes. Jeanette nodded. "Okay, April with a Y it is." "Where did you all come from?" asked April. Jeanette looked at Louise, who nodded. "We're from Chicago."
"Wow,"
said Jake.
"Do you know that girl from the radio?"
Hadley and Jeanette involuntarily looked at Claudia, who raised her hand, burying her face in the other one. Jake's eyes widened. "Are there any more people in Manhattan?" asked Jeanette. April and Jake looked at each other.
"Do you think we can trust them?"
he asked her. "Does it matter at this point?" "There's one more," she said to Jeanette. "And he needs a doctor." Jeanette, Louise, and Harrison went inside the hut with April. The others stayed outside to examine the space and look for useful information. The hut had more interior space than it looked from the outside, either an optical illusion or a magical attribute, and housed several rooms. They walked through a main area, furnished with comfy chairs and bookcases, to one of the side bedrooms. It held a dresser, a single bed, and a nightstand on which sat a full glass of water. In the bed lay a man with curly white hair and a bushy white beard, thin, with rough, wrinkled skin. He rocked his head back and forth and mumbled with closed eyes. Jeanette knelt beside him and felt his forehead. She took a thermometer from her bag, put it in his ear, and pressed the trigger, reading the number without comment or expression. "How long has he been like this?" She felt around his throat. "It's been gradual," said April. "He's been sick for months, but it's only been really bad the last couple weeks." "What's his name?" asked the doctor. April glanced at Jake, who shrugged and bit his lip. Finally, April said, "He never told us his name." "Why not?" asked Harrison. She hesitated. "He didn't want history to remember it." "Oh," said Harrison quietly. He took a closer look at this weak, sickly man. "Oh, my God." "Please help him," April said to Jeanette. "He's not a bad person, really. He just made a terrible mistake. He wasn't trying to do this. You have to believe that." The old man stirred and groaned. "Rope him. Not my fault. Rope him." He looked around with glazed eyes, unclear whom he thought he addressed. "Harrison," said Louise calmly, "would you please ask Alec and Bess to come in here?" The last time Alec and Bess had worked together, two people ended up splattered across a corridor. But Harrison had now been told explicitly, twice, these decisions were none of his concern. "What are you going to do?" Jeanette looked to Louise. "You can't—" The old man sat up abruptly. "You have swords, don't you? Don't you? Everyone has a sword now. Get one on any street corner, can't you?" He laughed, a bitter sound, and for one instant something like reason shone in his eyes. Then he began to sob and fell back against his pillow. Harrison stared at this helpless, pathetic wreck of a man. "Why do we need Alec and Bess?" He left unspoken the questions of what threat this person could possibly still pose, or what purpose it would serve to kill him. "We're going to help him," said Louise, "and he's going to help us." Vague but reassuring, he would not die today. Could he trust her? What choice did he really have? "Right away, ma'am." Harrison stepped out of the room. He found Alec outside, standing under a fruit tree with Claudia and Glimmer and holding a large purple fruit rind. "You'll want it inside." He wrinkled his nose. "Does anyone else smell fish?" Glimmer giggled. "They're kippers," said Alec. "What's going on?" All this time he had been living on sponges and Alec had smuggled in a can of fish? The nerve! Harrison had no interest in them, and they smelled foul, but he resented it on principle. "Louise wants you and Bess inside. It's not my job to know what's going on." "Right enough." Alec dropped his fruit rind and went inside.
Are you hungry?
Glimmer asked mischievously. Claudia smirked, holding another piece of the purple fruit. She had partly peeled it, exposing flaky white and green flesh. Not especially appealing. "Not really in the mood for fruit at the moment," he said, with, he hoped, sufficient tact and diplomacy. "What are you in the mood for?" asked Claudia, clearly baiting him, though he couldn't tell why. It didn't matter at that moment. She had never treated him in a playful or even friendly manner before, so he ran with it. "Chicken cordon bleu," he said. Claudia pulled a large purple fruit from the tree and tossed it to him, a citrus about the size of a grapefruit, but with a loose skin like a clementine. "What is this?" he asked.
It's an Omni, said Glimmer. Try it.
Both she and Claudia smirked. He looked at his fruit, then at Claudia's. "These things look pretty gross."
I think you'll like it,
said Glimmer in a sing-song tone. He winced. The rind came off easily, and he tore it away, exposing white flesh like Claudia's fruit, but with a slicker texture. And no green. It steamed. Chicken, Queasy, he held it at arm's length, debating whether to drop it or throw it. Then the smell hit him, and he looked at it in a new light. "Go on," said Claudia. Tentatively, he bit into it, finding it tender and salty. As he pulled it away from his mouth, Swiss cheese oozed through a tube of revealed ham. Delicious, once he got past the cognitive dissonance of a meat tree. "What's yours?" he asked Claudia. "Spanakopita." Alex was the kipper's. "Not bad," said Harrison. "Beats the shit out of our sponge machines," said Claudia. "Jake says they've been living off these for almost a year. Not a bad setup if you don't mind no outside human contact." "Where did everybody else get to?" Harrison took another bite of his chicken fruit.
"They're snooping around," said Glimmer, "looking for magic. I should probably be helping them."
"Let's go inside," said Claudia. "See if we can make ourselves useful." Harrison, Claudia, and Glimmer found Hadley and Jake in the front room, talking about life in New York City over the last year.
"No," said Jake. "I've never used anything magical. April hasn't either, I don't think."
Hadley jotted notes in a memo pad as Jake spoke.
"We do have a collection of stuff that looked like it might be something important, but none of it seems to work."
He shrugged.
"We didn't try very hard, though. Maybe you guys can get it up and running."
"May I see this collection?" asked Hadley.
"Sure. We keep it in the basement."
"This hut has a basement?" asked Harrison.
"Yeah," said Jake. "Weird, huh?"
Harrison had drastically redefined the idea of weird over the last year. This didn't rate. The five of them walked down a narrow flight of stairs into a windowless room with an electric light fixture in the ceiling. It cast its light on a dozen or so shelves, each of which held a bizarre treasure. Glimmer flitted from item to item.
"Nope, nope, nope,"
she said, rapid fire, as she examined a broken knife, a gold-plated box, and a bisque statue of a moose.
"Whoa," said Jake. "What's she doing?"
"Checking for magicality, I wager," said Hadley. "She has a nose for it." "What about this?" Harrison picked up a stick from a shelf next to him. Polished wood, a dark gray-brown. At one end, the wood had been split into 7 sections and wrapped around a green marble like wooden tentacles. A piece of polished brass capped the other end.
"Hey, good eye."
Glimmer held out her hands.
"May I?"
As he wordlessly passed it to her, he caught a glimpse of her right hand, shy a finger. The reminder of the sacrifice enhanced the callousness of his remark to her the previous day. "Glimmer," he said softly, "I'm sorry."
"Let it go. I'm working here."
She held the stick straight out and looked down the shaft with one eye open.
No warping, no fractures, emerald ball intact, nice metalwork."
She handed it back to Harrison.
"I'll give you 2,400 for it. I assume you have all the paperwork?"
"What?"
said Jake.
"I'm shitting you. It's a beautiful piece of work, and unlike some of the stuff you have here, it is a magic wand."
"What does it do?"
asked Jake.
"Nothing, unfortunately," she said. "The safety's on. Whoever last owned this baby didn't want anybody messing with it."
"Oh."
His shoulders slumped.
"Don't let it bother you," she said. "It's just as well, really. Humans have a pretty hard time with this stuff. Even if you could get it to work, you'd probably end up exploding your eyeballs or something."
Jake went pale.
"Well," said Harrison, "that was gratuitous."
"What about this stuff?" Claudia indicated a shelf with a few technological objects strewn across it. She held one up the size of a video game controller, but smoother and ergonomically designed for one hand, not two. Several clear buttons and diodes covered one side of it, all unlit.
"That one doesn't work."
Jake pointed to Glimmer.
"It came with the wand she was playing with?"
This got Hadley's attention. You found technology and magic at the same location? Where?
Most of this stuff we found out in the wild, but we found both of those things right here.
Hadley stepped forward. Would you mind if we borrowed those to examine them? They may be important, even if they don't work.
Sure, I guess. I should probably ask April. It's her stuff, too.
Can I see that? Asked Harrison. Claudia handed him the machine.
Hey, Hadley, said Glimmer from the back of the room. You might want to take a look at this.
Harrison followed Hadley. They found her examining a large contraption on the floor, the size of a large chair and constructed from an elaborate network of thin wooden rods, metal hinges, pulleys, and string. Nestled within the construction were a peacock feather, a small glass jar full of sand, several bones tied together with twine, a clay bowl filled with dirt or ash, and similar items. Some of the rods had snapped, with odd stress points at the fractures, as if they had exploded from within. A tar-like residue covered the floor underneath it. "Oh, my word," whispered Hadley. "Is this a static mayhem bomb?"
I think it must be, said Glimmer, but I've never seen one this big before.
Hadley took a pencil out of his pocket and prodded the broken remains of the strange device with it. "Do you think? Is it possible?" "A what bomb?" asked Harrison.
Maybe, Glimmer said to Hadley. This might be the find right here. If this thing was powerful enough, it could turn the whole globe into a scramble zone, which would explain a lot.
"But this still doesn't explain the proliferation of technology," said Hadley. "Not to mention, it would have to be trillions of times more powerful than any recorded examples of this type of spell." Harrison tried again. "A what bomb?" "Static mayhem," said Hadley. "It's a tool for scrambling magic, usually over a very short range. They're useful weapons for preemptive disruption of an opponent's magical abilities or artifacts, but I've never seen one bigger than a hand grenade. They require a great deal of preparation, and they're very difficult to detonate."
Where did you find this?
Glimmer asked Jake. He stared at it.
"It's always been in here. I never knew it was anything other than a pile of trash." He gulped. "Are you saying this is some kind of bomb?"
Relax, Tiger. It's already been set off.
She flew to Hadley.
We have to take this thing back to the lab. This could be our breakthrough.
The door at the top of the stairs slammed open. April came running down. "Are you Glimmer?" she asked the pixie.
Do I look like a Glimmer?
"We need you. Come on." When Glimmer and Harrison raced back into the bedroom, the old man alternately gasped for air and howled in pain. Harrison took one look at him, then turned on Alec. "What the hell did you do to him?" "It wasn't him," said Jeanette. "It was me. Glimmer, I think this man is under a curse. He had a high fever. I gave him acetaminophen to bring it down and help with the pain. I didn't realize it was a curse until too late." Glimmer's jaw dropped.
You tried to cure a magical illness with a chemical?
"I wouldn't have if I'd known," she cried. "What do we do now?"
Oh, Doc, I don't know.
The pixie's voice trailed off as she glided down to the bed where the old man thrashed wildly. As she laid her hands on him, a white glow spread from them to his torso. The old man gagged.
How long ago did you give him the drug?
"Almost an hour ago."
I think I can help him with the pain. Beyond that,
she flew back and forth across him with calm and grace, and he settled. His breathing returned to normal. "Oh, no," said April. "I'm so sorry," said Jeanette. The old man sat up. "I didn't know," he said in a calm voice. "I only wanted to make the world safe." He looked directly at Glimmer. "I didn't know."
There,
said Glimmer. The old man looked up at April. "You know why I did it,
don't you?"
April hesitated, then nodded.
"It didn't work. We were supposed to be safe. We were all supposed to be safe. Forever."
He looked around the room, his eyes in focus for the first time since they had arrived.
"It's all a grave nightmare now. Worse than it ever was before."
He tried to clear his throat, which threw him into a coughing fit, and he leaned forward and made a horrid gurgling sound. When he raised his head, a glob of something bloody and gray lay on his shirt. No one said a word. He reached out with one hand. April pushed past Harrison and took the hand in both of hers.
"I'm so sorry, child,"
the old man said to her. "It's all right," she whispered. He squeezed his eyes shut.
"I never meant. Never."
He let out a slow, wheezy hiss, then lay still. April placed his hand at his side and walked away from the bed, avoiding eye contact with Harrison. Her lower lip trembled. As Glimmer and Hadley spent the next hour bringing Louise and Alec up to speed on their discovery of the static mayhem bomb, and April and Jake tried to console each other, Jeanette got to work on the task for which she had been brought on the team. Everyone else thus occupied, Harrison tagged and stored some of the artifacts. He took the non-functioning wand and the inert machine and walked alone back to the buggy, where he tucked them into his pack. Chapter 12. Big Yellow Taxi. Harrison entered the hut with a tray full of Omnis. He handed one clearly marked LH in black Sharpie to Louise, who took it without interrupting herself to thank him. "How much did he actually tell you about how he built the device?" she asked Jake and April. The rind of her fruit came away from a Kaiser roll with lettuce and meat inside. She opened it and inspected it carefully before biting into it.
"He didn't tell us anything,"
said Jake. April nodded. "Until you people showed up, we didn't even know there was a device." "Alec," said Harrison. Alec looked up from taking notes, and Harrison tossed him an Omni with AB written on it. Hadley leaned forward. "Well, just what did you know?" April leaned back, scowling. "We didn't know much of anything. He pretty much told us he did it, and he didn't want to talk about it. By the time we found him, he was completely broken. He told us he destroyed the world, but he never told us how." Harrison picked up the next Omni, labeled AM, and gently tapped April on the shoulder. She tensed, but her eyes softened when they met his. He offered her the Omni with a weak smile, which she returned.
"Yeah," said Jake. "For a while we didn't even believe him. He was incoherent a lot of the time."
April opened her fruit and pulled out a sandwich. "He talked a lot about voices in his head. I assumed he was schizophrenic at first, but his other behaviors didn't profile as psychotic, so I wasn't quite sure what to make of it." Alec looked at his notes and frowned.
"Are you qualified to diagnose psychotic behavior?"
April looked away.
"Hey, she's not on trial here,"
blurted Jake. For a moment, everyone looked at him. Then the moment passed. Jake shrunk back into his seat like a frightened animal. "My minor was psychology," said April. Alec tapped his pencil on the table and looked up at her.
"So, does that make you qualified to diagnose psychotic behavior?"
April responded with a slight narrowing of her eyes. "Maybe." Alec shrugged and jotted something down.
"Did he say why he did it?"
"He said he wanted to get rid of all the guns."
"What guns?"
asked Harrison, handing an Omni to Hadley. "All of them," said April. "He said he wanted to disarm the world. That's what the voices in his head were all about." "They told him to get rid of the guns?" asked Louise. April shook her head. "No, that was his idea. He said they told him how to do it."
"He sure as hell did a good job of it,"
said Lieutenant Anderson.
Harrison, said Louise, would you be so kind as to ask Glimmer to join us for a few minutes?
Jeanette had recruited Glimmer to assist her with the autopsy of the old man. He had a fungal infection which spread to his entire body. According to Jeanette, he should have been long dead by the time they found him. Glimmer had already identified the infection as a curse and assured everyone they ran no risk of contamination, but Harrison still avoided going anywhere near the corpse. "He was a good person," said April. "You didn't know him." Jake took her hand. "Harrison?" said Louise. Harrison snapped out of his daze. "Yes'm." He left the room. Outside, however, he dawdled, delaying his errand to the tent they had set up for the autopsy. While he shuffled his feet, April came outside, trembling. "Hey," he said. She sniffed. "I thought you were getting Glimmer." "Yeah," he said. "I was just taking a break." "I know what you mean. I needed some fresh air." They stood in silence for a moment. Harrison pointed to the tent with his thumb. "I really should get Then I think I'm going to take a nap. I feel pretty fifth wheel in there." "I understand. Wish I could do that myself." She smiled. "So long, Harry." "It's Harrison." "Oh, I thought I heard Glimmer call you Harry." "Oh, yeah, sorry." He shook his head. "I didn't mean to sound short. She does call me that sometimes. I don't make a thing out of it with her, because she's, I don't know, different." April raised her eyebrows. "Different? How?" "In every conceivable way, I think." "Ah." "My dad died a couple of years ago," said Harrison. "It was totally unexpected. We kind of lacked resolution." "I'm, sorry to hear that," she said. "It's just, that's why I go by Harrison." She tilted her head. "Was that his name, too?" "No." He looked away. "My dad's name was Harris. It's the only way left I can think of to honor him. I owe him some honor, I think." Her face softened. "Oh, that's very... wow." He shrugged. "I just didn't want you to think I was a jerk." She smiled. "I don't. Thanks." She looked over her shoulder at the hut, then back at him. "I should get back in there before they find some new thing to be suspicious about. So long, Harrison." "So long." He walked to the tent and stood at the flap without entering. "Glimmer, you in there?"
"I'm busy," she sang.
"They need you inside," he sang back. She poked her head out of the flap.
"Are you mocking me?"
"Yes," he said. "Yes, I am."
"It's about time. Let me finish up here. I'll be right out."
He waited about 2 minutes. She flew out, wearing the lab coat she had worn when he first met her. It felt apropos. Now it had a stain on the front he could not identify and did not ask about. "How's it going?"
"Ah, the guy's a mess," she said. "Worst spite spore I've ever seen. He must have really torqued somebody off, but good."
Harrison desperately hoped she would not go into detail.
"They're grilling that couple about the device you found?"
"Fat lot of good that will do. The only person in the world who could help them is in there in some pails."
She nodded toward the tent. Harrison looked up at the sky.
"What's your take?"
"Wow," she said. "That's a toughie. If he did all this with a static mayhem bomb, and I'm not saying he did because that's insane, then there's a slim chance it's reversible. I'm guessing that's what Hadley's thinking right now."
"Reversible? How?"
"Build a counter bomb," she said. "Detonate it at the same place. We'll need some pretty different components for that. Could be tricky to find."
"Oh, well, you'd better go help them out."
She hovered in silence for a moment. Any scenario that could be characterized as reversed would not include the two of them sharing the same universe. They were having a hard enough time already, and he did not have the heart to broach the topic of what life would be like after they could never see each other again.
Yeah, bye.
She flitted to the hut without looking back. Harrison returned to the buggy and found Claudia sitting in one of the seats listening to music. He sat down next to her.
"What are you listening to?"
he asked. She looked at him with an unreadable expression and handed him the headphones. He put them on, in time to catch the last verse of Big Yellow Taxi by Joni Mitchell. He handed the phones back to her.
"I love that song." "Yeah, it's a kick-ass punchline. You think she's singing about progress, rolling over nature, and the inherent sadness of change, and then it turns out it's all a big metaphor for her broken heart."
She held up the music storage device he had picked up an eternity ago in the worm station.
"This thing is amazing. Have you had this the whole time?" He frowned. "That's mine. Have you been in my pack?" "I was looking for my Game Boy," she said. "You have a ton of great stuff on here. You know, one of the things I had been planning to ask you when I finally met you, before it turned out that you hated me."
He paused for her to interrupt him, but she waved the opportunity.
"Why do you only play music from the 60s and 70s? I mean, I'd think you'd try to draw in as diverse a population as possible, and yet it seemed like you were targeting a specific demographic. Don't get me wrong. The stuff you were playing was exactly what I wanted to hear. I love that stuff. It's what my parents played at home all the time. My friends' music, whatever was current when I was growing up, never really spoke to me. It struck me as odd, like you were playing those songs specifically for me."
Claudia stood. "See? This is why I find you creepy."
"Claudia, wait."
She turned to him, steel in her eyes. "Can I tell you something?"
"Sure,"
he said. "When I started this radio gig, I expected it to be incredible fun. I'd get to be a celebrity. People would show up from hundreds of miles in every direction just to meet me. Then they actually started showing up. And you know what happened?" Harrison shook his head. "Most of them were great. We started building a community faster than any of us thought would be possible, and it was fantastic. There was just one downside. For me, that is. Every day I got to meet some asshole who had fallen in love with me. Some of them were sweet, in a pathetic psycho sort of way, but a lot of them were bitter. Apparently, each one had built up this fantasy that we were going to be the last two people on Earth, and it was going to be up to us to repopulate the planet. So when they got to New Chicago and found out that I wouldn't be the Eve to their Adams, they were pretty fucking unkind about it. Not to mention their specific disappointment that I didn't turn out to be some desert island sex kitten. And don't even get me started on the race thing." She gave him a hard look. "Do you think I sound blonde?"
"Not particularly," he said.
"Well, you're about the only one. If I had a nickel for every son of a bitch who freaked out when his blonde bunny turned out to be the Afro-Brazilian chick." She looked away. "Then you showed up out of nowhere. Alec already scanned the building and said it was empty because he knew that I was getting uneasy about running into fans. So suddenly you're there, which is like impossible, looking all dirty and spaced out.
And you thought I was going to hurt you."
She whirled on him. "I thought you were a goddamn homunculus. I thought you were some filthy demon come right through the inhibitor and you were going to eat me. Then Alec comes in and tells me you're human. Do you have any idea how pissed I was at that moment?" Harrison shook his head. "I hated you for doing that to me. I was so glad when they hauled you away. Then Alec comes to me the very next day and tells me you have the same thing I have, and he was going to recruit you, and it was like my life was over. I hated you. You made it pretty easy to keep hating you, too. You are kind of an asshole, you know." Harrison shrugged. "I guess so." He thought back on the numerous times he had seized opportunities to inconvenience or irritate her. She had brought out the petty, spiteful weasel in him. "I can be." She nodded, then stared at him for a long moment before looking away. "Can I tell you something about myself?" he asked. "I'll try not to be creepy, but you can decide for yourself. And if you think I am, I'll leave you alone." She folded her arms. "Yeah, okay."
Do you know how most people found your radio show? She frowned. Yeah, tuning their radios up and down, looking for any broadcast they could find. We were counting on that from the start. He nodded. That's what I've heard. You want to know how I found your show? She frowned some more. Okay. Totally by accident. I was listening to a tape in my car, and I got bored with it and popped it out. By chance, the radio was already tuned to your station. You were playing something by the Beatles. Where are you going with this? She asked. I wasn't listening to a tape because I couldn't find a radio station that worked. I was listening to a tape because I didn't want to find a radio station that worked. I've never been a people person. I lived alone, and I lived for my solitude. Then the thing happened, and everyone was gone. And my first rational thought was all about what a big improvement it was. I liked being alone. At least I thought I did. Then, all of a sudden, after 2 months of thinking I was the last person on the entire planet, I heard your voice, and it kicked off feelings I had no idea were in there. Meeting you gave my life purpose like I had never had before. All I needed was for you to be real. Anything you happened to be after that would have been gravy. He rubbed the back of his head and looked away. I know a lot of people came all the way out here hoping to score with you, and I'm really sorry about that. He looked back at her. I came all the way out here just to thank you. I had no idea how much I needed to be part of a community again, at least not before you came by and shoved me into it. I think I'm becoming a better person, Claudia. Being here, being part of something like this, I feel more alive than I have in a really long time. She looked into his eyes as if searching for something there. You really don't know what you've got till it's gone, do you? He smiled. No, I don't reckon you do. She inhaled deeply and sighed heavily. No promises, but I think I could like you. Eventually. Take your time. She turned to leave. When she got to the door, she looked back. It was all we had. What? The records. The station didn't have any music recorded after 1979. All we had were turntables and old records. That's why I played that stuff. I wasn't playing them for you. I figured as much. She lingered at the door. When we get back, I'll play something for you. Pick a good one. She left before he could reply. He leaned back in his seat and picked up the media player. His pack rested in the seat on the other side of Claudia's, and he pulled it closer to rummage through it. Seeing her play with the device reminded him of all the other futuristic toys he had brought along. On a whim, for this mission, he had packed his entire collection of finds from his journey to New Chicago. He pulled out one of the first gadgets he had found, the camera, and pressed a button on it.
Like I would know?
Said the image of Glimmer. It flickered briefly before Harrison pushed the button again, making her disappear. He smiled at the memory. Turning the camera over, he ran his hand over the symbol etched into its face, a straight line connected to a squiggly curve, and frowned. Something about it nagged him. Shrugging, he put the camera back in his pack. He picked out another gadget and scowled at it. He had either forgotten what it did or never figured it out. After he fiddled with it for a few seconds, it started vibrating. It did nothing else, so he shut it off. He put on his headphones and nodded off. 2 hours later, Glimmer woke him up.
Time to roll.
She did not smile. What's going on?
We have a shopping list.
Chapter 13. Emile. The next day, Lieutenant Anderson took the remains of the static mayhem bomb back to New Chicago in the Flyer. The experts in the loop, both on the expedition team and the backup team at home, agreed with Hadley and Glimmer the bomb, by itself, provided an incomplete explanation for the May 30 event. Nevertheless, it warranted closer examination. As a matter of prudence, they also decided to prepare a counterbomb as per Glimmer's recommendation. The old man's remains were buried near the hut. No evidence remained to determine his true identity, and April and Jake satisfied Alec they had given him everything they knew. The two of them asked to be taken to Chicago, but Hadley made a special plea to both them and Alec they be allowed to stay with the expedition until it returned. Having spent so much time in the company of the old man and his creation, they might still, without realizing it, hold valuable information that could help in the construction of the counterbomb. They loaded the buggy's cargo holds with dozens of marked omnis before they set out. Glimmer assured them the fruit would keep for a long time, even in the absence of refrigeration. Louise hoped to bring a cutting back to Chicago and start a grove, but that turned out to be impossible. The enchantment that made an omni tree work was bound to the roots, and Glimmer said a tree grown from a cutting would produce purple citrus fruit that tasted like urine. Louise chose to take her word for it. Early on the morning of the third day after their arrival in New York, they set out in the buggy to find the components for a counterbomb. Jake and April took some of their clothing and possessions with them, with slightly more latitude for space allowance than the rest of the team. Among other items, April chose to bring a nylon string guitar. The team stopped for the day about an hour before sunset. While Alec and Louise stayed in the buggy to do some work, the rest went outside to enjoy the lingering sunlight. April acceded to a request from Glimmer that she play for them. Harrison recognized the piece as J.S. Bach, the bourrée Jethro Tull had popularized with an arrangement for blues flute. While her performance was not flawless, she played gracefully through her mistakes. When she finished, she received a round of applause punctuated by Hadley shouting, "Brava!" April bowed her head in acknowledgement. "Encore!" shouted Hadley, and Jeanette clapped more loudly. Claudia did not smile. She had applauded with the rest, but with less enthusiasm. "Any requests?" April looked directly at Claudia. "Play something punk." Claudia's voice held no cheer. April stopped smiling, and the two young women locked eyes. The alpha cool girl gauntlet had been thrown down. April held her hand toward Jake. "Pick." Jake scrambled to April's guitar case and produced a pick, which she took from him while staring Claudia down. April broke eye contact to look intently at the neck of her guitar. She fingered several chords without playing them. Then she nodded her head 4 times and strummed the opening chords of Should I Stay or Should I Go? Harrison considered this a risky choice. The Clash made that record well before Claudia was born, and critics considered it mainstream for them even at the time. Claudia might still consider it old fart music. April sang the opening line with snarly passion directed at Claudia, who gave no reaction. Glimmer bobbed her head and grinned, and Hadley and Jeanette smiled. As the song progressed, Claudia's demeanor did not change. Then April hit the second verse, and Claudia belted the lyrics out with her, hitting the word tease repeatedly and assertively. Without missing a beat, April responded, singing the same line in Spanish. They continued that way for the next few lines, April playing Joe Strummer to Claudia's Mick Jones. When they reached the end of the verse, they both howled like dogs, and neither could keep a straight face after that. By the time they got back to the chorus, Glimmer had figured out the song, and the three of them sang it together in unison at top volume. The only member of the party not singing or swaying, or inside the transport missing out on the most entertaining thing Harrison had seen in ages, Sergeant Smith stood by a tree, keeping a considerate distance from the others while he smoked a cigarette. Harrison could not help but wonder how stale the salvaged tobacco products must be by this time. Eventually the supply would be exhausted, and smoking could well come to an end. What manpower the survivors could devote to agriculture would have to be spent growing food. Not being a smoker himself, Harrison could not know how urgent that tobacco famine would seem. Cultivating tobacco could well turn out to be a national priority. The sergeant took his last drag, then dropped the butt on the ground and crushed it with his toe. The act disgusted Harrison, a tiny thing, but it angered him to see someone show so little regard for nature. They had lost so much in the last year. That anyone could come through the event of May 30 without a greater desire to treat the earth with more respect shocked him. Smith deserved a scolding for his behavior, and Harrison strode purposefully toward him. He got there as Smith bent down, picked up the butt, and dropped it in his pocket. The sergeant looked at him expectantly.
"They're pretty good, aren't they?"
asked Harrison, smiling like a fool. He looked back at the women and Pixie laughing as they finished their song. Hadley, Jeanette, and Jake continued to applaud. The man looked thoughtfully at the performers and nodded.
"She's a smart lady."
He walked away from Harrison and back to the transport.
"Take a look at this," said Sergeant Smith.
Alec watched one of the monitors on the transport's control panel, which showed a cluster of trees by a stream a few hundred yards away. The transport had elaborate and useful surveillance equipment, and everyone could easily see the ceiling-mounted monitor from their seats. A white horse peered out from around one of the trees, then dashed away beyond the edge of the image. The camera mounted on the roof of the buggy tried to track it.
"Are you sure about that?"
asked Alec.
"Look at this."
The sergeant turned a roller with his finger. The image of the horse ran backward, and he pushed it back to the frame where the horse poked its head around the tree. He froze it there. Even in the somewhat grainy image, the spike growing out of the horse's forehead stood out.
"Oh, yes,"
said Hadley. "Yes, yes indeed."
"Very nicely done. One lock of unicorn mane coming right up. I'll be back shortly."
Alec made for the door, but found his way blocked by the Pixie.
"Whoa there, Hoss. Where do you think you're going?"
She wore an orange paisley dress, V-neck, the décolletage accented with a small bow. No shoes.
"I'm not going to kill it, if that's what you're on about,"
he said.
"Wow, that's an image I hadn't conjured. I wonder how you'd fare mano a casco."
She tapped her chin, gazing into space, lost in thought. After a few seconds, she smirked.
"Yeah, that's rich. No, I was concerned about mission success. Unicorns are notoriously picky about the company they keep. I don't think you meet the qualifications."
He sneered. "What? You think I'm ill-bred?"
"She means we need to send a virgin," said April. After a few seconds of silence, Jake grinned.
"Hell, even I knew that."
Harrison hid his smile. Alec harumphed.
"Right then."
He sat down and looked at Claudia. Jake looked at Claudia, too. She sat in the back, playing her Game Boy with the sound turned low, but with everyone else silent, clearly audible through the transport. The precise moment when she made whatever fatal error in whatever game she played announced itself as the little machine sang its sad death song, and she whispered, "Shit." She looked up from the tiny screen to find everyone in the vehicle gazing at her expectantly.
"Oh, I'm out."
"Well, there's a pickle,"
said Glimmer. Alec scowled and rubbed his forehead.
"Delightful." "Back off," said Claudia. "Don't go hanging this on me. Didn't anyone think of this ahead of time? We've been tracking this thing for 2 days.
"Apparently, some of us didn't know there would be a limitation."
Glimmer shot a pointed look at Alec.
"And the rest of us assumed we already had a solution."
She glared at Hadley, who only shrugged.
"Wow," said Harrison. "Behold the bureaucracy."
"You know," said Claudia, her hackles rising, "maybe you could—" Harrison put his hand up.
"Save it."
He sighed and hung his head.
"God, this kills me. Let me out."
"Oh, what, you're going to go sulk now?" said Claudia. "God damn, I can't figure you out, Cody. Half the time you're like the coolest person on the team, and the other half you're just a brat. Could you be any more of a dick about this?" He winced.
"No, I mean, let me out. To do the thing."
She stared back. Her expression changed from enraged to incredulous.
"Oh."
She sat down again.
"Oh.
She faced the back hatch and raised her hand to her mouth. Harrison walked up the center aisle, making eye contact with no one until he got to Alec.
I need a knife or something.
Alec nodded and unsnapped a small sheath from his belt. It held a thin, short blade, easily concealed, razor-sharp, an assassin's weapon. Harrison cringed. He took it anyway and made for the door. Glimmer still blocked the way. She shook her head with wide eyes and said with more kindness than she had given Alec,
"It has to be a girl."
Harrison pasted on his best humiliated smile.
Of course it does.
He sat down in a nearby seat and faced the window. How galling to discover he had not yet run out of new ways to feel stupid. Alec stood up again.
Well, then, I hate to be indelicate, but... Miss Mendoza?
April shook her head apologetically.
Right. Dr. Lee? Too much to hope?
Jeanette was reading a book and did not even look up. Instead, she merely held up her left hand and wiggled the plain gold ring on the third finger with her thumb.
Right, said Alec. There it is.
Louise pinched the bridge of her nose.
Oh, for Christ's sake. Glimmer, please define virgin.
Said Pixie. It's a pretty standard definition.
Tab A, said Louise. Slot B. Is that what we're talking about? What if I've only ever been with another woman?
That wouldn't count, said Glimmer. No offense.
Louise rubbed her face with both hands. Okay, she said to Harrison. Give me the damn knife. Harrison handed it over.
Madam President, said Alec, I don't mean to be blunt, but your previous marriage is a matter of public record.
She took the knife and stood up. This is not to be a topic of discussion. She looked around the transport. Are we all clear on that? Everyone nodded. Madam President. Jeanette held up a pair of surgical scissors and a small, clear plastic bag.
Thank you.
Louise took them and left the buggy. Jake's confused voice penetrated the stunned silence like a knife.
So, she was married, but they never had sex?
What did she just say? Said Harrison. Not a topic of discussion. Jake shut up. They sat quietly, not looking at anyone else. Harrison looked out the window in the approximate direction he had seen Louise walk. Jake stood.
Is this going to be a while?
He asked Alec.
Quite likely. Is it okay if I step outside then? I could use some fresh air.
Alec thought about this.
Yeah, all right. I'll go with you. Stay by my side.
The two of them walked out the door. They passed by Harrison's window, then walked to the opposite side of the buggy, away from the unicorn. The seat next to him shifted under someone's weight. Hi, said April.
Hey,
he said cautiously.
What's up?
Do you like the way Alec treats you? No one had bothered to ask him that before, and he had no prepared answer. He did not want to be impolitic, but neither did he want to be dishonest. He settled for waffling.
What do you think?
I think he's an ass, she said. He has no respect for you, and he pushes you around. Harrison shrugged.
He's my boss.
And so you apologize for him. You're worth more than he gives you credit for, and everybody here knows it. This surprised him.
You think so?
She nodded. Yep. I think he's deliberately rude to you to crush your self-respect. He finds you threatening, Harrison. He doesn't want to compete with you, so he keeps you down.
Huh. I never thought that. I really have felt that he thinks I'm an idiot.
She nodded again. Well, he doesn't. And you may want to keep that in perspective because the way he treats you... She paused. It's the same way you treat Jake.
What? What are you talking about?
I thought you might not be aware of it. That's why I'm talking to you. If I thought you were doing it on purpose, I'd call you out. I think you're a good person giving in to a bad impulse." After a bit, he said,
"Am I really doing that?"
"Yes, you're very sarcastic with him."
"I thought I was being funny."
"You are, sometimes. But he can't keep up with you, and when you put him down, it really affects him." She looked away for a moment. "He looks up to you. All the others are following your lead. They're not giving him the time of day. It's been a very long time since he had a decent male role model. For most of the last year, it was just the three of us. I don't want him to feel under attack all the time. I think he has a lot to contribute, and not just to this group. But you've got to give him a chance, Harrison. If you don't, right now, he's going to have a rough time until we get to Chicago, and I don't want him to get there feeling down on himself."
"I'm sorry," he said.
She stood up. "I'm glad. But I'm not the one you need to tell." She went back to her seat and sat gazing out the window. Jake and Alec returned soon after. Either April had engineered Jake's absence to stage that conversation with Harrison, or she had expertly taken advantage of her short window of opportunity. Either way, Harrison was impressed. "Hey, people, come see this." Jeanette sat on the same side of the buggy as Harrison, looking out the window. At the edge of the trees stood the unicorn. Louise sat side-saddle on his back, stroking his mane gently. She leaned over and said something into his ear before hopping down to the ground. Then she ran the entire distance back to the buggy and flung herself in the door. "Take these." She handed Sergeant Smith the scissors and the specimen bag. It contained a sample of white hair, which sparkled even in the dull light of the transport. Alec stood up. She pointed to him. "You stay put. Harrison, come with me." She held her hand out, and Harrison felt momentarily uneasy. "It's all right. He said it's all right." Something about her manner made him hesitate. She was not herself, and it took him a moment to put his finger on it. He had never seen joy in her before. Harrison stood up and walked to the door. Louise grinned and held both hands out to him.
"Glimmer?"
he asked.
"If he says it's all good, it's all good."
He went outside. Harrison matched her stride toward the trees when Louise suddenly began skipping and laughed. "Come on!" He looked behind him at the awe-stricken faces of the rest of the team in the windows, then looked back at Louise. She had already reached the trees, where she stroked the unicorn's neck and spoke to him. Harrison kept walking, but briskly. It resembled a horse, apart from the horn, and the fact everything about the animal radiated a sense of well-being and perfection. The sparkly effect visible in the small mane clipping was more pronounced on the live creature. Multiple different shades of white permeated the unicorn's coat, all pure, all brilliant. The smooth horn bore a grain to it that suggested a spiral. It glinted like mother of pearl as the beast shook his head. "His name is Emile," said Louise. "He's beautiful," said Harrison. Louise nodded. "He knows." At those words, a new sensation flooded Harrison. The unicorn did know. He had expected the creature to speak, and Louise had implied he could. But Emile didn't have to speak. His feelings, plainer than words could convey. Harrison reached out to touch him. His hair felt like goose down. "Can you feel it?" asked Louise. "It's like everything is right in the world as long as we stay right here." He nodded. "I'm sorry you embarrassed yourself back there." "Pish-posh," said Louise. "Nothing to be embarrassed about. Water under the bridge. And you're one to talk. That couldn't have been easy." He laughed lightly. "It wasn't, but it's fine." "You were right," she said, "about the girls. Leaving them there would have been horribly wrong, and without you to speak for them, we certainly would have. Thank you for saving those children from our darker selves." "I don't know what to say." She touched his face and smiled. "You know, in a lot of ways, I think you've become our conscience, Harrison." She straightened up.
I won't be admitting that again anytime soon, so you should run with it while you can." He smiled. "Should we be getting back?" He looked at Emil. "Soon." She rested her head against the unicorn's neck. "Why don't you head back? I want to take some time to say goodbye." "Okay." He hesitated. "You will come back, won't you?" "Count on it." She stroked the unicorn's mane. "He likes you, you know." "I know." He touched the unicorn one more time, a lingering brush of his fingers, then walked back to the buggy. Chapter 14. Chain of Command. For 2 days after their encounter with Emil, the team continued its quest to gather the items on their shopping list. They readily acquired some of the banal articles, such as specific kinds of rocks. Others proved more challenging. The team had to rely entirely on Glimmer and Hadley to identify the necessary magical objects and point them in the right direction. It plodded at times, surely harder work than the old man had needed to do, as he had constructed the original device entirely out of non-magical, ordinary, earthly things. Late on their 4th day out of New York, the team took a break. Glimmer had led them to a meadow near a sample of a special kind of mushroom they needed. It grew on the underside of a fallen tree, and to harvest it, they had to coax it out of its hiding place. Glimmer told them to expect the process to take hours, and they took turns, working in half-hour shifts, saying nurturing things to it, singing its songs, and promising it ice cream. Those not on fungus detail had ample time and a splendid environment to relax. They had parked in an area on the verge of a brook, flat, grassy, and tastefully decorated with a smattering of trees and flowering bushes. April pointed out its ideal suitability for a picnic, and promptly spread 2 blankets on the grass. She and Jake sat on one and had omnis for lunch. Harrison and Jeanette soon joined them. After a bit, Jake went for a walk by the brook. He had become more withdrawn lately. Since his conversation with April, Harrison had been much more careful about the way he talked to him, but he had not taken April up on her suggestion he apologize. Claudia came up the bank of the stream in the opposite direction, her shift on the mushroom having ended. Harrison waved at her. April looked over her shoulder at her. "I don't think she sees you." Harrison agreed. Claudia appeared focused on something else. He stopped waving and shifted his gaze to Jake, who stood upstream and skipped stones on the surface of the water, also apparently in a world of his own. Unless one of them shifted out of introspection mode, they would collide in under 2 minutes. "So," said April, "what's the housing situation in New Chicago? Is there going to be room for 2 more when we get there?" "Sure will be," said Jeanette. "There are still 3 hotels in the city and at least 5 more office buildings that have been converted to living space. Louise also started the cabin project last summer, and there are so far, I think, about 300 cabins built. We've actually managed to catch up with the population, and then some. You two should have quite a few choices. I live in a cabin myself. You can't beat the privacy." "I'm in a hotel," said Harrison. "I'm not quite enough of a country mouse to set up in a cabin. The view is awesome, too. It's kind of cramped with my kids, but if it's just the 2 of you, you should be all right. If that's what you want." He popped an entire chocolate chip cookie into his mouth. "You have kids?" asked April. He nodded as he chewed. "How many?" Before Harrison could hold up 2 fingers, Jeanette said, 30. Harrison nearly gagged. He tried to swallow. "That sounds like a story," said April with a look of intrigue. "It is," said Jeanette with a mischievous smile. Harrison finally got the cookie down and came up gasping for air. 2. I have 2 kids. I live with 2 kids, a boy and a girl I adopted on my way to Chicago." "And the other 28? asked April. "A story for another time," he said. April pouted but did not press the point. Harrison looked past April to Claudia and Jake. She reached him without collision and put her hand on his arm.
He jumped, startled out of his ruminations, and they both laughed. "I'm not so sure Jake is still going to want to live with me when we get there," said April. "It'll probably be better for him anyway to get a little independence. Do they let people take rooms alone, or do we have to have roommates?" "I have a cabin all to myself," said Jeanette, "and there are plenty of rooms in the hotels for single occupants. If you two want to live separately, that shouldn't be a problem." Harrison watched Claudia talking to Jake. She spread her arms out like wings and then held them up with an expression of mock alarm. He laughed. She laughed too. In fact, Claudia laughed at everything Jake said. "Don't look now," said Jeanette, "but our little girl appears to be taking an interest in your man." April looked at Harrison in confusion. He pointed over her shoulder to Jake and Claudia. She turned to look. "What? You mean Jake?" Jeanette frowned in obvious confusion. "Ah, I thought you two were—" "Jake is 18. "How old are you?" asked Harrison. 26? "Oh, wow," he said. "I thought that too. I think we all did. You both look like you could be about 20, and I assumed you had paired off. That was pretty stupid, I guess." She looked at him with her mouth screwed up, probably assessing both the insult and the apology, and smirked. "It is kind of funny, actually. Maybe I should have said something earlier. It never occurred to me that you all would think that." She scratched her forehead. "Maybe you should pass it along, clear it up. Don't say anything to Jake, though. I think he'd be mortified." Glimmer touched down on the blanket. Her ensemble included sheer sleeves, a black corset, and a skirt with a black and purple swirl pattern. On her head sat a pointy black hat with a wide brim. She held a small plastic broomstick, only a functionless prop. No shoes. "Little early for Halloween, isn't it?" said Jeanette. Glimmer shrugged and helped herself to a cookie crumb from an open Omni.
"It's a pretty dress. I didn't realize it was seasonal."
"What's the status of our fungal friend?"
asked Harrison.
"Coming along," she said. "It's starting to trust us. Shouldn't be more than an hour or two now."
"Trust us? Wow, it's in for a rough surprise. I didn't realize we were tricking it."
He took a sip from a bottle of Coke.
"Seems wrong somehow."
Glimmer gawked at him.
"It's a mushroom, Harry. Get a grip."
He laughed.
"Right, never mind."
Glimmer let out an exasperated sigh, fishing for more crumbs.
"This whole thing feels like a fool's errand to me."
"What?" said April. "The scavenger hunt? I thought this was your idea."
"Yeah," said the pixie. "Still, it's a guess, and not a very sound one at that. We're preparing a remedy for something that couldn't really be the cause. I mean, obviously, the timing is pretty convincing, but what your guy built really shouldn't have been able to do all this."
She waved to indicate the whole planet.
"As near as Hadley can tell, it shouldn't have done anything at all. He would have needed to cast a spell to activate it, and he wouldn't have had any way to do that. And even if he could, these things are for disrupting magic. But before he set it off, there was no magic here. All the magic in this world came afterward, probably from the bomb itself. It all takes us around in circles."
She brushed her hands, wiping off meta crumbs.
"I wish he could have told us something."
Jeanette looked away. "I have a few wishes of my own."
"I know."
Glimmer shook her head.
"Wish in one hand, shit in the other, and see which one fills up first."
She flew around Jeanette and hovered in front of her face.
"It wasn't your fault. You never could have seen that coming."
"I know it wasn't my fault," said the doctor. "These things happen all the time, even when the patient isn't cursed. It's so damn frustrating. If you'd been there from the start, we might have saved him." Glimmer shook her head sadly.
"You saw the mess in that old man's chest cavity. Saving him was never an option."
"All right, then," said Jeanette. "We might have at least made him comfortable or coherent enough to tell us something useful." I think it's safe to say we're all frustrated by that.
What was that thing he said when we first got there? Asked Harrison. Something about tying someone up. Maybe he wasn't delirious. Do you think that might have meant something?
Roping somebody, said Jeanette. I assumed he was having a fever dream. Rope him, said April. He had been saying that for weeks. We would ask him, rope who, but he never explained it. He kept saying it over and over, rope him, rope him. He also kept saying it wasn't his fault. We kind of figured he was projecting blame onto someone, but he wouldn't say who. Harrison shook his head in frustration. If it did mean something, they'd never know now. Glimmer? Said Jeanette, in a tone more worried than inquisitive. Harrison looked at the pixie. She chewed her knuckle, eyes wide, 2 streaks of glitter leading from them to her chin. Harrison realized as the moment drew out in slow motion he had never seen pixie tears before. His heart started racing. Glimmer took her finger out of her mouth. She did not make eye contact with any of them. Why, she choked. They waited a second for her to regain her composure, during which she turned to Harrison.
Why the fuck didn't you tell me this before?
No one moved. What? Harrison asked, trying not to panic. Of all the people there, he would know best from Glimmer's manner the time to panic had arrived. Glimmer took a deep breath.
Jeanette, she said, still looking at Harrison. Get April back to the buggy. Tell Sergeant Smith to call Lieutenant Anderson and request an immediate pickup. Harrison, go tell Claudia and Jake that we're going back to Chicago. Right now. I'll get Alec and Louise.
What about the mushroom?
Fuck the mushroom!
Go, said Harrison to April and Jeanette. They went. To Glimmer, he said quietly,
We're not safe here, are we?
She flew to his ear and whispered,
We're not safe anywhere.
Then she flew away. Harrison sprinted to the brook, to Claudia and Jake, both still laughing. He looked at Jake and finally saw an 18-year-old boy.
Let's go, kids.
He clapped his hands.
Back to the buggy. Glimmer says we have to get a move on.
Claudia's expression of mirth shifted as she raised her brows in puzzlement.
Why? She didn't say. Maybe she found some manicore poop that we have to collect. Who knows? She just said we need to head out now.
Claudia's eyes narrowed. Before we have the mushroom?
Yeah.
Go on back, Claudia said to Jake. I need to have a word with Harrison. Jake looked at both of them and promptly obeyed her. What's going on? She said.
I truly don't know, Harrison said. We told Glimmer the old guy kept saying rope him before he died, and she freaked out. We have to go now.
Rope who? Said Claudia.
Rope whom? Said Harrison.
Claudia put her hand over her eyes and said through her teeth,
Oh, I could just slap. I don't know. Did you hear it that time? I don't know why, but we have to get going.
Alec and Louise ran up the bank of the stream.
Why are you 2 still here? Barked Louise.
Claudia looked at Harrison, the first stirrings of apprehension in her eyes.
We're going now, said Harrison.
The brook splashed outward, dramatically enough to douse Claudia. Damn it! She shook her hands and looked up at Louise. A bright green animal, the approximate shape of a frog and the approximate size of a beaver, squatted on the back of the president's neck. Unlike a frog, it had a long prehensile tail which it wrapped around her eyes, and a freakishly wide mouth which it clamped over her shoulder, covering it completely from her head to halfway down her upper arm. Blood ran from under its lips. Louise fell to the ground. The frog thing leapt straight into the air, moving so fast it appeared to fly. But then the parabola turned, describing a freakishly high jump. Alec raised his left hand and pointed it at the creature, and for an instant, Harrison thought the spy was trying to bring it down using the Force. In a bizarre metacognitive moment, he tried to remember which impossible things were now possible. The beast let out a monstrous squeal. It hit the ground, Bess's hilt clearly visible, protruding from its torso. Alec knelt and felt Louise's wrist, then her neck. Her shoulder was a mess, covered in blood and badly swollen. Her skin had started to turn black. Alec looked up at Harrison wordlessly, shook his head, and then ran over to collect the fallen creature. Claudia buckled. "Louise? Louise? Are you?" She touched Louise's hair. Harrison reeled. They had gone from being in trouble to being under attack to being leaderless in moments. "Claudia, you've got to get back to the buggy." "Louise? Mom?" This plea brought the piece of the puzzle Harrison had not seen before. He should have, given his own experience with New Chicago's adoption policy. Somehow he had assumed a law that applied to everyone under the age of 18 would not apply to this one girl. "Claudia." He crouched down next to her. "Claudia, come on. We have to go." "I love you," she sobbed, stroking Louise's face. "You know I love you, right?" Harrison looked at Louise's open, motionless eyes. "She knows. We have to go now." "Mom," said Claudia again. He grabbed her shoulder. "Tiananmen, we have to go." She slapped him across the face, hard enough to knock him to the ground. Before he could get up, she dropped to her knees on his chest and slapped him again. "Don't you ever call me that." Hot tears fell on his face. "That fat piece of shit Bob calls me that like he thinks it's funny. I hate him. Don't you ever use that word around me." "Claudia," he whispered, "we have to go." Claudia snapped to, climbed off him, stood up and rubbed her eyes. She looked down at Louise's supine form. "Oh, God!" She covered her eyes. Harrison took her shoulder, more gently this time. She shook it off. "I'm okay," she lied. "Good," he lied back. "Get going." She ran. Harrison ran to Alec, who was studying the creature. "Where's Glimmer?" "Went scouting." Alec looked up. "Not soon enough, I'd say. Why aren't you back at the transport?" Harrison ignored the question. "What is that?" He pointed to the small, dead monster. "I have no bloody idea," said Alec. His choice of words turned Harrison's stomach. "Are you coming?" Alec nodded, then picked up the creature by its front and back legs and flung it over his shoulders. They sprinted. Alec, the faster runner by far, did not look back to see if Harrison kept up. For once, Harrison did not blame him. A bolt of lightning hit Alec in the back. He stumbled to the ground. Harrison stopped dead and whipped around. Back near the trees where they had found the mushrooms stood a creature, vaguely humanoid but not human. Shorter than Harrison by at least a foot, maybe two, its dark gray skin looked diseased, lumpy and flaky even from a distance. It wore a charcoal gray robe that appeared to have been woven from pure filth, and atop its head, resting between two oversized, top-mounted ears, sat a dark gray cone, a mockery of a wizard's hat or a dunce cap. Its hands glowed and billowed smoke. It grinned, and its teeth shone yellow against its gray features. On either side of it, two humans emerged from the trees, carrying drawn swords. Harrison tried to estimate the amount of time it would take him to find and draw Bess. He didn't like his odds. One of them shouted at Harrison, "Put your hands!" Harrison never learned where they wanted his hands. Orange light streaked through all three hostiles, zigzagging between them. They fell in a swamp of their own blood. The streak of orange light zipped straight up, then down into the stream. An instant later, Glimmer hovered in front of him, clean, naked, and angry.
"Why are you still running around out here?"
"I was getting Alec," he said. She looked down at the crumpled spy.
"Looks like you got him."
"Is everyone back?" He walked faster now, still shaking.
"Mike is dead,"
she said. The sergeant. Another death so quickly. Mike Smith had been unlike Harrison in almost every way, and he hadn't had much success connecting with him. He had hoped he might get to know the man better. Now he never would.
Everyone else is locked inside the transport, she told him. We were ambushed over there. 3 guys with swords. He killed one of them, but the other 2 overpowered him before I got there. They're dead now.
Harrison walked past Alec's body, not looking down at it.
What are you doing?
Said Glimmer. He stopped and turned around. She hovered over Alec.
I can't drag him the whole way back myself.
He's alive?
Oh.
Glimmer slapped her head.
Right. Duh. Sorry. Yeah, he's still alive. Should have said that first.
What about Louise?
Alec's survival offered Harrison a flimsy shred of hope on which to hang the question. Glimmer sighed.
No. Tough break, that.
Harrison went back to Alec's unconscious form, picked him up by the shoulders, and started hauling him back to the transport. He weighed more than he looked. At the sound of a sudden roar overhead, Harrison stumbled, barely maintaining his footing with the load. The familiar manta-ray form of the flyer passed over him.
Thank God, that was fast.
It's the wrong color,
said Glimmer. Harrison froze. They only had one of those vehicles, having stolen it during their stay in Texas. Theirs was olive green. This one was reddish-black, the same shape but with a few subtle differences. As Harrison and Glimmer watched, the new flyer swooped down on the transport. It lowered itself, extending open claws, hungry, greedy.
No!
Cried Harrison. He dropped Alec to the ground and ran. The roar got louder, now coming from 2 directions at once. Harrison pushed himself to go faster, having no idea if he would get there in time or what he could possibly do to make a difference. The volume of the roar grew behind him, and a gust of hot wind threw him to the ground. The sound of metal on metal erupted, angry, destructive, unwilling to yield, yet yielding all the same, the hammer and anvil of the gods. The horrible noise sounded twice more, and from somewhere nestled inside it, it issued something like the sound of breaking glass. He struggled to his feet. The transport lay on its side. In place of the flyer, far behind its intended victim, sat a hideous pile of crumpled metal. It bore the colors of Christmas, dipped in black ink, twisted together. Between the transport and the wreck, an enormous divot, a crater of dirt and grass, marked the ferocious impact. He coughed.
What was that?
That,
said Glimmer sadly,
was the right color.
Part 2. Anti-Sophistry. Chapter 15. Too Much Information. Harrison placed his hand on the rear hatch of the transport, and it popped open. He needed to step around 4 corpses to get to the vehicle, adding the tacky weight of blood to the soles of his shoes. Some of that blood belonged to Michael Smith, the sergeant who had been with them since they set out. He was about the same age as Harrison, which made seeing him dead 1 degree more horrible. He swung the door open and peered inside, dreading what he might see. Glimmer had gone off to inspect the wrecked flyers and look for possible survivors. Harrison did not want to think in those terms for his task at the buggy. It took him a few seconds to count and check the tally against his mental list. April climbed out first, dropping about 2 feet to the ground. She put her arms around him and held him tightly for a few moments, trembling. "I thought you were dead." She pulled back and looked him in the eyes. "I thought you were all dead." Harrison shook his head.
Alec is unconscious but alive.
He looked into the transport. Claudia lay curled up in a fetal position on a blanket that had been laid across a side wall. Jeanette and Jake sat next to her, looking supportive and helpless, respectively. Hadley stood in the front of the vehicle, facing the controls with his head tipped sideways.
"I take it you already heard about Louise,"
said Harrison. April nodded in Claudia's direction. "She hasn't been very coherent. Is Louise dead?"
"Yes."
"The sergeant, too," said April.
"I saw."
The comment surprised her, and she looked out for the first time at the remnants of the violence around her. "Oh!" She looked away. Glimmer returned, startling April.
It was definitely Roland. There's not much left of him.
Harrison squeezed his eyes shut. Lieutenant Anderson had provided an unexpected ally when he badly needed one. Was anyone with him?
No, said Glimmer. He was alone.
Well, there's that at least. Were there any survivors in the other flyer?
Nope.
Harrison scratched his head.
Not to sound too cold, but that's one less damn thing to worry about.
He looked at Glimmer.
You may want to put some clothes on. You're going to distract Jake.
But not you,
she said, deadpan, her hands on her naked hips. He shrugged.
Maybe a little.
Good, she said, and she was gone. She's a piece of work, said April. How long have you two been together? Harrison slapped his forehead and scowled.
Christ! Like I don't have enough to worry about right now. We're friends, nothing romantic, nothing weird. Friends. Just a guy and a pixie in a totally platonic relationship.
Said April. Dumb joke. I was, making fun of what you thought about Jake and me.
He said. I'm a little touchy about it. I've been asked that question before by people who weren't kidding.
I'm sorry. He shook his head.
No, it's my fault. This isn't the time for my stupid hang-ups.
He looked out to where Alec lay on the grass. He was completely vulnerable out there. But then they all were. Harrison insisted everyone evacuate the transport, having no way to tell how badly the crash damaged it, and not wanting to gamble on the team's safety. They moved Alec onto a cot with a pillow and blanket. Jeanette found a plastic bag in his breast pocket, containing the red and white mushroom they worked so hard to collect. Hadley took it eagerly. One less thing. Harrison and Jeanette covered President Hatfield and Sergeant Smith with the same blankets they had used as a picnic spread less than an hour earlier. They left the bodies of the men who had attacked them where they lay. The group had a limited number of blankets, and they agreed not to consume them, showing respect for their enemies. Once everyone had settled and Jeanette checked them all for injuries, Harrison gathered them all together to listen to Glimmer, now wearing a lime and pink striped sweater dress, no shoes. They sat in a circle on the grass.
This isn't how or where or with whom I wanted to address this, but here we are, so here we go.
She took a deep breath.
We're in a lot more trouble than we thought we were.
Jake spoke up.
How do you know?
There is a word, she said, a Fey word. Your friend said it before he died, over and over again.
Rope him? Said April. That's a Fey word? Glimmer closed her eyes and nodded.
Rope him,
she whispered, and flinched. April sat up straight. That's it. That's the way he said it. I thought he was speaking with some kind of accent, from the delirium.
What does it mean?
Harrison asked. Glimmer hesitated.
It means evil. But it means evil in a way that human languages have never done justice. It is the pure manifestation of hatred and fear and pain and death, and that is the merest fraction of the surface of its meaning.
May I ask why I am hearing this now for the first time? Asked Hadley. Glimmer stared him down.
It is not a word we use anymore. Not for thousands of years.
Why would the old man say that?
Asked Harrison. Glimmer looked down.
I can't know for sure, but I think this may be the answer we were trying to find in New York. Who did all of this?
She looked at Harrison. Traces of the glitter he had seen earlier lingered at the edges of her eyes.
Ropim is sentient. Ropim is a being and a mind, and the reason we haven't used the word in thousands of years is it's been that long since Ropim was free.
She looked at April.
I think your old man may have been used to open a door that we will have to find a way to shut.
Harrison pushed past his adrenaline rush.
Is it free now? What does it want?
It wants power, said the pixie, and to torment every living thing. And if it were free, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We would be screaming until our throats bled from the strain, begging for a death that would never come.
Claudia, who had been staring at her feet and did not look up, asked, "How do we kill it?" Glimmer shook her head.
We don't. It can't be killed. The best we can do is to stop it from breaching the walls of its cage. I think it did this to the world to give it a point of entry back into the universe. I think it did this by giving the old man directions and power, somehow, and I think we should do what we were already planning to do. Build this counterbomb.
As Hadley nodded, Harrison blew out a breath. If he did not ground this conversation right now, she would suck them all into a vortex of despair. Okay, we need to address some nitty-gritty. First off, the hit the buggy took destroyed its antenna. We can't reach the backup team back home to tell them any of this. Glimmer, you'll have to fly out there and give them a heads up.
No,
she said. He stared. No? She shook her head.
There's no point. The only reason I wanted us back there before was to regroup. That's moot now. Without the flyer, it'll take us days to get home, and all we'll do is draw attention to the city. I'm sure we were attacked because we were getting close to the truth.
How? Said Harrison. Avatars? Alec put some kind of technology in my blood to throw them off my scent. Is it not working?
I don't know, said Glimmer. Something here doesn't add up. But we have to assume we've been watched since at least New York, maybe since Texas. The little spies, Scott, the creatures who came here today, they all work for it. For better or worse, we're on our own for now.
What can you tell us about the creatures we saw here? That frog thing or the guy with the hat? She shook her head.
I have no idea what they were.
She looked at Hadley, and he also shook his head.
It's breeding monsters, I think. Inventing them as it goes along.
That would be consistent with what we know about the dinosaurs, said Hadley. These new creatures may be a second round of experiments. Alec sat up on his cot, looked around, and coughed, still in a half-awake stupor. Alec, you're missing a meetin'. Harrison's quip went unappreciated, but it masked his fear and his relief. With Alec back on his feet, they would at least have some coherent leadership. Jeanette got up and felt Alec's forehead. Are you feeling all right? He did not respond. Instead, he got up, walked around the cot, and sat down in the circle between Harrison and Jake. Jeanette made eye contact with Harrison and shrugged. How much of this did you hear? Harrison asked him. Alec rocked back and forth, throwing his head up and down in a strange, nodding fashion and in unnerving silence. He stared at a point on the ground a few feet in front of him when he should have been giving them some instructions. Orders? Guidance? Alec had always responded to mishap with vitriol, not depression. As much as Harrison disliked him personally, without his leadership, the team would never be able to keep going. What now, Super Spy? He asked in a provocative tone. Alec, angry at him, had to be better for everyone concerned than Alec moping. His remark did not penetrate at first, and he groped for something truly offensive he could use to jumpstart Alec when the spy leaned to the side. Alec farted. Quite loudly and for an extraordinary duration. Once finished, he looked around the circle, no emotion evident in his eyes. I farted, he said clearly. No one moved. Alec surveyed their faces again and went back to his funk. Oh, said Harrison. Oh, man. Glimmer? The pixie zipped past him and zoomed straight at Alec. I'm on it. She hovered in front of Alec's face, checking both eyes, and snapped her fingers at him. He looked up shyly. I've always thought you were so beautiful.
I know, everybody does. Can you stand up?
Alec looked at his feet. I'm not tall enough. Then he looked at her and obeyed her. If I were taller, I wouldn't be frightened so much of the time. Oh, Jesus, said Harrison. What happened to him? As Glimmer rubbed her mouth in thought, Harrison caught a glimpse of her diminished hand. It would never stop upsetting him.
This is bad.
I can see that. Sweat gathered on Harrison's forehead. What's the matter with him? Jake asked, biting his nails.
Might be a TMI curse?
Glimmer looked closely at him again.
Or a regression spell. If it's the latter, you can expect him to start acting more and more childish until he can't even sit up on his own. Those are usually good for at least a couple of days.
What's a TMI curse? Asked Jeanette. Hadley frowned. Too much information. If that's what he has, he won't say or do anything unless it embarrasses him personally and terribly. Depending on how he feels about his height, that could be what we're seeing. I have an erection, said Alec. Absolutely everyone in the circle failed to prevent themselves from confirming that visually.
Boy, said Glimmer, he's not kidding.
Alec made eye contact with every one of them, most of whom tried to look away. So, said Harrison, TMI it is, I'd say. I get them sometimes, for no reason, Alec added. Yeah, Harrison sighed. Me too. Jeanette and Claudia snapped their eyes to him. What? He said. I'm trying to be supportive. Glimmer, how long can we expect this to go on?
She said. Well, yes. Barring intervention, the spell is, permanent.
The blood drained out of Harrison's head. That was it, then. They were dead. This left them leaderless, without a swift mode of transportation, and unable to offer the slightest resistance to attack. The entire mission moot now. If half of them managed to make it back to Chicago alive, it would be a bonus. He looked at Jeanette. She was in charge now. Their fate rested on the chance she would be wise enough to keep them safe as long as possible. He waited for her to begin the most vital pep talk they would ever hear. She looked around at each team member, then looked directly at Harrison. Her eyes lingered on his longer than anyone else's. So, she said, what do we do now? Harrison waited for her to answer the rhetorical question. Instead of turning to look back to the troops, she focused on him, and her eyes held questions, not answers. He looked around the circle. Everyone faced him with the same expectant look. He wanted to curl up in a ball, seal the ball in a box, and bury the box in a deep hole. He also wanted to be the hero who would lead them all to success and glory, to be admired and fawned over by thousands of people when they got home, and he knew damn well he wasn't that guy. His face betrayed none of this. Leaders do not show surprise at being followed, they do not show panic, and they do not show reluctance. This crew was now his charge, and he would be up to the responsibility because he would have to be. He only wished he hadn't been the last person to figure that out. Glimmer, he said without turning, define intervention. It took several hours to right the buggy, equipped with a winch for such emergencies. They used a tree as an anchor, but it broke with a terrifyingly loud crack on their first attempt. The second time, they wrapped the cable around several trees as they hauled the transport upright. They succeeded with the destruction of only one additional tree. Glimmer had gone to look for help, with no specific explanation as to what that would entail. Alex stayed in his cot under doctor's orders. Periodically, someone would check on him to see how he felt. He would tell them something mortifying, and they would have to get away from him to avoid further embarrassment. While Jeanette, April, and Jake stayed in the buggy inventorying their supplies, and Hadley checked their equipment for damage, Harrison paced and waited for Glimmer to come back. Claudia returned from watching Alec.
"How's he doing?"
asked Harrison. "He just called me his little chocolate princess." Harrison stopped pacing.
"Please be kiddin'?"
She shook her head. "Please kill me now."
"No can do. I need you now more than ever. You may have to be his babysitter for a while."
"Asshole." She smiled as the first trace of the real Claudia climbed up out of the hole she had fallen into. "Harrison!" called Hadley from the front hatch of the transport. He hopped out and jogged over. "I ran a diagnostic on the transport's firmware. We had a virus."
"What?"
said Harrison.
"How?"
"The Texans, I'm sure," said Hadley. "It was some kind of data miner. They were probably trying to pillage our database."
"Shit. Can you tell how much they got?"
"No, but we were cut off from the NCSA network as soon as we left the city, so I doubt they got much. I don't think the mission details were anywhere in the system either. Unfortunately, I think it may be how they found us."
"Yikes,"
said Claudia.
"Was this a setup?"
said Harrison.
"Did they let us go on purpose?"
Hadley shook his head. "You would have to ask them, but I don't think so. The virus wasn't designed to access communications or any of the higher functions, but it was sending data packets every few hours, and that probably would have included feeds from the exterior cameras. They may have been collecting visual clues until they could put a picture together."
"The unicorn,"
said Harrison. "Exactly," said Hadley. "They would have deduced we were gathering elements of a counterbomb. It's probably why they came after us."
"Did they pick that moment to attack because they knew what we were talking about?"
"Unlikely. I don't see how they could have eavesdropped. It makes much more sense to assume a third explanatory variable there. We lingered here trying to get that fungus. It gave you enough time to compare notes with Glimmer, and it probably gave them enough time to get a fix on us from the camera data. This is all guesswork. Regardless, the virus is gone now, so once we get moving, we should be hidden again."
"Thank you for that,"
said Harrison. "My pleasure. I still have a few more things to check, but I thought you'd want to know this right away."
"I did. Thanks."
Hadley nodded and walked back to the transport. April emerged from the vehicle, passing Claudia on her way in. She handed Harrison an Omni. "Hungry?"
"Not especially."
The written label said chicken salad on a croissant.
"On second thought, that does look good."
He took it and opened it.
"Do you want a bite?"
She smiled and shook her head. "No, thank you." She watched him eat for a minute. "Can I ask you a question?"
"Sure."
"What were you before? What did you do?" He swallowed.
"I worked in a bookstore."
"Really?"
"Yeah."
He frowned.
"Why?"
"I don't know. That seems like a waste of your ability." He laughed.
"You and my mom."
She laughed. "Did you like it, at least?"
"Sure, I liked it a lot, actually. Until the last year or so before the thing happened. Then I got to the point where I realized I was stuck. I felt like I was waiting for my real career to come along, and suddenly I'm in my late 20s, and I saw myself doing this for the rest of my life. I thought about playing politics and climbing the management ladder, but I would have hated that."
He stopped there to take another bite. "Did you ever want to do anything else?" she asked. He nodded.
"I wanted to teach."
Her eyebrows went up. "Really? What?"
"English. It was my major. I never used it. It sort of helped me with my stock knowledge at the store. But, seemed like a waste of 4 years of college just so I could be a slightly better bookseller."
"So, why didn't you?" she asked. "Teach." He shrugged.
"Chicken shit, I guess. What were you?"
She squeezed his upper arm and smiled. "A teacher? High school social studies. It's not as scary as it looks. Sometimes, anyway." Glimmer returned at that moment, startling them both.
We may have a solution to the Alec dilemma.
She grinned, as dramatic an expression of joy as her tears had been an expression of distress.
I found my people. I found Fairy.
Chapter 16. Unlike a Pixie. She refused to tell them anything else until the team assembled outside the buggy. In place of the fear and depression which had dominated her personality since before the attack, she radiated optimism.
We're going to be all right, she said. This is the best possible news.
Why didn't you look for Fairy before?
Harrison asked. Even as she rolled her eyes, she never stopped smiling.
I did look, numbskull. I looked everywhere. I'd given up on it completely, and suddenly, there it is.
Why now? If you looked for it before, why didn't you find it?
It wasn't there.
You think your people can help Alec?
Asked Jake. Glimmer giggled.
Way better than that. This is our big break. We're going to be all right now.
So you say, said Harrison. Something here doesn't sit right. It wasn't there before, now it's there? All our prayers are answered? Anybody else finding this too easy?
Jeanette and April both raised their hands.
Oh, the pixie cried. You people are impossible. You don't get it. We're going to see Oberon. We're not alone anymore.
Did you already see him? Asked Harrison. Did you talk to him? Is he going to help us?
Harrison waited.
Yes?
She looked at the ground.
I didn't actually go in.
What? Why not?
I just didn't, okay? I didn't want to go there without you guys.
Harrison threw up his arms.
You've been trying to find this place for a year, and then you don't even set foot in it? How are we supposed to react to this? What if you're wrong? What if this is just bait for some trap?
She shot away, leaving her trademark trail of sparks. It led into the trees, and all eyes in the group followed it. She zipped straight up into the sky, flew in a loop, then came swooping down on them, her trail wider than usual. She threw off more sparks and somehow generated the sound of a speeding propeller plane. They barely had time to throw themselves out of her path. Everyone but Harrison dove away before she came to an abrupt and silent halt, a fraction of an inch from his nose.
Why didn't you duck? She asked.
He scowled at her. Okay, I get it.
Say it.
He sighed. I trust you.
Good boy.
Team members trickled back, appearing cautious not to upset the possibly insane Pixie.
It's all right. Glimmer was just reminding me of something.
Harrison rubbed his face and pointed to the transport with his thumb.
Let's saddle up and get this pony moving.
Glimmer pulled away to a less invasive distance.
How far is it?
He asked.
Very close.
She beamed.
2, maybe 300 miles, tops. Here.
Glimmer pointed to a topographical map of North America on one of the monitors inside the transport. Jeanette sat in the driver's seat, and Harrison stood beside it. The pixie indicated a point somewhere in the mid-Atlantic U.S. Harrison tapped the zoom function on the touch screen. The map rolled in continuously, showing less and less of the continent until it stopped at an image that showed most of the region between the Great Lakes and the Chesapeake Bay. They currently occupied a position in what had once been northern New Jersey. There. She pointed again, this time north of the Chesapeake. Harrison hit zoom again. The map pulled in until the lakes and coast vanished off the edge of the screen. It now showed a rectangle in several shades of green, with a blue squiggle running down the center. She pointed to the squiggle, and one zoom later the map displayed a blue river. That's the Susquehanna, said Jeanette, in an unusually quiet tone. Harrison added the option of political map to the display. The map stayed green, but now city names and markers appeared on it. North of the center, near where Glimmer pointed, The image read Harrisburg. Glimmer touched the screen again.
There, it's right there. Is that close enough for you to get us there?
Harrison stared at the map. Holy crap, he whispered to Jeanette. Is that what I think it is? Yes, and I don't want to discuss it right now. Harrison backed off. Jeanette recognized the river. If she had grown up there, their destination lay in the backdrop of her formative years. That alone would make anyone edgy. But more importantly, given Harrison's estimate of her age, she would have been somewhere in her teens in 1979. Plenty old enough to have vivid memories of 3 Mile Island. None of the survivors except Alec had ever driven the transport. Although Glimmer insisted the curse to which he had fallen victim would not incapacitate his driving ability, Hadley brought up the possibility Alec might find it embarrassing to wreck the buggy. Harrison disqualified him from driving on those grounds. The rest of the team agreed to share the task, and they spent the remaining daylight giving each other lessons. Their travel time over unknown terrain would be about 2 days. Standing outside and at a considerable distance, Harrison and April watched the buggy back into a small bush. They had been the first two to teach themselves to drive it, an experience only slightly more imposing than driving a van. The vehicle rolled right over the shrub. The bush scraped to about halfway along the underside when whoever drove it apparently noticed it and slammed on the brakes. "Yeesh," said Harrison. "Who's driving?" "Jake, probably," said April. "He said he wanted to make himself useful." "Does he even have a license?" She raised one eyebrow at him. "Does it matter?" Harrison thought about this. "Guess not. I suppose he'll need to know how the buggy works as much as any of us in a pinch. We should get Claudia behind the wheel at least once before we head out tomorrow." "That's not a bad idea." As she spoke, the buggy started up again, pushing itself away from the crushed bush. Branches snapped loudly. "See? He'll get the hang of it." Glimmer flew up.
Hey, I've been scouting, like you said, and I think I found a pretty good route for the big car. We can't go straight because there's a yucky bog that would swallow you up before you ever saw it coming, but apart from that, it's mostly patchy forest.
Harrison paled slightly at her casual mention of a death trap none of them would have seen, nested in otherwise excellent news. The buggy could easily plow through the underbrush. As long as they had a path with thin enough trees, they should have no problems getting there in 2 days. The sooner they got Alec the help he needed, the safer they would be. "That's good." He looked at the sun hanging low. Its proximity to the horizon created the illusion it had grown, and the angle of the sunlight gave it a pale orange hue. "We should call it a day soon. Get some rest so we can move out at the crack of dawn tomorrow."
"Yeah," said Glimmer. "Hey, April, do you mind if I take a moment of Harrison's time?"
"Sure, I'll, flag down the transport, see if they need anyone to take over watching Alec." She looked at Harrison, lingering. "Okay," he said. "I'll be back there in a little bit." April nodded and smiled. "Hey," he added, "tell Jake, if that was him, he's doing fine." She laughed. "He won't believe me, but I'll tell him you said so." She walked away.
"Can we head to the grove?" asked the pixie. "I'd like a little privacy. Before we get to Fairy, we need to have a talk."
"Yeah." He walked, and she glided the several dozen feet to the cover of the trees.
"I owe you an apology," she said.
His eyebrows went up. "You owe me an apology?"
"Well, obviously you owe me one too, but we're going to start with mine."
"That's fair." They crossed the threshold into the grove.
"You're not a pixie," she said.
Harrison frowned. "Are you just now figuring that out?"
"No."
She used both hands to wave away his stupid question.
"I figured it out a few days ago. I'm just bringing it up now."
"What tipped you off?" he asked.
"You're a virgin," she said.
Harrison blushed. It had been awkward enough sharing that with the team, especially since it turned out to be useless information. Until now, everyone had tastefully refrained from bringing it up. What? There are no virgin pixies? She nodded.
That's right.
Oh, come on, he said. That's just stupid. When did you lose your virginity?
I never had one of those.
Then you... He caught himself. Wait a minute, what? How does that make any sense at all?
This is exactly what I mean.
She gave a triumphant smile.
It makes perfect sense to me because I'm a pixie. Why are you a virgin?
He scowled. Really? You're actually asking me that? She nodded. He grimaced. It's complicated.
See? To you, this is complicated. To me, it's absurd. Does your penis work?
What? He looked around furtively to confirm no one else was within earshot.
I said...
I heard you. Through gritted teeth, he whispered, Yes.
But you never use it. How does that make any sense at all?
It makes sense to me. She beamed.
And therein lies the point. You couldn't possibly be a pixie and understand that. You don't think like a pixie. You don't act like a pixie. You don't even love like a pixie.
That doesn't mean I don't love, he said cautiously.
Do you love me?
Yes, he said without hesitation. More than I can say.
But you don't want us to be lovers.
Her tone carried no sense of criticism or rejection. He shook his head gently. No, I don't. She smiled.
I get it now. I didn't before, but I do now. Do you remember when we met?
Yeah.
All the other pixies were gone, she said. Then I found you. You were so cute, all on your own, trying to make a life as the last human on Earth. And I thought, hey, this guy is like me. We could be pals. So I tailed you for a while, and then I introduced myself.
I remember. He smiled at the memory.
The thing was, she said, I had never been friends with a human before. I mean, I've known a few, but never what you might call well.
There were humans where you came from? Said Harrison. Ordinary people? She rolled her eyes.
Obviously. Anyway, when I met you, I kind of, pretended you were a pixie. It helped. And then I figured, here we are, two pixies, happy as... She rocked her head back and forth. As two happy pixies, I guess, and it was wonderful and special and everything I ever wanted in a relationship.
She looked away for a moment.
And I hoped if I kept pretending you were a pixie...
He gave her a couple of seconds, then finished the sentence. I'd start pretending you were human? For the first time in Harrison's presence, she blushed.
No, I hoped you'd start pretending you were a pixie, too.
Inwardly, he berated himself for his blindness. She had only ever wanted the same thing he wanted, to be with her own kind. For him, that had been easy to achieve, at least once he finished his 1,000-mile trek. For her, until now, that opportunity had not presented itself. Over the last year, from the start, he had treated her as something other. In truth, she completely differed from him, physically, emotionally, and in every other conceivable way. But he cherished her differences. Those differences held them together, propelled him forward, changed him forever into a better man. His throat tightened, and he closed his eyes. He had consigned her to the category of freak when he made his human friends, mistakenly conveying revulsion of the thing he adored about her. Glimmer, he said, his eyes still closed. I do love you. She sniffled. I love you too, shithead. He smiled, his heart pounding. If you want this to be a romance, he said softly, we can do that. With his eyes still shut, he waited for a response. Without warning, something sharp jabbed the center of his mouth. It tingled fiercely. He opened his eyes, too close for him to focus on the top of Glimmer's head. Her silver hair shimmered and rippled as she kissed him. Before he could figure out how to respond, she pulled back, her face covered in glittery pixie tears and a warm smile.
"I don't," she said.
The tension drained out of his body.
Okay.
He wiped away a tear of his own. She touched his cheek. Zap.
"It hardly seems fair."
What do you mean?
"I just wish we could have done this before."
Yeah, he said, smiling. But we're good now, right?
"We're great," she said. "It's just that the timing sucks."
Harrison's smile faded.
"I didn't go into Fairy before because I was afraid of what I would do."
Glimmer looked away.
"When we get there, I won't be coming back out."
Chapter 17. Bess. Shortly after sundown, Jeanette took Harrison aside and offered an unfortunate observation. "There are 5 fresh corpses on the ground out here."
Yes, he said, I know. We don't exactly have the resources to give them a proper burial.
"I understand that," she said in a tone of frustration. "Ceremony is your prerogative. Mine is health, and we have a problem in that regard." Harrison gave her a puzzled look.
Disease?
She shook her head. "Predation." His stomach sank. She didn't mean they would catch something from the dead. She meant the dead would invite something to come catch them. His main concern had been they would suffer another attack. Hadley, stationed in the transport, monitored a variety of long-range detection devices and tried to cobble together some stealth capability for the vehicle. Glimmer had cast a misdirection spell on the area around them and flew periodic patrols. He had been so careful to protect them from their enemies, he had forgotten that some enemies would be natural ones.
Oh, damn. I didn't think about that at all.
"That's why I'm here," she said. Harrison blew out a heavy sigh. Unbidden images raged through his head. Wild beasts of unknown origin tearing apart human flesh while they watched from the dubious protection of their transport. Monsters rending Claudia's mother to pieces before her eyes, tearing the door open. Canned human all around.
Christ, he whispered. What the hell should we do?
"I don't know. Push them into the river? Burn them? I'm not sure either is a viable option. I wish I had a better suggestion, but we have to do something, and do it pretty soon. And, Harrison, whatever you decide—"
Yes?
He dreaded her next words. "We'll have to take care of the bodies in the wrecked flyers, too." Harrison's stomach spilled the whole way down his abdomen, where it dangled for a moment before breaking free and falling. Splat! He watched it soak into the earth.
"We'll never get inside them."
"We're going to have to." He tapped his foot nervously.
"I'll go find Glimmer."
"Good idea." He found her inside the transport, talking to April. They laughed about something. Behind them in the back sat Claudia and Jake, her head resting on his shoulder, the 2 youngest members of the group sitting in melancholy silence. Alec sat alone as far from everyone else as he could get, looking out a window. Harrison sat down next to April, taking a second to look at Glimmer and fix the image in his head. He already missed her.
"I need to ask you about something,"
he whispered. April's expression turned serious. "Should I go?" Harrison shook his head.
"No, you can hear this. We have a problem with the bodies outside."
"What kind of problem?"
asked Glimmer.
"The kind where we need to do something with them, and fast. Jeanette is afraid they're going to attract predators, which is the last thing we need. I was hoping you could do something to them. Like, I don't know, shrink them or something."
"Shrink them?" She looked skeptical. "I'm not sure I would do that, even if I could. Are we planning to keep them?"
April gasped, but Harrison assumed the question was sincere.
"No. First choice would be to bury them, but we don't have the tools or the time. Can you freeze them or something? He winced at his own suggestion. It sounded both heartless and stupid.
Oh, said Glimmer. Sorry, I misunderstood. You want them gone. There's an ashing spell for that.
His eyebrows went up. That sounds like something that might work. What does it entail?
I touch them. They turn to ash. Not complicated.
Harrison's jaw dropped. You can do that?
She shrugged. Sure, it only works on debtors, but I've done it before.
Okay then, he said. We better get on it. April grabbed his arm. Wait, she whispered, rolling her head in the direction of the two somber teens. He put his hand over hers and nodded. Thanks, He shook his head in self-disgust. Just thanks. Go do the bad guys, he said to Glimmer. Save our people for last. We've got to try to do this respectfully.
Aye, aye, Captain.
She flitted out. Captain? April gave him a little smile. He shrugged. She's called me that before. I like it. She tried it on. Captain Cody. It sounds almost piratical, don't you think? He paused, considering it. I guess it does. Why don't you nudge Alec and head outside? Tell Hadley what we're doing. I'll be right out. Aye, aye, Captain, she whispered with a smile. She tapped Alec on the shoulder. He turned from the window and said something to her she doubtless did not want to hear. She nodded kindly and offered her hand. Harrison walked back to Claudia, too deep in her funk to acknowledge him. Claudia, Jake, we're going outside we're going to say goodbye. She looked up with the eyes of a hurt child. To Louise? He nodded. And Sergeant Smith, I thought you'd want to be there. She did not move. I can't. He waited for her to say something else, and she stared at him with pleading eyes. Please, he said. Okay, she whispered. When they got outside, Harrison kept his body between Claudia and the roughly ovoid, flat piles of ash where before had rested the bodies of 3 strangers. The gibbous moon did not cast appreciable light, and the piles would be easy enough to miss if she didn't think to look for them. Smith's body remained, under a blanket dark enough not to draw attention to itself. He needn't have worried, as it turned out. Claudia directed her focus decidedly somewhere else. Louise still lay where Claudia had last stroked her hair and told her she loved her, also under a blanket. Claudia's chest heaved silently. Moonlight reflected off the trails leading down her cheeks. Do you need a minute? Whispered Harrison. She shook her head, but as she did so, she squinted her entire face and made a squeaky noise. He reached out to put his hand on her shoulder. She grabbed him and sobbed into his chest. After a few seconds, she spun around and grabbed Jake, who put his arms around her. I have to do this now. She let go. Falling to her knees, she pulled the blanket back from Louise's face. She touched Louise's cheek, said something to her, and bent over to kiss her mother's forehead. As she stood, Glimmer drifted in front of her, and they exchanged words. Claudia nodded. Everyone stepped back a few paces. Glimmer circled Louise's body once, then touched down on the blanket. She walked up to Louise's exposed face and laid her undamaged hand on her chin. A quick white light burst forth like a soundless camera flash. When Harrison's eyes readjusted, one more ovoid patch of ash lay on the ground. Claudia gasped but held steady. Glimmer repeated the procedure with the body of Sergeant Smith. The rest of them stayed back a few feet, but they all stood facing him, out of a respect they would never be able to otherwise express to him. Everyone but Harrison filed back into the transport. He looked at the ashes of his president, whom he had not known well nor truly respected until the last 2 days of her life, and placed another tick mark on his growing tally of regrets.
Harry?
The glowing pixie hovered nearby.
Should I do Roland?
Harrison rubbed his eyes. Lieutenant Anderson deserved a service of some sort too, but that would not be possible. Yeah, you'll have to do everyone you can find in that wreck. How many were there?
Only Roland and our bird. I counted 2 in theirs, she said. There might be more.
Okay, he said. Do me a favor, will you?
What?
Tell Roland for me. He paused, looking for the words. Just tell him I said thank you. She gave him a curious look.
He's dead, you know.
Harrison nodded. That's why I owe him some gratitude. Just do it for me, would you? It's one of those things that only makes sense to a human. She nodded and flew away. He looked at the site of the terrible crash. Nothing happened for a minute or so, and then a tiny flash of white came from inside the wreck. For an instant it illuminated the twisted metal, turning it from dark gray to maroon and olive. A few seconds later came another flash, and a while after that, another. Over the next 2 minutes, the debris flashed 3 more times. He imagined distant lightning and counted silently, waiting for the thunder. They got an early start the next morning. Harrison woke before dawn and had them well underway before most of the others were even awake. The piles of ash would have a whole new look to them in the morning light. He made sure no one would have to experience that. Alex still sat apart from the rest of the group. As Glimmer had to explain a number of times, the director retained full possession of his mental faculties. The problem lay entirely in his ability to communicate. Once they all understood he posed no immediate danger to himself or others and could do things like dress himself without assistance, they stopped trying to take care of him. Around noon, Hadley relieved Harrison behind the wheel. When he returned to a seat in the back, April handed him an Omni marked bacon cheddar cheeseburger with his initials on it. He tore it open and soaked up the savory aroma of comfort food. To his delight, sautéed mushrooms had been included. Though he had not specified them, the tree had somehow known. After downing the first tangy, greasy mouthful, he asked the room, "Did anyone remember to get a fish and chips or something for Andy Cap back there?" "Who's Andy Cap?" asked Jake. Harrison gave him a patronizing smile. "I was talking about Alec." "Yeah, duh. I just don't get the joke. Who's Andy Cap?" Harrison swallowed his condescension along with another bite of burger. Andy Cap was an English comic strip character. A long time ago, complete loser, alcoholic, smoked too much, cheated on his wife, never paid his rent. "Rude to the vicar," said Claudia. "Started brawls, playing soccer, cheated at darts. The list goes on." "Wow," said Harrison. "I guess he was about the worst person ever to grace the funny pages." "Worse than Hagar the Horrible?" said Claudia. "Maybe," said Harrison. "I mean, sure. Hagar was a Viking, and he probably got in his share of the pillaging and what have you, but that was the norm. People looked up to Hagar. No one ever admired Andy Cap." Claudia's jaw dropped. "So the fact Andy Cap cheated on his wife makes him, in your eyes, a worse person than Hagar the, and let's not leave out this crucial detail, Horrible, who was almost certainly a murderer? For God's sake, Harrison." "Okay," said Harrison. "Don't pull the word murderer unless you can support that. No one ever died in that strip. Secondly, you're judging him by the standards of 21st century America, where his behaviors are obviously criminal, but in Hagar's time, those same things were part of what it meant to be a provider. He was raised in a culture where sacking and looting were a career, and a prestigious one at that." April interrupted. "Did you just use cultural relativism to defend Hagar the Horrible?" He replayed his last few sentences in his head. "Yeah, I think I may have." She shook her head. "I'm afraid the judges will have to rule this round in favor of De Quiroz." She smiled. Claudia stuck out her tongue.
On the second day of their pilgrimage to Fairy, Harrison learned Alec wrote and produced a badly received play at the age of 20. Alec also detailed his phobia of bees, admitting he had once spent over 4 hours hiding in a shed from a single such insect. Around midday, they came across a supermarket. Harrison ruled they should stop for supplies to better conserve their omnis. The team eagerly embraced the travel break. Once they went inside, Harrison found the store less enchanting. The produce section, having had a full year to decay, consisted mostly of mushroom-covered topsoil arranged in parallel displays. A few plants, doubtless sprung from seeds in the produce, had managed to eke out a tenuous existence in the rot, feeble in the limited sunlight. A sweet, chaotic, jungle-like scent laced the air, pleasant but with an undertone of peril. Less than 5 minutes after they came in the door, the rest of the team returned to the transport, leaving Harrison to explore on his own. In a bout of boyishly morbid curiosity, he visited the meat department, where hundreds of foam trays, their brownish-gray contents wrapped in plastic, leaked crud onto shelves. The refrigeration still worked after more than a year, and while the food had clearly decomposed, the cold had kept the maggots in check. In frozen foods, he found plenty of ice cream, but none of his favorite flavors. He opened a few experimentally to compare brands by how aggressively they formed the barrier of ice crystals, forcing cream and gums out of solution and into a rubbery mass below. Breyers appeared nearly ice-free, but sampling a carton revealed a grainy, gritty texture. Harrison wished he had been foresighted enough to have ordered an Omni filled with pistachio or butter brickle. After taking a quick spin through dairy to gaze upon hundreds of bricks of black cheese, he made for the snack aisle, then to party goods. Cupcakes, candles, anything that could plausibly be a gift. Half an hour later, he emerged from the store bearing a full paper bag. April stood sentry at the door. "I thought you went back to the buggy," he said. "Jeanette said we shouldn't leave you alone. I was trying to decide if I should go in and look for you, but I figured the risk of us missing each other in an endless comedy of errors was too great, so I waited." She paused. "So, what's in the bag?" She waited out a few seconds of silence. "Harrison." "All right, you can look, but keep it quiet." She looked in the bag at the hastily assembled party supplies. "Who is this for?" "Claudia. I'm not sure if she's even aware of the date. Is this a stupid idea?" April smiled broadly. "No, I think it's sweet." "Thanks," said Harrison. "I need you to go back first so I can enter alone. I want to do this right. Can you stall them for me for a minute? Oh, and leave the door open." She smiled, nodded, and ran back to the transport. He crept out of sight around to the front of the vehicle, where he crouched down beneath the windshield and fumbled with several wrappers and a lighter. Everything set, he entered with a seriousness of purpose, carrying a paper plate as though it were a silver platter. It held 2 Hostess cupcakes, each bearing a novelty candle in the shape of a numeral. Together they blazed the number 16. Harrison walked toward their honoree, singing, "Happy Birthday." He stood before Claudia and held the cakes out to her. "Make a wish." She stared at the candles and said nothing. For a moment, the possibility Harrison's attempt at celebration had backfired horribly reared its head. Then she blew the candles out. Applause followed. She took the candles out of the cupcakes and licked them clean, then looked Harrison in the eyes. "Okay, you don't suck." He gave her a Cheshire Cat grin. "Take this." He handed her the plate and fled out the door, returning moments later with the paper bag. From it, he threw everyone an individually wrapped, well-preserved cupcake. He reached into his bag again and produced a wrapped present. Dumbstruck, Claudia opened it eagerly, finding a travel checkers set. "Oh, this is perfect. I happen to be traveling." A small stuffed bear followed, along with a memo pad wrapped together with a nice pen, 2 decks of playing cards, and several candy items with progressively more cheer. Everyone received a cone-shaped party hat and a Pez dispenser. The birthday party evolved into a checkers tournament, which continued even after they started moving again. Claudia wore her hat for the rest of the day. Sometime later, after they had been underway for a while, Harrison and Glimmer did the math and estimated their remaining travel time to be long enough that nightfall would be upon them by the time they arrived. When Harrison suggested heading into Fairy after dark did not feel safe to him, Glimmer did nothing to disabuse him of the idea. They stopped for the night about an hour away from their goal, planning to get an early start and enter Fairy in daylight. As the team settled into the evening, Harrison took his turn to watch Alec. Talking to him had become a dreadful experience, and staying out of his way had, so far, helped him limit the number of awful things he exposed about himself. Alec looked away from the window as Harrison took the seat next to him. "I've never been in love." "Yeah," said Harrison. "That's a drag. Listen, I know you can't exactly respond to this right now, but Glimmer says you can still understand me. I just wanted to say I'm, looking forward to having you back. I know you don't like me much, and I don't expect you to like me any better when we get you fixed. Some people just don't like me, and that's kind of the way that goes, I guess. The point is, I know that somewhere in there you've got my back, and I hope you get it by now that I've got yours. Whatever that's worth." Alex stared at him with no visible comprehension. "Yeah," said Harrison. "Anyway, this time tomorrow you should be up and around and treating me like crap again, so cheer up." "You don't deserve that," said Alec. "I'm sorry," said Harrison. "The treatment. You deserve better." Harrison had now given Alec one more thing to overcome when he got back to the surface. He looked Alec in the eyes. They appeared out of focus, possibly a deliberate defense mechanism or a side effect. Harrison glanced down, unfocusing his own eyes. A familiar image resolved itself into visibility. "You're still wearing Bess." Alec looked down at the super-deadly weapon on his belt, but said nothing. Harrison stared at the blade, heart pounding as he considered what this magical truth or dare affliction might prompt Alec to do with it. "You'd never told me where you got that little sword." "Nicked her from a goblin." Alec possessed a lethal bundle of magic, and he had stolen it, perhaps killed for it. Moreover, he must have never told anyone this, or it would not embarrass him enough to spill it now. Why hadn't this come up before? Should they even let him keep this thing? Harrison's palms grew slick. "Are you still able to use her?" "It?" Harrison asked as gently as he could. Alec shook his head. "She uses me." 3 words, fronting an idea Alec obviously found humiliating. "Alec," Harrison asked, "may I see Bess for a moment?" Alec drew the sword with alarming swiftness, so fast Harrison threw his arms in front of his face. He flipped the sword in the air and caught it with a loud, metal-on-skin slap. Alec had stopped moving, and Harrison cautiously lowered his arms. He held the sword by the blade, offering it out to Harrison, grip first, this act surely also humiliating. Warning bells clanged in Harrison's head, now far too late to turn back. He took the hilt. It felt warm. Not recently held by someone else, warm, but creating its own heat source, warm. This alone did not surprise him. Loaded for bear with magic, it should throw off heat. Also unsurprising, it felt comfortable in his hand, light and massive at the same time. In that moment, he believed he could take on an army by himself holding this sword. "It would depend on the army," said Bess. His heart pounded. She had spoken directly to his brain, not like Glimmer did with his eardrums. He held a sentient weapon, one he had seen kill several times. What to do now? Were they safe? What if this thing were evil? It could jeopardize them all if it called out and anyone heard it. "He needs me," especially now. She responded to his thoughts, but with weak reassurance.
How can I trust you?
He thought it as clearly as he could, over and over. Because I've killed Ruopem's servants for you? Because I've aided you and kept you safe? Harrison accepted those as reasonable arguments. Because I could have killed you all, at any time. Harrison gulped. A terrifying declaration, but for that reason it convinced him. With great care and with both hands, he turned the blade around and handed it back to Alec.
Chief, we're going to have to talk about this one.
He stood.
Get well soon.
Chapter 18. Ferry. About 5 miles from their destination, the forest grew too thick for them to keep moving in the buggy. Still well before noon, they parked the vehicle and continued on foot. They brought nothing with them, apart from what they wore, and everyone made a point of having something to eat and using the tiny lavatory in the transport before they set out. Glimmer had informed Harrison it would be extremely poor form for them to show up armed. Alec surrendered the sword without resistance, as he had before, and Harrison stowed her in the cargo hold. He did not share what he learned about Bess with anyone. It was not his secret to tell. As they headed out, Harrison said to Hadley,
"This must be exciting for you, Dr. Tucker. You're really in your element now."
Hadley shrugged and fidgeted with a pen. "Actually, I'm not. I know as little as any of you about what we're going to see." He looked around, then added quietly, "Glimmer's not very forthcoming about a lot of things."
"Yeah," said Harrison. "No kiddin'."
Hadley sighed. "The only other Fae I ever met was Susan, and she wasn't talking." Harrison snickered.
"Well, I hope it's everything you expect."
Hadley gazed ahead. How could it be? Harrison took his point. The more they learned about the world in its new state, the less they knew. What must that feel like to someone like Hadley, with his scientist's mind confronted by broken rule after broken rule? It amazed Harrison he had adapted as well as he had over such a short time. That Glimmer never doubted his grasp of magic felt significant. Harrison would never understand more than a tiny fraction of what Hadley had picked up in only a year. The walk took the better part of 2 hours. They hiked over mercifully flat terrain, through trees spaced too closely to allow the transport to pass between them, but sufficiently far apart to permit easy passage on foot. The farther they got, the more unfamiliar the trees became. Many of them had bent, gnarled trunks, with leaves arranged in broad, flat clusters, like something off a Roger Dean album cover or some grotesque monster bonsai. These gave way to trees of a smoother, curvier design, with wide, thick leaves and a look consistent with tropical trees from movies. Jake tapped Harrison on the shoulder.
"How much farther, Captain?"
Harrison stopped short, expecting the question, but not the form of address. Inspecting Jake's face for signs of irony, he found none. He looked at April, who smirked and avoided eye contact.
"I don't know,"
he said.
"I don't think very far."
Glimmer had gone too far ahead of them to ask. The forest canopy offered enough shade to make her glow clearly visible, at least 100 yards ahead. They moved through increasingly bizarre flora. Green streaks ran straight up some trees like vertical racing stripes. On others, they wound around trunks in spiral patterns. They passed trees with circular leaves and trees with purple veins running through the leaves and down the branches. Some trees waved as they walked past, despite no appreciable breeze. The glow guiding them stopped moving and perched on a tree with her head buried in a blossom. She wore a gold camisole with spaghetti straps and white lace trim across the top, and gold palazzo pants. No shoes. She hummed a happy tune.
"Glimmer?"
said Harrison. She pulled her head up and smiled.
"Are you having fun yet?"
"Are you saying Are we there?
She giggled. Oh my, no. This is just the buffer. Come on. She flitted away and led them over a slight rise. They followed her to the top of the hill, and from this crest they saw the bank of a river at least a mile wide with an island directly in front of them. Jeanette looked far calmer than Harrison expected.
Are you all right?
He asked. She nodded. This is okay. I imagined the towers would still be there. I was bracing myself for that. This I can handle. Harrison looked back at the island, forested, lush, thick and unearthly. Nothing remained of the power plant that once dominated it.
What towers?
Asked Jake.
Skip it, said Harrison. It's not important.
April stared at the island in awe. Cooling towers. This is 3 Mile Island, isn't it?
What's 3 Mile Island?
Asked Jake. Harrison looked at Jeanette, who had visibly tensed, something unraveling inside her.
It was, Harrison said to April, and now it's Fairy, which we've come a long way to see.
He looked directly at Jake.
Ask me again when we're gone, and I'll tell you all about it.
No, said Jeanette. Ask me. I have history with this place. Let's all gather around and I'll tell you a story. She looked at Jake, too. But not until we're gone. Jake nodded nervously and dropped the subject. April continued to stare at the island as if waiting for it to reveal something to her. Harrison had been a small child when the 3 Mile Island nuclear facility suffered a partial meltdown, the worst accident in the history of nuclear power in the United States. But he had been far too young, and in Massachusetts, too far away for the events to have left a lasting impression on him. April was even younger. What intrigue could this place hold for her? Glimmer took them down the hill and up the bank toward a bridge of stone and mortar, wide enough for 2, maybe 3 people to cross, abreast and on foot. The mortar had flecks of something glittery in it, perhaps mica, but the glittery effect was in constant flux, not coming from fixed sources. At the foot of the bridge, Glimmer stopped and faced the group of humans.
Okay. The door is on the other side of that bridge. Not far at all. Before anybody goes over there, we need to review the rules.
She looked around, taking in all their faces.
Who can tell me rule number 1?
Everyone but Alec raised their hands.
April?
Don't eat anything. Glimmer nodded.
Very good. Rule number 2.
Again, 6 hands went up.
Claudia.
Seriously, don't eat anything.
Good. No fairy food. It's okay to have a drink, though, right, Jake?
The pixie looked at the boy invitingly.
No, ma'am,
he said.
Correct. Once we cross that boundary, nothing goes in the mouth. Everyone clear on that?
They all nodded.
What else?
They all looked at each other, less confident, perhaps looking for clues in each other's faces. Jeanette, Hadley, and Harrison raised their hands.
Captain?
No gifts,
he said. April nodded.
That's right, said Glimmer. Take nothing from anyone you meet in there. Why is that, Dr. Lee?
Because fairy gifts always come with strings. Glimmer let that linger in the air for a few seconds before continuing in a serious tone.
That's correct. Do not take these rules lightly. Fairy is the most wondrous place any of you will ever see. You'll be telling your grandchildren about this, and they'll be telling their grandchildren, but make no mistake. The Fae folk are devious tricksters, and you are all going to walk into their world looking like easy marks.
Then she smiled.
But we know better. Oh, one last thing. You'll be meeting the king and queen. The only acceptable forms of address for them are m'lord and m'lady.
What about your majesty?
Asked Harrison.
No.
She waved both hands for emphasis.
Not unless you want them to think you're being sarcastic. That's what Puck calls them when he's trying to be a dick.
She took a deep breath.
All right.
Harrison braced for final words of inspiration before she led them into her foreign world.
Lose your iron, she said.
No one moved.
What?
Said Harrison. Glimmer frowned.
Lose your iron? Didn't we cover this? Fairies can't abide it. Anything you have that's made of iron can't go any farther than this.
Harrison blew out a sigh and refrained from commenting on pixies who withhold vital information until the last possible moment. Even Hadley seemed surprised by this rule.
Why don't you have a problem with iron?
Hey, she said, this isn't about me. It's about you.
He scowled. Glimmer shrugged.
Look, not all fae folk have the same hang-ups, okay? Iron's not much of a pixie issue, but it gets to the fairies real bad. And, there's a reason we call the place Fairy. They pretty much run the show, so please, lose the iron.
Harrison took off his watch and his belt.
Let's do it, people.
He held out his hand to Jeanette, who also removed her watch. Is gold all right? Jeanette asked Glimmer, looking at her wedding band.
Sure it is, said the pixie. Fairies like gold. Silver is good, too.
Harrison went next to April, who also wore a watch. She handed it to him, then lifted her shirt, the same black T-shirt she had on when he first met her, and removed a ring from her navel. As she handed it over, she smiled at him. She reached around behind her back with one hand, then into her left sleeve with her right, pulling a strap off of her shoulder. She repeated the procedure on the other sleeve, but this time kept pulling until an entire black cotton bra came out. She handed the undergarment to Harrison, humming a cheerful tune. Hooks and underwires. Harrison looked back at Jeanette, who shook her head. Sports bra, she said. No metal. April leaned down and unbuckled her sandals, which she kicked off. This triggered a realization, and Harrison looked at his sneakers and the metal grommets on their lace holes. He had to assume they were made of stainless steel, so he kicked off his own shoes. The ground felt surprisingly forgiving to his stocking feet.
Check your shoes for metal, everybody.
He collected 2 more watches from Alec and Hadley, who had both also removed their footwear and handed over their belts. Alec also reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 keys on a chain. Whatever they opened, Alec did not find it embarrassing enough to talk about, as he handed them over without remark. Hadley handed over shoes, belt, and a small spiral-bound memo pad and pen. Then he removed his glasses. These last he surrendered with obvious reluctance. Jake gave Harrison his shoes, belts, and a tongue post. Claudia wore no jewelry, no belt, no bra, and sneakers with Velcro straps, so she gave him nothing. Harrison put each person's belonging in his or her right shoe and lined up the shoes and belts at the base of a tree.
Okay, that's it,
he said to Glimmer. She crossed her arms, looking displeased.
Ahem.
She pointed down. Harrison looked at his feet, clad only in socks, and offered her his best shrug.
Little higher,
she said. He looked at his jeans with their clearly visible rivets.
Oh, great.
He rubbed his face. You really, really should have mentioned this at the transport. Facing away from everyone, he undid his pants and pulled them off, revealing dark green and navy plaid button-fly boxer shorts. If he had to lead his troops into Fairy in his skivvies, he would at least do it in style. He faced them, ready to rise to this unforeseen absurdity. Jeanette and Alec had already removed their pants, too. We all have zippers, dear, she said. Jake, clearly mortified, dropped his pants as well. He wore white briefs, Jeanette plain white underpants, and Hadley paisley boxers. Alec, unable to squander an opportunity to humiliate himself, pulled his white briefs down to the ground and threw them onto his pile. Harrison slapped his forehead. Oh, for... Jeanette held her hand out. I'll handle it. She picked up Alec's discarded underwear. All right, little boy, I'm going to dress you now. Evidently, this treatment degraded him even more than remaining nude, as Alec allowed her to pull them back on. April's skirt had a drawstring with knotted and uncapped ends, leaving her off the hook. Harrison waited for Claudia to lose her jeans too, and only then noticed the look of dread in her wide brown eyes. "Claudia," he said as gently as he could, "we're all in the same boat here. No one is going to do or say anything mean or inappropriate." He held his own arms out. "See? Look, no dignity. We'll all look silly together, okay?" "I'm not wearing any underwear." For a moment, no one moved. Harrison, arms still extended, brought them together and rubbed his hands in thought. He turned to Jeanette and April. "Suggestions?" "Turn around, boys," said April. Harrison took Alec and Jake and pointed them both at the bridge. Hadley had already turned his back. The four men watched the river trickle by as quiet but unmistakable sounds floated from behind them. A zipper, the rustle of cloth. Jake, with a dismal attempt at subtlety, swiveled his head to the side, and Harrison kicked him in the ankle. He stood up straighter and focused intently on something on the island. "Thank you," said Claudia. "We're done," called April. The four men turned around. Claudia wore an expression of utter relief and a tie-dyed skirt. April now wore matching black t-shirt and underwear. She noticed Harrison noticing her and gave a little wave. "Are we good now?" Harrison asked Glimmer.
"We're good."
She glided over to the bridge. For a second, no one moved. Then Harrison set forth with a purposeful stride, and everyone hustled to keep up with him. He hid his trembling hands. The door to Ferry stood a few dozen paces past the other side of the bridge. If not for their guide, they would surely have missed it. She led them to a pair of trees, congruent, mirror images of each other, standing straight up with no branches for the first 15 feet at least. Above the heads of the humans, the trees' limbs reached out across the gap and intertwined, making it impossible to tell which branches belonged to which plant. They formed an arch, with nothing beyond the opening but more forest. Glimmer flew around the trees in a circle, clearly visible passing behind them. "This is it?" asked Harrison.
"This is it. Is everybody ready?"
Before anyone had a chance to answer, the opening clouded over. Glimmer backed off. The misty doorway shimmered, and two tiny people popped out. Like Glimmer, they bore translucent wings on their backs, though colorless and more evocative of wasps than of butterflies. Glimmer, in her natural state, radiated a sparkly glow. These beings also glowed after a fashion, but in a misty halo like the full moon passing behind a cloud. Paler skin, pointier ears, eyebrows more pronouncedly sloped, they appeared overall less human than the pixie. They carried lighter builds as well, obvious as they were both naked. One male and one female, their evident and hairless genitalia provided the only clear distinction on that count. The male had narrow shoulders, the female narrow hips. The male had a slender feminine face, the female had barely discernible breasts. Both wore shoulder-length hair, golden to Glimmer's silver, but no body hair. These, then, were the fairy. "Turn back," said the male to Harrison, instantly singling him out as the leader. He did not use Glimmer's voice trick, but spoke naturally, in a voice with a faint edge of helium. It still came across as assertive. The fairy's words conveyed no threat, but simple instruction.
"Acorn?"
said Glimmer. Her eyes held a happiness Harrison had never seen before. They had found, if not precisely her people, at least her own kind. She had come home, and the obvious ramifications of that clutched at his heart. At the sound of her voice, both fairies whirled, then gasped out loud. They stared at her, uncertainty in their eyes.
"Acorn, it's me, Glimmer."
She smiled nervously. The male flew to her, scrutinizing her face. She held still, with wide eyes, and Harrison finally understood she felt more apprehension than he did about this venture.
"Acorn?"
she said a third time, more softly. His eyes grew bigger than hers.
"The pixie is here,"
he said to his companion. Then to Glimmer,
"Milady is expecting you."
he looked at the humans as if for the first time.
"Bring your party."
With that, both fairies flew back into the mist. It did not dissipate. "Friend of yours?" asked Harrison. She shrugged.
"We had sex a bunch of times. You'd think he would remember me. I'm memorable, aren't I?"
"Absolutely. Why are you expected?"
"I don't know."
She bit her lip.
"Why am I the pixie? I should be a pixie, shouldn't I?"
Harrison had no answer to that. She took his hand with 3 fingers and a thumb. He bore the stinging shocks, and they walked through the door to Fairy. Harrison still stood in the forest. Apart from that one fact, a completely alien environment surrounded him. The trees resembled the purple and green veined ones in what Glimmer called the buffer, but stranger. Everywhere he looked, he found a landscape in a weird, soft focus, particularly at the periphery of his vision. He felt a mild disassociation, unpleasantly reminded of his worst fevers. All his companions had come through as well, and from the looks on their faces, at least some of them experienced some trouble too.
"It'll pass,"
said Glimmer. The effect on Harrison started to diminish. Or rather, the effect continued unabated, but his negative reaction to it faded. It felt more and more right to be here.
"This way,"
said the pixie, and they followed her. As his head became clearer, or at least more acclimated, he started to notice the denizens of Fairy as they went about their business. Once he had imagined Fey taxonomy to be neatly compartmentalized into 5 varieties, which Glimmer had listed for him: fairies, pixies, brownies, elves, and sprites. This seemed manageable at the time. The true assortment was nothing like that. Thousands of little winged people like the 2 they had met at the door populated this area. Otherwise, as far as he could tell, no 2 creatures here belonged to the same species. Tall, wiry people with sharp, pointed ears skulked from behind trees. Fat little beasts sat and laughed at them as they passed. He saw slender people with long, spindly limbs. Hundreds, maybe thousands of tiny floating lights of every color. No obvious sign presented itself to distinguish which of these might be sprites, or elves, or brownies. At one point, Harrison thought he saw Susan, the naiad from New Chicago, nude, and giving him a come-hither look. He promptly went thither. Glimmer blocked his path.
"It's not her. Focus, please."
Among this diversity, he did not see, to his surprise and her obvious dismay, anyone who looked like Glimmer. Jeanette looked around in wide-eyed fascination, an open grin on her face. The others moved with more caution, jumpy, suspicious, and disoriented. Claudia grabbed his arm at one point and complained that something taunted her, but she could not point to where the creature had gone. Glimmer led them along paths through the woods, past dwellings for tiny and varied creatures carved or grown directly into the living trees. A multitude of glorious foods cooking put out scents everywhere they went, and Harrison wondered how bad it would be, really, to take a little bite. Bad enough.
"This is all wrong,"
said Glimmer. "What is?" said Harrison. She pointed.
"That's the palace."
Harrison looked up. No palace in evidence, only more trees. It took a moment for the form to come into focus. The palace was entirely grown, like the doorway to this realm, like the miniature houses they had already seen. This grand structure, easily 50 feet high and the width of half a city block, had walls of woven branches borne on heavy trunks, its roof a canopy of leaves. Harrison beheld this miracle of organic architecture, all curves, no obvious symmetry, every bit as alive as its inhabitants. "What's wrong with it?" he asked.
"It's too close."
She frowned, stopped, and looked all around her.
"And too small."
"The palace is too small?" She shook her head.
"Fairy is too small."
She went ahead anyway, leading them to her monarch. No fairy escort appeared, but little here subscribed to conventional expectations. Harrison looked behind him. "How's everyone holding up?" Claudia made a so-so gesture with her hand. "Jake puked a while back." Harrison looked at the boy, still pale and a bit green. "Shit, when?" "About 10 minutes ago," said Claudia. "Or an hour, or just now. Time feels all hinky here." "Okay, stay with him, please. If he gets any worse, don't wait to tell me." "Aye, aye, Captain," she said. 2 male fairies, wearing tiny silver swords on straps, and a hideous brute with an axe served as palace guard. All 3 stood aside as Glimmer and party approached. "That was easy," said April. They entered the palace. The canopy roof let in a great deal of natural light, fortunate for the abundant plant life within. They passed through the first chamber inside the palace arch, enormous and landscaped like an extraordinary park. Paths of moss led past shrubbery grown in the shapes of chairs and benches. 2 of these chairs faced each other across a grown table with a board game pattern woven into the surface. A fountain in the middle of the chamber led to a network of streams irrigating the furniture. As he walked, Harrison's feet pressed down into the moss, and he looked back at his footprints. Fae folk evidently did not leave any. He walked past a bush adorned with fat, pale purple berries that put off a butterscotch aroma. He fought back an urge to pluck and eat one.
"You're doing very well,"
Glimmer whispered, and he walked straighter from the praise. She took them to the throne room. Along the way, all through the palace, one botanical wonder after another graced their passage. Everyone they encountered moved aside for them to pass. A web of ivy completely covered the entrance to the throne room, and a squadron of fairies guarded it from airborne positions. As Harrison approached, the hovering fairies regrouped into a pillar formation, then split into 2 vertical groups, which moved to either side of the door. The ivy barrier unwove itself, and the tendrils peeled back and waved like delighted fingers. They entered. A long runway of pansies, heartier than the moss, sprang back undisturbed as they trod over them. At the end of the hall, 2 colossal chairs, grown and molded from countless vines and blossoming shrubs, rested on a wide platform hewn from a great tree stump. Small streams, fed from tiny waterfalls cascading from the high ceiling, flowed on either side of the thrones, nourishing the elaborate root system, then turned and exited through mouse-hole-sized openings in the side walls. The endlessly soothing sound of the rippling water carried the length of the long room. One of the magnificent thrones stood empty. The 6 guests and their hosts arrived at the foot of the platform.
"Kneel,"
whispered the pixie, and all 7 of them did so. Harrison bowed his head. "Hello, little light," said Titania, queen of the Fae.
"Hello, m'lady,"
Glimmer replied. "You've come a long way to look at our pansies, Harrison Wallace Cody," said the queen. "We would think we might merit a glance as well." Harrison looked up. Before him sat a woman not unlike Glimmer, but easily 5 times as tall. She wore a gown of purple, pink, and white, which spilled down over her feet and quite a bit beyond, the fabric made entirely of tiny flower petals that had been sewn together with impossibly fine thread. Whatever kinds of flowers they had been, they still put off a happy, loving scent. His eyes moved farther up to two fair hands enshrouded in wide bell sleeves. Each finger bore a unique and elaborate silver ring, and each nail was decorated with a landscape or portrait in exacting detail. The cut of her gown exposed a cleavage not to be trifled with, and it took effort not to linger on it. The points of her ears peeked out from golden, silver, copper, and cobalt locks, and the strands of this hair rotated whimsically through these colors. She had a perfect chin, a perfect nose, and amethyst eyes that could suck a man in and drown him utterly. Behind her, the tops of two proportionate, translucent wings waved absently, multicolored, not exactly butterfly, something entirely original. Absolutely breathtaking. She smiled at him. "It's lilac," she said. "Milady?" said Harrison, in a tone of respectful confusion. Her smile broadened. "The fabric. You are wondering what it is. It's lilac petals. Stand up." The order came abruptly but politely, and he struggled to obey swiftly and with grace. His companions stood behind him. "What are you thinking, Harrison? Take care." She wagged a finger lightly in his direction. "We will know if you are telling the truth." "I was thinking that you're even more beautiful than Michelle Pfeiffer." She batted her eyes. "You flatter us, sir. The human actress is lovely. We will confess we were charmed by the casting." She gazed off wistfully. "We had been hoping for a Kenneth Branagh reading, but we were pleased enough with the Michael Hoffman work. He took his share of liberties, but then so did the bard." Harrison's eyes widened. "You saw A Midsummer Night's Dream?" "We see everything," she said.
"Milady,"
said Glimmer. Harrison turned around. For the first time since Titania had addressed him, he became aware of the other people in the room. They all stared at the Queen or at Harrison, and clearly they had no idea what to make of their conversation with its allusions to movies. April, in particular, looked to Harrison with something like fear or worry in her eyes. Even Glimmer seemed uncomfortable interrupting their banter. But Harrison's experience with Glimmer had led him to assume banter likely served as a vital component of fairy life. "Little light," Titania replied gracefully.
"We've come to beg a favor of the king,"
said the pixie. "We know."
"My lord?"
asked Glimmer. The Queen closed her eyes. "Is no more." Chapter 19. The Courage. No one said a word. No one asked a question. Unable to think of anything more appropriate, Harrison bowed his head in respect. After a few seconds, he looked sideways at Glimmer. Her face had gone completely dead. "Glimmer," he whispered as gently as he could. "Honey, we have to keep going." The sound of his voice brought her back to the surface, though not all at once. Her stunned look cycled briefly through outrage and terror. She covered her face. After a few moments, she pulled her hands back, carefully examining her 9 fingertips.
"You're right. We do."
She gathered herself together and faced Titania.
"We've come to beg a favor from the Queen, then."
"That took brass," said Titania to Harrison. Harrison threw himself to his knees again. "I'm sorry, milady." "It was a compliment. Get up. Bring us your friend." Harrison stood. "My friend?" "The one who keeps abasing himself," said Titania. "That's why you're here, yes? You need a remedy for the curse on him." As Harrison nodded, Alec stepped forward, needing no further cue. "I'm not his friend," said Alec. "He hates me. They all do." "Shut up," said the Fairy Queen. "You're making a fool of yourself." Alec shut up. "Are you sure you want this one cured?" she asked Harrison.
He doesn't seem to think you like him."
"He's our leader," said Harrison.
"Indeed," she said with a Mona Lisa smile. "And what boon would you offer us in exchange for returning your leader to you?"
Harrison assumed if they got this far, he would only have to ask politely, and the fairies would do the right thing. He looked at Glimmer, who deliberately avoided his eyes. So, she had seen this coming and said nothing. No doubt some screwy fairy rule. He was on his own.
"What boon would you require?"
he asked, trying to buy time, to imagine a single resource they would have that would be of use to the Fairy Queen. Titania's smile became sinister, and it ought to have put him on guard, but it also radiated beauty, and he basked in its light. As he struggled to contrive what he could possibly have to offer her, a realization slipped in through the cracks. The Fairy King was no more. She smiled at him, ladling her silent approval, and perhaps more than that. A pleasant optimism brushed the back of his mind. He began to sink into her eyes.
"It has been far too long," she murmured, "since we have had a human slave."
At first he heard it as reminiscence. Then Harrison connected her statement to the question about the boon, and suddenly she meant him. Her slave. That didn't sound half bad, given what being a slave to the Fairy Queen might, at least in part, entail.
"What would you say," she said, "if we asked you to stay here in exchange for the favor?"
Harrison seriously weighed the offer. Certainly this mission required Alec. The sacrifice felt appropriate, and the fact he would stay in Fairy an upside, surely. He looked at Glimmer again, her back now to him. She nearly always had suggestions, even clearly unwelcome ones. That finally tripped the alarm in his brain. She would never dare contradict her queen. Harrison spoke to the pansies.
"I would say that I can't offer you that. I would ask you to ask me for something else."
He looked up again. Her smile had faded somewhat, taking on a less devious quality.
"Or I would apologize for wasting your time, and I would go."
"Well said, sir,"
said Titania, her smile a trifle more open. She gave Harrison a quick once-over, then studied him more deliberately.
"Perhaps you don't need our help half as much as you think. Very well, then. We shall ask you for something you do have to offer. We would like our pixie back."
Harrison blinked. He looked at Glimmer. She faced him now but gave no sign of a reaction to being used as a bargaining chip. The sliver of hope she would somehow change her mind became the price for healing Alec. He felt badly cheated.
"Done,"
he said, and choked on the word. Someone gasped, but he kept his eyes forward.
"Excellent."
Titania leaned forward toward Alec.
"Let's have a look at you, shall we?"
She inspected him closely from her elevated seat without touching him. He stared straight ahead, still obeying her previous order of silence. Her hand darted out to his face, and she held his chin as she stared into his eyes. For several uncertain seconds, no one spoke or moved.
"This is queer."
The Queen's eyebrows rose slightly.
"There's hardly any damage here at all."
She removed her hand from Alec's face and spoke to Harrison.
"Do you all hate this man, as he says?"
Harrison had no comfortable answer. They needed Alec, certainly, and Harrison did not want to say anything to jeopardize the mission. Unfortunately, she would know if he were lying. He turned to face the others. None of them offered so much as a nod, except for Claudia, who made an awkward face and shrugged. Harrison looked into the Queen's eyes. She did not truly want to know about the team. She wanted to know about him.
"We don't get along very well,"
said Harrison.
You have a kind heart. You all must."
"Milady?" You say this man is your foil. He has lain naked before you, his most secret, frightened heart. Did you not taunt him? No, he said. We tried to take it easy on him because we felt sorry for him.
She made a clucking sound with her tongue. It managed to be musical.
You probably saved his life. Your pity has certainly saved his mind. This curse rendered him highly susceptible to mockery. A battery of well-placed, unkind words might have broken him beyond even my ability to heal him.
Harrison looked at Glimmer, who seemed as surprised as any of them. Titania stood. Her gown fell to about 3 inches above the floor in a circle around her bare feet. It flowed in waves like a microcosmic floral ocean. She stood delicately on her painted toes and kissed Alec on the forehead. All at once, the light in Alec's eyes ignited.
"Oh no!"
he cried, his face a mess of shame. He choked on a sob. Shh. The Fairy Queen reached over to put her finger on Alec's lips, cutting his cries short.
Hush now, Director. You'll be all right. Shh.
His eyelids went halfway down, and he swooned.
Is he... said Harrison. Is that it?
Titania nodded and looked over Harrison's shoulder.
Physician.
Yes, m'lady. Without missing a beat, Jeanette came up to Alec and held him steady.
He'll need plenty of rest. Until he feels confident, let him nap as often and as long as he wants. He won't be able to speak either. We've put a hush on him.
She looked directly at Alec, who had barely made eye contact with her.
Director, it's for your own good. You just go around apologizing and wearing yourself down. No one needs to hear you're sorry. They know.
She turned to Jeanette.
He'll develop a fever in a few hours. It will last for at least a full day.
No Tylenol, said Jeanette.
No Tylenol, said the Queen. Let it run its course. He should be completely back to strength in 3 days.
3 days. Harrison shrank. He had been sure they would have Alec back right away, and he would have them safe and sound back in New Chicago somehow by this time tomorrow. 3 days. Jeanette escorted Alec back to the carpet of pansies. He walked on his own power but kept faltering, as if exhausted. He showed little improvement, but at least he did not give them all the heebie-jeebies.
Do we have any further business, young captain?
Asked the Queen. Harrison was about to say, "No, thank you very much, have a nice day, we'll be going now."